Hello and welcome to a special edition of Deprogrammed. Wednesday nights, usually when we do pop culture, live pop culture at 8 Central with my co-host Mystery Chris. He will be joining us later when he gets off work. But tonight, instead of doing a regular pop culture, we're doing a 1-year celebration anniversary of Deprogrammed the channel. And I'm just going to get it out of the way so that it lessens the feeling. I'm nervous. So that you know, because there's a lot of people coming, and I'm one of those people at the party who's like, is everyone having a good time? Does everyone have a water? Like, what do you need? And so I'm like, oh, we can only have 10 people on camera at a time. If you are joining us and you're in the waiting room, just bear with me. We're going to rotate people in and out. I think it's going to go fine though. But we're just going to have a party. We're going to play some music, maybe play some games, get to know each other, and just have a good time. I just want to say, before we get started, thank you so much to my husband, Anthony Garcia. He did the intro music for my channel. He's helped me so much this past year. He's going to be joining us later as well. And thank you to Pirate Tomsky and to Cheeky Mare and Two Sisters and Some Yarn, the mods who are going to have their hands full tonight, probably. Thank you guys so much. And of course, a big thank you to Mystery Chris, who's going to be here later. Okay, without further ado, let's get this started. Welcome. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Thank you for joining me for tonight's party. I don't really know what's going to happen. I just know I want it to feel like a real party. So that's what we're doing.
Well, you'll find me in the kitchen. That's where I normally am in a party.
That's where you hang out?
I just want to say that literally Nittler would be.
I just want to say that tonight I identify as Tom Cruise in Top Gun, and my pronouns are Pete Maverick.
So you're like 5'4".
I'll try to remember
Carrie,
that. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Sarah.
Congratulations on a year.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It kind of flew by.
It has. It seems like it was just yesterday that you were launching. It was great.
Yeah. It was, there's been so much happening with me this year, moving into this house and doing renovations and stuff, that I think it just kind of, I was like, my husband had to tell me. He's like, it's been a year, you should do a show. I'm like, okay, we'll do one.
Well, the knitters have a sweepstake going, so how long it'll take before you cry.
What?
Yeah, I thought you were going to cry a minute ago when you were talking about Anthony.
Anthony.
you were welling up.
I've been emotional lately, man. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I have gotten.
Do we have a bet on how long until you cry?
Apparently.
Yeah, should we have one as well? Can the winner have a knife, Greg?
Yes. Whoever makes Carrie cry, I'll make you a knife.
Okay, so for anybody tuning in who is not familiar, let me just introduce everyone quickly. We've got Greg Wilson below me. Greg Wilson has generously been my co-host several times. He's a knife maker, and he's been sitting by the pool all day. Greg, do you have your knife page that you want to promote? No.
It's on Instagram. I don't do much on there right now. Just moved to Florida not too long ago. So I literally just built my first workbench back in my garage. It became the catch-all for everything in the move. So I've been slowly kind of getting my workshop back. But it's at Dreadcraft, craft with a K. So DreadKraft. It's mostly just been me sharing my latest tattoos and maybe some of my barbecue.
Cool.
That's been about it lately.
Well, one of the mods will grab that and drop that in the chat for us. Your knife collection and your tattoo collection. We've also got Sara Higdon here. Sarah, who's been on several times. We've got literally Nittler is what the haters call him. This is Neil James from Blocked Magazine, one of the Wrong Knitters. And then we have Michelle from Force of Light. Hello, guys.
Hello, everyone.
And
I thought it was Tom Cruise.
It is.
You already got that wrong.
Really
You already used her
already
name.
messed up.
I'm only fully Tom, though, when you put the shades on with the bomber.
Cameron Pasha's here. Do you guys know Cameron?
Hey, Cameron.
I know Force of Light. I don't think I've met most of you though. So it's great to see Michelle at least. So I'm here. I've been on and an interesting, controversial guest on this channel, but it's because so. And I've actually had the pleasure of meeting her and her husband in person. Drove 3 hours in Texas to go meet them in their lovely haunted home, and it was great.
That's a story I want to hear.
It does look haunted, our house. Cameron, you are so just generous of spirit and such a kind person. That's really funny to me that people consider you controversial.
Well, that's why we have your wonderful channel here.
Do you have any non-controversial friends, Carrie?
Everybody gets called that nowadays, right? Like, we're
all problematic.
I mean, I've been canceled how many times now in the last month?
But have any of them stuck?
Well, no, I've gotten canceled and only grown my platform. I don't know.
That's how you work it. I like it.
We also have a newcomer that came in. I don't think I've been introduced yet to them.
So Tracy from Keto and Crime. Hello, Tracy.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Tracy's one of my fellow true crime junkies.
Mm-hmm.
And interesting fact about Tracy, she has a Confederate flag that's in rainbow colors. So that's problematic.
I'm another problematic gay.
Look, we're in a fun world where it's all subjective realities. We're all sharing there's no objective realities. Let's all share our subjective realities together.
So how can we start this party off? Can we do something really cheesy? I know this is going to seem cheesy, but can you just tell us something you're really grateful for lately? If you want to take that as a question. Anybody excited about?
I'm grateful for Florida, my freedom land.
Do you think
amazing?
Do you think DeSantis is going to run?
I don't think so. I think he's my personal beliefs, which can easily be argued against, is that he is being pushed by a lot of establishment types that are trying to get him to run to split the ticket away from Trump and try to get in like a dark horse candidate, somebody like a Rick Scott. And I think he's a very smart guy, and he is massively popular in Florida, like insanely popular. So my own selfish take is I really don't want him to run because I want him to be my governor. And I think he is the perfect governor. He's like the best governor in the United States right now. And he's a great example of how you should be governing your states. And a lot of other governors, especially on the GOP side, should be taking notes. I think he's seen the writing on the wall that he really shouldn't go against Trump, even though I'm not exactly happy with Trump and his attacks on DeSantis either. So
I've just recently started tuning into the fact that there's some kind of animosity brewing between like Trump people and DeSantis people, which I haven't been aware of.
Yeah. Well, Trump is famously thin-skinned, and I think he's scared of the popularity of DeSantis. And I don't think he's playing it right. I don't think DeSantis is necessarily responding correctly either. So it's interesting.
I mean, it's a presidential campaign coming, and people go for the jugular, right? This was inevitable. I mean, I think Mr. Trump, even if you're a big fan of Mr. Trump, I don't think anyone would deny that he has a big ego. I think that's part of his selling point for a lot of people, right? And I don't think he likes the idea that over the last couple of years, Mr. DeSantis became a very public voice against the lockdowns and a lot of the choices. And then here in Hollywood, where I work, right, in his war against Disney, which he won, which a lot of people in Hollywood didn't see coming, but I knew he was going to win that, right? And it's he's now become seen by the broader conservative political community as someone who stood up to woke Hollywood, right? And and so in those 2 years, this guy took a little bit of shine of attention off of Mr. Trump, and I think this is the natural response that we're seeing of those two dynamics of what happened in the last 2 years. So.
Epic Mike is here. Hello, Epic Mike.
Hi there. Sorry, my kid walked in just as soon as like you added me to the stream.
That's fine.
She's giving me the side eye right now. She's like, "Oh, okay, I see. I get it now."
Wait, we let a black man in here? I thought we were supposed to be a bunch of racists.
Yeah, well, that's the thing.
What's going on here?
Yeah, it's kind of a surprise thing. You guys kind of jump on it. Yeah.
Self-hating.
Didn't you just say she had a Confederate flag?
Yeah. I hate myself. That's why I came on the stream to say that. Yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of pick-me's in here.
Yeah, well, same people think that would think Malcolm. They think Malcolm X was a pick-me, right? And
yeah.
So it's like whatever. And and you look, you've got the Muslim guy here who both the left and the right want to think are inherently progressive when it's like a rather conservative religion. So it's a bizarro thing, but whatever. And then so it's so you've got people just being authentically themselves on this channel.
Yeah. Carrie's just meeting all her diversity quotas in one shot.
Yeah, it's amazing how
you
that
now
all works
qualify
there.
for an Oscar, Carrie.
Yeah.
We're destroying everyone's stereotypes. I've talked about this with a lot of you guys, but I get called. I'm sure you do too. I get called like both kinds of names. Like the most recent example I use is I get called internally misogynistic, whatever. But I've been called a trans enabling Pharisee, and then I've also been called a transphobe, and it's like, come on, guys, like these are so right. I don't think they know what to do.
It's okay.
No, I mean, the thing is, you actually interact with people as human beings. I mean, remember that old concept of individual looking at people's moral character?
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Of shared values. Even if that's one of the most profound things a friend of mine once said to me is there are people. Again, we always divide the world into two, dualistic reality, right? That they're the people that judge you by your beliefs, and there are people that judge you by your character. And and the fact is, you've always welcomed people of a broad range of beliefs here, but you're drawn to people of a certain kind of character, and I'm drawn to that as well.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, Karen.
Agree 100%.
I just like good-hearted people. We've also got Deplorable Knitter in the house. She's been called the most dangerous knitter, banned from all knitting platforms, including Ravelry.
Can someone explain this knitting thing? You tried to explain this to me. You tried to explain this to me over lunch in Texas. I still don't understand this knitting subculture inner war. I don't get it.
Yeah, how does one become a dangerous knitter? Like, are you really skilled with the needle thing? Like,
no. A lot of knitters are lefties, so I made a couple of pro Trump patterns, and
you were done for.
I was the worst person that could have ever existed. So
I mean, it's probably factual just for that reason. It has to be.
So the knitting wars are no joke. Like, Deplorable Knitter was there from the beginning. She was one of the ones that was ran off of Ravelry, which was the huge knitting platform. They said no more Trump supporters on Ravelry because supporting Trump is supporting white supremacy, and they banned them. They banned all Trump patterns. Unless you did a knitting pattern that was anti-Trump, you could do that. And then the Colbert Report reported on this, and everyone in the audience applauded like it was great, Yeah. And then Neil, you can actually give a quick summary of the knitting wars, because Neil does Blocked Magazine, and he's
I think it'd be if DK does the beginning bit, I'll do the next bit, because you know the beginning bit better than I do, don't you?
Well, the website that most everybody gravitated to was really lefty, and they had like a corner on the market, so they didn't really care. Like, you could be a conservative as long as you didn't say anything, and so like everybody was putting out like all these F Trump patterns, and so like I came along and I put one out that said walk away, which people got really pissed off about, and then I did like a Trump 2020, and then like they just couldn't stand it, and so they got rid of all of us. They just, because we dared to not be in lockstep. It's a lot of how.
So it's just don't ask, don't tell, though.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they are. They're like, you can support Trump, just don't talk about it. But then they like went back, and like anybody who had supported him ever like got kicked off the site. So,
we were all put on a list.
So I just wanted to welcome Buck Angel to the stream. Hello, Buck Angel.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Right on. Congratulations,
Hey,
my friend, on your 1 year.
Thank you so
Awesome.
much. It's
So
going
great.
so fast. So I don't know if you know, Buck, about the social justice knitting wars, but this is Deplorable Knitter. She's been called the most dangerous knitter, and she's telling us about the great purge they've done on these knitting sites. And then Neil James, they call him literally Knitler, the ones who hate him. And
Man, there are some subcultures that I'm like, whoa, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I don't know
the
what's
underground
going on.
knitting scene. Yeah, you never see that coming. Yeah.
I'm also the apparently the stupidest man in all existence as well. That's the other one I like to say.
Hilarious.
So Deplorable Knitter told us about like how the knitting wars started. So you, Neil, are the perfect person to tell us.
Okay,
like,
so
what's going on now.
As soon as Ravelry purged everyone, there were lists going round, and we were all on those lists to a larger or smaller degree. And then various people were targeted for wrongthink. So you had people like Nathan Taylor, Sockmatician. You had Jebson Moore, I can't remember her name now. You had Maria Tuscan, who's in the Catherine Jebson Moore, that's it. You had Maria Tuscan, who's in the audience, I believe. So hi, Maria. You also had Mari from Skeins. And all these people were harassed, and it was bad. It wasn't just being picked on. It was having, everything thrown at them. And so I launched my magazine.
Sockmatician, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. For people that don't know, Sockmatician is a gay HIV positive man who's on the left. And all he did was, he's the one that started the hashtag diverse knitty. And then he posted a poem about like, let's stop all this toxic infighting. It was a poem about radical kindness. And for his crime of tone policing, they harassed him at knitting conventions. He ended up in the hospital.
Knitting conventions?
Yeah.
There's like a whole underground subculture of knitters. I didn't know this.
He was physically assaulted.
And there's harassment at knitting conventions?
Yeah.
Are there knitting raves?
I'm like entering the multiverse.
Really?
There's another reality that I didn't know was.
It's like Comic-Cons, but for knitting, yeah. But they followed this man to conventions. Like Neil said, they physically assaulted him, and he ended up in the hospital on suicide watch. And they were still coming after him.
Even today, they still go for him.
And Neil, before you keep going, a lot of people wouldn't even know about this if Carrie didn't start talking about it. So we have to say, like, huge props to you because you've brought a lot of attention to the knitting world, and you brought a lot of us together too. So thanks.
You guys are all together with your pointy needles now.
Exactly. Carrie, I don't know if you can make that hand gesture on YouTube.
That's exactly how we do it.
Well, they found an excuse to ban you now.
They figured it out. Yeah, they found.
Well, I'm hoping Greg will make us all
all
some needles.
Unless it was for Carrie.
So I want to go back for a second because I cannot say much longer. I apologize. I want to go back to the thing that you raised at the beginning of what is thankful for. And I actually want to say something controversial. I'm thankful that things are getting better. And people will say, wait a minute. What do you mean things are getting better, right? But I'm thankful they are getting better. History is a pendulum. It's something I've tried to say to my. I've had these arguments with my screenwriter friends in Hollywood who are all progressives, and literally they will say, Trump was a blip, or this and that was a blip, and history is in moving towards our progressive vision. I said, no, I'm a student of history. I mean, that's why I study world religions. You're going back to ancient history, right? It's all a pendulum. I mean, I think Ecclesiastes says this in the Bible, right? Everything we've all seen, nothing new under the sun. It's all a pendulum, right? It all does this. And so we went to a certain point of pendulum of culture in the last, 5 or 6 years to a point that it really, I think, reached one of the more insane levels of human discourse that probably hasn't happened since maybe the Tower of Babel kind of thing, right? And so we are now swinging away from that. I really feel it. I feel it coming, and it's hard to believe that, but I do feel it coming.
There's absolutely a paradigm shift happening right now, and I just want to piggyback on that because this is one of my favorite things about Carrie, and this is why I was so excited to join her show, because you look at this panel of people, and we're all different people from different backgrounds, religions, ideologies, thoughts, everything. I mean, and the reality is the hardest part about paradigm shifts is the people that get lost in the middle. people that get lost in the cracks because it's either, because sometimes there is, during these culture wars and things, there's like a left-right mentality and things, and so people get kind of caught in the middle, or people in the middle get caught and they get left out, or they get left out of like different cultures, or like Carrie's been accused of being a transphobe, but then she'll get accused of being a racist, or all these different things. But the reality is she just loves people, and that's the most important thing when these paradigm shifts happen, is to have people that just love people and want to be around people. And she catches people that normally can get ignored or ostracized when these shifts happen. And those are the people that create subcultures that, build, ideas and build things that we haven't seen before. It's like, I kind of, with the same thing, the pendulum, I use like a term a lot called break the pendulum, because I think that the worst thing that we can see happen is the culture shift back to another level of extreme, where it's now censorship from the idea of like morality, instead of going, hey, it's good to have lessons and moral ideas and truth in society, but it's also dangerous to treat people that don't think the way you do as lesser than or other than, or ostracize them. And so I just really appreciate Carrie being able to catch people like that and have a group of people and meet people that I would have never met. Like I know who Buck is, but I would have never in a million years imagined to be on a stream with Buck ever. Or Cameron. I've been a fan of Cameron for a long time, and I would have never imagined to like even ever had a chance to message him on a live stream or be on a live stream with him and stuff, so, and Carrie's a big part of that, because she's like, hey, I just love people, and like, let's just like have conversations and have honest conversation about things, whether you agree with it or not. The fact is, at the end of the day, we all can respect each other's opinions without treating each other like we're evil people, or calling somebody Knittler, because the fact that somebody was like, that's pretty clever, and I think that that's a good example, instead of thinking that's absolutely ridiculous and hilarious. Because
that was a joke in a script. Somebody sent me a script for a job. I'm like, yep, okay, not getting hired. That's pretty unsophisticated humor there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to say that's one of my favorite things about Carrie. It was why I was really excited to be able to be here today and just celebrate her, because that's awesome.
I love it, guys. Thank you for coming.
I want to say something about that too, because it's absolutely my experience with Carrie as well. Carrie brings people together. I think I told her this maybe the second or third time I was on the show, because the second time I was on the show, Libby Emmons was on with me. That was the first time me and Libby ever spoke in person. And then she came on my show, and now I write with the Post Millennial and Human Events, and it's all because Carrie had us on the same show, and we made a connection. Yeah. And so
I love,
and Carrie's also been for
people.
Me.
Yeah. I love introducing people. However, Cameron had an experience, the first time it ever happened on my show.
Oh, you want to talk about that?
Well, we don't have to go too far down.
Well, we don't have. Let's not go into the details of who it was, whatever. I don't want. It's done. But I came on your channel what I was hoping to have a conversation about some stuff that I've actually talked about with Michelle on her channel, which is wonderful. About trying to be a person of faith in Hollywood. Like, I'm a Muslim, I'm a practicing Muslim. My closest friends in Hollywood are religious Christians and religious Jews, because they feel as ostracized. They feel as out. Like, I was hanging out with a friend of mine who is a very successful screenwriter who is a religious Catholic. We were having dinner, and we just were able to unload about how isolated and alienated we feel in this town. And then, it's just that we can't talk about faith here because there's these mantras. And so I came on with a colleague or someone that Carrie knew, who had worked as an actor. And unfortunately, it simply, when they found out I was Muslim, I think the first actual Muslim they met in their lives, but they thought they had read a lot about it. They'd read a lot of very negative things about it. And from the very beginning of the video, we were talking Hollywood. It's like, I want to confront you about this in the Quran. I was like, yeah, well, I don't think you interpret that correctly, and I think you're wrong about that. And I was, can we get back to Hollywood? Look, and it took derailed there because this person wouldn't stop. They wouldn't stop. When I would correct them, it was like, actually, that's not true what you just said. They would become increasingly agitated. The difference is, again, going back to what I said earlier, and poor Carrie was just mortified throughout that whole. I mean, her face was just like, what's happening here? Because Carrie's a devout Christian, I'm a devout Muslim. We're friends. We don't challenge each other's beliefs. We try to get each other to be better. Right. And this person had a very different moral character. They thought they shared Carrie's beliefs, at least on some ideological level about theology. They thought that, but they didn't share her moral character. And then they just left the stream. They just left the stream because, Carrie said, will you stay here and just be gracious to each other? And this person said, I can't be gracious to a Muslim. They're evil. Their religion's a lie. I cannot be gracious. And this was all live streamed. And it was heartbreaking. And they left. But it also bonded me to Carrie because right after that, I went, my sister's in Houston. I flew to Houston. And then I drove 3 hours to meet Carrie because the way she handled that was so dignified and so courageous. And I felt worse for her because she was just mortified watching this happening on live on a channel that she's tried to build people like us together where we can have disagreements without making them personal attacks. And that was a violation of how things were done. It actually brought us together, which I believe was God's plan.
That was the only time that had ever happened where it failed. Most of the time, introducing people that you have a good rapport with is just like, I love it. Because but that time I was so wrong. That actually taught me a lot because I was like, oh, they're gonna dig each other. And my friend was like, why didn't you tell me he was Muslim? I was like, I don't know, it didn't occur to me.
I don't see why it should matter.
Okay. Even if it was, it's like we're here to talk about our shared thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfectly understood. When you're not of someone else's religion, you don't share that person's beliefs. You might even have a critical view of that person. That's of their religion. That's completely understood, right? But we were there to talk about our shared struggles as people of faith in an industry that is hostile to belief in God, right? Yeah. She didn't want to engage that because she wanted to be, here's my chance to finally, hammer one of these guys that I hate, right? And unfortunate. Because we didn't get it would have mattered to the audience.
Yeah, but that doesn't usually happen. And it taught me a lot. Okay, I want to say something. If you're waiting backstage, I'm so sorry.
Well, I got to leave in a minute. So if you got somebody waiting, so maybe I'll take a moment now to say my farewells. I'm sorry to everyone here that I couldn't stay longer. I just have stuff going on.
Cameron, thank you so much for dropping by. It's cool.
Can I do this in the private chat? I'm going to drop my personal email. So some of you said that that you've been following me before. So drop me an email, and if you've got channels, I'm happy to come on. I don't know. I'm not going to wear my reading glasses to write this thing. But I'll be happy to come on in your channels and chat. I've been on Michelle's channel. Yeah, she's a devout Christian. I'm a Muslim, and we talk about Hollywood, and it's such a wonderful thing. And look who shows up here. My rock star friend, Culture Casino, just as I'm leaving. Who's got? I used to have hair like his. And he was like, I had rock stars, whatever. It's fine. So I've got my email in here. God bless everyone. Carrie, continue this incredible channel. Bring me back on sometime, and let's keep engaging people. Let's keep creating this community you're creating here. Yeah, right. This is the actual age of Aquarius, of people with different beliefs and backgrounds be willing to accept each other and not always agree, but always recognizing each other's humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
I love you, friend.
I love you, Carrie. God bless everyone.
That was
great meeting you.
That was very
powerful.
powerful.
Put that song in my head.
Yeah. That was very powerful. I have to say, Carrie, the same. I can lay that right on top of the trans stuff. As you know, it's completely out of control right now. And when you brought me on, I think people got so mad about it. And I'm like, we're having conversation. But people get so, the trans community is the same way. If you do not align with what they're saying, they just drop you out. They're not willing to listen to any other sides of the story. So being on your show had really been so eye-opening to me, even more about how polarized things are. Even religion, all of it. Everyone's just so polarized. It's crazy.
Yeah. Plus, I think I
posted about that yesterday. I had a viral post yesterday that was kind of talking about the pendulum swing and how, I started speaking out because I wanted to stop the pendulum at the bottom so it doesn't swing back to this extreme. But right now it's feeling like that's not possible. It's like a rubber band about to snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think we need people like Buck. I just switched microphones, so hopefully the sound is better. Cheeky had said my sound was low, so just let me know if it sounds better. But no, I mean people like Buck. In my own personal life, my own thoughts is I've been obviously you get very angry at the trans community, and that bleeds over and does this broad stroke across the whole trans community. And you listen to people like Buck, who's been very inspirational and really helps me bring it back to a calm, collected, critical thinking point of view. And I'm like, these are just people. These are people wanting to live their lives. And, I've struggled a long time. I used to have massive anger issues. And, so sometimes that hatred that you're angry and you want to focus it on something and you see the one thing that's pertinent at the moment in society, and you want to focus it on that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's people like you, Buck, and especially like Carrie. I mean, you're like one of the most wholesome people I've ever met, and I just think the world of you. And it's people like you that really bring us back and question ourselves. And I think that's what we should always be doing is, am I in the right here? Am I thinking right? Because like when I start to feel that anger and hatred come out, that's when I really try to, and I fail a lot, but try to focus and go, well, what am I doing wrong? What's wrong with me? Because ultimately, you know, I get inspiration from folks like Carrie and you, Buck, and other folks on this podcast that I'm meeting. It's just this community of people that just want to get along.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I kind of come from nerd culture. And so when I grew up, it didn't matter, you know, race, creed, religion, skin tone, or any of that. It was, hey, cool, somebody's into what I'm into, and we've been maligned by everybody else that we're in. You know, I grew up during the Satanic Panic and all that, so it was like, oh my God, you're playing D&D and you're othered. And so when it was somebody that was like into the stuff you're into, it didn't matter. You were just like, hey, that's cool. And now that there's this whole shift of nerd culture is like this kind of pop culture thing, and it's popular, but now it's so it others people, and it's so against people being themselves. And it's like, this isn't what I grew up with.
I think with that too, like, because I feel like that a lot of times too. And I think what helps me the most, I've been kind of telling people this is, and it's kind of cliche, but it's literally going and touching grass, getting off the internet, because the internet just makes us all feel a certain type of way about things. And actually for me, it's just been really helpful because I've been traveling the country and I've been seeing so many, you know, these right-wing extremists. I mean, I was getting hugs by MAGA Republicans last weekend at my event, and that's kind of how it's been. And so you get offline and you realize that this is not real life, and that's what it keeps me saying. I think
100%, it's not.
But also really finding these people like Carrie, you know, even though you're right, Sarah, but some of us really kind of have to be right in this space. And then Carrie giving us the opportunity to meet people that we might never be able to meet, or even have completely different opinions about things. But the civil, you know, the way people are so civil here and have, you know, and around you, it just shows that it's there. People want this. They actually do. But I think we're being taught this idea that if you don't, well, specifically, I'm talking about the crazy trans community. If you don't, and I'm laughing so I don't cry because it's so insane, you guys. I mean, you see it, but can you imagine me at 30 years of transition time and what I see? I mean, it is horrific. It is unbelievable to me that this is a trans community, because it's not. And the divide is created because they don't want us to do what we're doing here. They don't want us to find each other. They don't want us to have these, you know, conversations. I'd say it doesn't matter if you disagree with my transition. It really doesn't matter. If anyone doesn't like it, what matters is that you just see that I'm here and doing what I need to do. I do never need anybody to agree with my transition.
Well, it comes down to, I think the fact that the voices that are amplified are the ones that are on the extremes. I mean, when you get a bunch of people, thoughtful people together, even if they don't align perfectly, right, you're not tossed out of the group, right? And this, you know, something that Carrie talks about all the time. You need strict adherence to a cult-like behavior that creates this wave of anger and extremism and stuff like that. And I've been fortunate enough to hang out with Carrie and Tox and many other people on this panel before. And it's a conversation that needs to happen in public, because the more rational voices need to be highlighted, and that's really what it's all about when you want to talk.
Well, it's guys, like I'm going to jump in real quick because Neil has to take off.
Yeah, I've got to go. Well, before I go, there's one thing I wanted to say. I'm going to throw a hand grenade in there, and I'm going to say that I'm grateful for Kelly J. Keane, aka Posey Parker. I'm so proud of what she's done. So, and on that note, my phone's ringing, and I best go. So thank you for having me. See you all again.
Right on.
Bye-bye.
I want
Right
to
on.
pop up here and say I want to jump off so that there's other people that can come on. But and one reason I've just been sitting here not saying anything is that I'm just in such awe of the people on this stream. I'm fans of each and every one of you, and I don't want to talk over you, but I'm very grateful for Carrie and for her bringing me together with this community. I'm also a part of the LGBT plus community, and it's really great to see that there are other people out there that felt trapped in the middle like I did, and she's allowing us to prove to everyone that we're not all crazy cultists, leftists, that there are some normal ones in the bunch, and we stand up for kids, we stand up for women, we stand up for gays, and we stand up for trans people too, and I think that's the way it should be, and I'm very, very grateful for that. Also, I'm also an atheist, and thanks to Carrie, I've become less of an anti-theist and more of just a quiet atheist that has a respect for all religion, and I'll always thank her for that.
Before you go, Tracy, can you tell me a little bit, because I've heard of Keto and Crime, but I've never checked it out. I'm actually really curious about.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a bit of a weirdo. I do true crime, both white collar crime and murder, and I do horror film and dark history. Right now I'm doing a series on the Third Reich. I'm doing like a video on like Hitler's inner circle one at a time. So very, very dark stuff, which is why I like to come over here and talk about other stuff.
Have fun. You got to have fun with all that dark content. Tracy, thank you for coming. I'm so happy you could be here. We're going to hang out again soon. And
absolutely. If anybody here wants to come talk about murder or horror movies, I'd love to have each and every one of you.
I'm going to hold you to that. I'm super interested.
Get culture on your show. He's both.
Please, I would love to have all of you on, and we can talk about whatever you want.
I will teach you how to dispose of bodies. It's a good time.
Oh, I know how.
I
can always learn more.
3 weeks in Tijuana, talk culture.
I'm bringing on Birdie, and I just want to apologize to everyone waiting in the back. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry I didn't organize this very well in terms of start time, so people were just dropping in. I've added the famous artist Birdie Rose because I know she's on UK time. Like Neil James. Hello, Birdie.
I'll let somebody else on.
Yeah. Hold on. Something bad happened. All right, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. It's Birdie.
Oh my
God. Hey, Deb.
Broke the
I
internet.
assume it's a bad cable connection. Like,
yes.
You might have a bad wire.
Or it's just StreamYard not accepting the microphone properly.
Where'd Birdie go?
It was Birdie's mic. So Birdie, I'm going to try adding you again. Let's see what happens. Okay.
Nope.
It's like a real loud, like crazy crackling sound.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Try to change out, if you got another cable, try to change out your cable.
Or
she's
or
working
just
on
cycle
it.
through. Yeah.
Yeah.
Switch microphones.
Okay, she's going to come back. We've got the Shagsworth. Hello, Shagsworth. And we have Deb Fillman from The Reason That We Learn. Hello.
Hey,
you guys.
everybody.
How's it going?
Friends. Hi, Buck. Hi, Sarah. There's new people I haven't met. Hello to you too. I can't see name. So
we also have Culture Casino and Toxic Man Flu. Welcome. I brought them in and did not greet them.
That's all right.
Welcome.
That's fine, Carrie. We're used to you using us. It's fine. It happens on Monday nights. You guys say, "Oh, Carrie's so great. She's awesome." You see her behind the scenes on the Monday night show. She's like, "You guys are awful, horrible man."
I feel underdressed. I didn't do my hair for the occasion.
Honey,
did I. It's okay.
You're fine. And I just want to say, Toxic Man Flu is the most lippy little virus, whatever you are.
Yes. Yeah, my missus keeps me in line, so she might come in here and throw something at me. She's been known to do that. So,
yeah, and it has inspired my boss to come and huck shoes.
Yeah, she's thrown shoes at you. Mine just usually throws beef jerky, which is fine. But there, people were talking about you, Carrie, and bringing people together.
Yeah.
That's why I started watching you quite some time ago. with everybody's going on. Of course, I got to know you through Comix Division, who's out at the ranch and won't be able to join until later. So that's he fine. Is, yeah, I know he's going to try. But I echo, and you came from a lot of places and you've talked to a lot of people. But what the main thread that you have is a human love, all right? And I think we've lost that love and respect for other humans. And in this time, we've got a charged time going on here with stuff that's there. And what we had was somebody that was in trouble, and they acted out, and it hurt other people. Mm-hmm. And we had services that reacted to that, and we had people that reacted to protect children. And what we need to do is focus on people like Carrie and Comix and other people who are trying to bring people together. And as you said, it's not these two extremes. They're the small group, right? And as much as the internet has brought us all together to have these great moments, it's also allowed a very small group of people to amplify their voices because people are manipulating the algorithm. So to that end, the one thing I wanted to say on the show, that new anti-TikTok bill, it is the Patriot Act 2.0. They will be able to go back 20 years to grab anything that you've done online. And if they don't like it, which it's totally ambiguous, they'll be able to do whatever they want to you, lock you up for no reason, for as long as they want, just like the IRS. Right. And it's not subject to the Freedom of Information Act.
It's the Patriot Act on steroids.
It is. Yeah. It is. It takes away the last bastion of freedom. And I won't get started on the fact that they're doing the digital dollar starts in April. I want to get on that. But all of the us... coupons? Yeah. Well, it's the payment service that the government's starting. So what they'll do is they'll say, well, it's the federal government, it's a pilot. And then they'll say, well, if you're in the military, this is how you're going to get paid. Well, if you work for the government, this is how you get paid. Well, to be a contractor, this is how you're going to get paid. And before you know it, all of us will have to have it, or else we'll not be able to get paid.
Well, no, you could also have a completely divided economy, Talks. I mean, that's
and that's the thing. And that's what this show and what Carrie has brought people together are doing. We have a very diverse group of ideas and ideologies on this stream. None of us are upset about it.
Nope.
We're all different.
That's right.
It's about acceptance, but there is a line, right? Children, that's my line. All right? That's it. I don't care who you are, where you're from, what you're doing. You mess with kids, it's over.
That's right.
Right? And I think that that's a line that we can all set and say, okay, how do we work from there? How do we help
used to
people
be able
in a better
to.
place? Yeah.
We used to be able to too. It used to be the one thing we could just took for granted we could count on is everybody loved their kids, and you know, you could disagree on economic policy or even social policy to a large degree, but it was like drawing the line on kids. And I really feel strongly that we have reached that point where nobody would believe us. Like we went back in a time machine just 10 years ago. Yeah. We wouldn't even have to go more than 10 years. Yeah. And just said, hey, this is what's going on in 2023. We'd meet people and they'd be like, yeah, whatever. Like they wouldn't believe us.
Well, I would say, hey, I tell you what, I'm going to make $1 billion over the course of the next 5 years. And if I do, you have to listen to what I said about what's going to happen 5 years after that. How about that? You know, it would be pretty easy. But
if you made that $5 billion, I would date you.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I mean, that's the thing. It's always comes down to children. I mean, it's a consistent thing in history. It always comes back to like the last line in the sand is always kids. And if you don't stop before it gets there, then you have to, the pushback has to be visceral enough that they can't creep in there, because like the kids are the future and they know that. If you realize you're going to lose the battle, you're going to go after whatever you can. And the kids are the most vulnerable. They're the most innocent. They're extremely malleable. They're they're easily influenced and stuff. So it is on us to stand there. And there's been a lot of, there's such a weird position to be in. Like, I mean, being a Christian, I don't know who all on the panel is, and stuff. There's this conversation about like, okay, well, we have to love our enemies and how do you love people and stuff. But there's also a lot in the Bible about protecting people that are innocent and using influence that you have to be able to draw the line. Because, if you even watch like in the Gospels, like kids were always the last line with Jesus. Like when his like disciples were like dismissing kids, he's like, don't do that. Like don't dismiss children. Like they're like the future. They need
what
to
you
understand.
do to these, the least of us, you do to me.
You do to me. And so there's a conversation about that, and there's a reality to the fact that when they start going after kids, and you have to look at the bigger picture, what are they seeing that we're not looking at? And a lot of times it's because they know that there's a shift coming. They know that they're losing power, and even the conversation right now, with social media and stuff like that, because of the influence that it's had on kids and stuff, a lot of times the government realizes that and they go, oh man, how can we get in on this? I mean, we just had, a couple years ago, there was a whole conversation that our government had with Apple about getting access to like encrypted files from their users. And Apple is like, absolutely not, no. But now they're like, okay, well, look at how this thing's influencing people, and look how it's doing. They like to use kids, and they like to use the future as a scapegoat for why they should have more power and why they should do things. And at the same time, will then try to take away and by force take away like your access to your children, because we're also seeing government entities telling you your kids don't belong to you; they belong to the state. Things like that, absolutely, like unabashedly, like the line in the sand. And I think that's important to realize that should be a sign that we're winning, but it also needs to be a sign that we need to push back harder than we ever have before, because it's become so rational for some people to go, well, of course, like, why wouldn't we do this? Why wouldn't we tell a child to, like, distance themselves from their parents? And why wouldn't we just push these ideas and stuff like that? And it's now more than ever it's important to do that, because that's the biggest push right now.
And that's,
I'm going to jump in real quick, Culture. Sure. Michelle has to leave.
Oh no.
From Force of Light. I wanted to say goodbye. Thank you so much for coming.
Yes, I want to say on that really quick. I think what is so disgusting, and why you say it's like the line for people, they're coming for kids' innocence, and it's just like how evil, how wrong. Like in a world where your heart's gonna get hurt, you're going through so much, stuff in life, to come and steal a child's innocence is just evil. Like it really is. It's wrong. Right. And I think, you're right. That's totally where the line is for this. Yeah. But it was very nice talking with everyone in the chat, or all you guys, getting to meet everyone here. And Carrie, you know that Natalie and I love you. We appreciate you. As I've said in super chats, I appreciate the nuance you bring. And as people have mentioned, nuance sometimes kind of isn't going to get as many clicks as polarization, but nuance is so absolutely needed in our culture and society. So thank you for
I love you, lady. Thank you. Thanks for coming by.
Yes. Happy anniversary.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Bye. I wanted to jump in real quick and say something about the kids' innocence, what she just said. The thing that we have to recognize is not so much that the people pushing these horrible things have no boundaries, which they don't. I mean, they have no. They don't seem to understand the purpose of boundaries. So that's taking it a step farther. So people can say, I recognize boundaries. I don't want you to have them anymore. We used to call them revolutionaries, right? They just want to tear down boundaries. They wanted to, push limits or, spread things out a little bit because the boundaries were too constricting in their view. We've now got groups of people like the activists that we've seen who are playing dead in the, state house in Texas and all this kind of stuff. These people don't even understand the purpose of boundaries. They don't think that boundaries have any place in human existence. And that's a terrifying situation, because when you have a growing number of people who genuinely don't see where they end and others begin, like at all, in any way, shape, or form, that, what I want and what I want right now is your obligation to do for me, give me, or be, or celebrate, recognize, whatever it is. You're talking about a person who doesn't, it's like sociopathy on just spread en masse, because they see people then as things, services to be rendered.
Yeah. It's very much like Brave New World, the book.
Oh yeah. I was reflecting on what Mike said up there. And it's funny because I listened to punk music and a whole lot of other things when I was growing up, and the idea of your body is not yours, it belongs to the state, and the extended ideas that come with that, from some punk industrial whatever you want to classify them at. Consolidated had an entire album warning about exactly what we're living through right now.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely terrifying. And the thing is, we're watching in real time as California votes into law the opportunity for the government to take children from parents.
Yeah.
You know, and it's very, very uncomfortable. Now, other countries in the world are already doing this. We're watching it in real time. Formerly Western, what we would consider somewhat democratized countries. But now, I mean, you have countries with unelected leaders that are in positions of power that are pushing for this one world government idea. That is not a solution to a problem, and government is never the answer.
How many of these people have kids? I think the vast majority of them don't have kids.
Mm-hmm.
They despise the traditional view of family.
That's right.
And because they can't produce kids, they want to indoctrinate.
Yeah.
And it's like a virus.
Yeah.
Well, it's all about power. The indoctrination is about power. Yeah, they want the next generation to belong basically to them and be ruled by them, and so that they are indoctrinating them into these ideas, and most of them are based on the postmodern neo-Marxist classifications, because they want to instill that, and that in and of itself is the idea of Marxism, is to take the kids, make them wards of the state, and then they act upon it. But even going back to like the TikTok ban, think about this. Where do kids, TikTok is mostly left-wing kids. If you never want to win another election, you ban TikTok, because those kids will grow up and they will vote you out. So I think that's if Republicans are pushing for that, they need to understand that they're just not doing a good enough job at marketing to kids on that app.
I think you're giving them too much credit, Sarah. I'm sorry. I think the Republicans are just as all in on this as they were on the Patriot Act.
And
I'm just not buying it. I'm not buying it at all.
Yeah, that's
it's a potential for a power play. And the thing is, this is something that has been talked about. Forgive me because I know I can rant about this, but like Twitter and what happened with Twitter was talked about like about 5 years ago. Joe Rogan had Jack Dorsey on his podcast, and he told him, he said, listen, if you don't do something about these echo chambers, if you don't do something about the extremism on your app, he's like, the government is going to step in and they're going to have a say in it. And he didn't listen. And then sure enough, what did we find out the whole time? They were already in bed with the government the whole time that conversation was going on. Go ahead, Jax.
Can I say, this is something I've been thinking about recently. I've been talking about like on my own.
I'm going to wait just before we go down this path. This is Shagsworth. I failed to introduce him properly. Welcome, Shaggy. And we have the famous artist Birdie Rose here from the UK. I know she's got to leave soon because she's on UK time. We've also got a lot of people waiting backstage, and if you're waiting backstage, bear with me. This is a mod nightmare. I'm learning what it's like to be a mod. So I want everyone to feel good. I know it's terrible. We're gonna bring in we're gonna say goodbye to Toxic Manflu and Culture Casino. You guys are welcome back throughout the night if you want to come back.
Sure.
And thank you so much for being here. Tell people where they can find you.
Oh, well,
I don't know. Culture? He's everywhere.
That's true.
Everywhere you go, if you say add Culture Casino, he will show up.
I'm streaming
Twitter,
somewhere.
Instagram, OnlyFans, OnlyFeet, Only Hair. He's got all of that stuff to go and see them.
Look, I'm leaning into Only Elbows right now, Tox. Come on, dude.
I know.
You're getting rid of the Only
Toes? They look like my 70-year-old dad leaning over in the shower. It was awful.
Hey. All right. Well,
that's why I no longer eat raisins.
If you're looking for both of us together and the love that we share in just the most unique way,
I love you, Culture.
Anyway, what was
it's Monday and Thursday nights for over on Comix Division's channel.
Yeah.
Culture has a late night show on Sunday. He does something on Tuesday. He's got a 6-minute daily every day that's filled with news about entertainment. It's great. A lot of people watch that. So
they can get a
Carrie,
nap,
congratulations.
Right?
You truly are one in a million.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Carrie. Love you very much. Goodbye, everybody, and congratulations.
Bye, Shags.
See ya.
The Rasputin costume's doing real well there, Shags.
Yeah,
looking good.
Look very Rasputin
right there.
Yeah. Bye.
I can.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye, guys. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to bring in a couple people, and then Shags, I'm going to let you pick that back up.
Myself.
But I know Jay can't stick around long, so Jay, Drunk 3PO is here. What? Hello, sir.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
I'm
And
doing like a
then-
whole remodel. Like everything is changing from my mic to camera to everything. So everything is different. So I get to
You
test
sound
it out on
great.
this live stream. So as long as it sounds good. Oh my God, Epic Mike is here.
I was about to leave. I was trying to get out of here before you started yelling me out. He was already calling me out in the chat earlier. Listen, since Jay's gonna do that, listen, Jay wrote a book.
So
And
this
he's
isn't
one
about me, man.
I know, but we're celebrating people that Carrie connects with, and I just want to say, we just talked about kids and influencing children and stuff, and Jay was somebody, he said, hey man, I'm writing a book. It's important that kids have stories that they can read, that they don't have to worry about being influenced by and their ideologies pushed on them and all that stuff. And I was so excited the day it dropped. I went out and bought 2 copies for my kids, and I had no question that this was a person that would write a story that my kids could read, that I could read with my kids and have no concern about what is the influence going to be or how is it going to affect them. And the fact that it's a testament to Carrie that she finds people like Jay. It's Jay's an awesome dude, and it's just a testament to all the people on this panel. I do need to get going because if I don't, I'm just going to keep interrupting everybody and talking, and I don't want to do that.
As soon as I show up, everybody wants to leave.
I know. I was like, I gotta get out of here. Listen, go check out Jay's book. Continue to support Carrie. Everybody in this panel. Listen, it's awesome to meet you guys. I hope to meet you guys all again soon. It's mind blowing. Carrie, you're the best. Congratulations.
You're the best. You
I look
guys,
forward to another
Epic
5
Verse
years.
TV. This
Yes.
is what Epic Mike is working on with Josiah Rises. They're doing original content like series and movies, and they're not going to include any preachy kind of stuff. It's going to just be fun entertainment. So go follow Epic Verse.
Yeah,
Very excited. for them.
epicverse.tv. Thank you guys so much. Carrie, seriously, you're the best. I can't say enough good things about you. Whenever I talk about it, I'm like, oh man, Carrie's amazing. So yeah, thank you guys. You guys have a good night.
Goodbye, sir.
See you
See
later.
ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
I'm really weirded out by the fish that's gone. What the guy that was the fish? That's so strange.
It wasn't really a fish. It was a germ.
He's
so weird.
I actually have never seen his face, and I just picture him like that little virus. So
Is it a virus? I thought it was a fish. I'm sorry. I misspecied him.
What kind of fish do you have in England?
You guys, please welcome the famous artist Birdie Rose.
Hey.
Hi, I'm glad my mic works. I'm sorry for hurting your ears.
And I also have Deplorable Knitter is back. And waiting backstage is her partner in crime from Politically Incorrect Knitters, Ann Pinkova. And just hold tight, we'll have you on screen soon. I know the knitters are just.
I'm like, is that real? I guess it is.
So Carrie just sent the link out to like 100 people and say I'll try to join it.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is how I do real parties in real
That's
life.
hilarious.
And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. I can only have a certain number on. I pictured like 100 people would just be like having fun on camera. And then the logistics of it are kind of like, oh, shit. Anyway.
I'm surprised
Jay,
you
thanks
can't
for
have more though. At least 2 more.
I think it depends on what kind of account you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna take off because I don't want the state to take my kid away from me. So he's waiting for me. So I'm gonna. It's been awesome. I just wanted to drop in, say hi, and see everybody, and really just give you a ton of love, Carrie.
Thank
You're
you,
so
Buck.
awesome, and I just really value your friendship a lot, and everybody here. I value everybody's friendship, and together we can really just like make some change, please, God, please. So anyway, everybody have a great night, and thanks for inviting me, Carrie. I really
Thanks for
appreciate it.
dropping by, Buck.
Yeah, I'll
Take
talk to you
care.
See you later.
Have a
Bye.
good night.
Bye.
Great meeting you, Buck.
Okay. Shags, you were in the middle of making a point before I cut you off so rudely.
Yeah, I was responding to what like Mike was talking about with like Rogan talking to Jack Dorsey about like like dismantling these echo chambers and stuff like that. And while I agree to an extent, I think something that's really important that people forget is we shouldn't allow these big bodies like to create rules for us. And I think we need to look even like lower than that. And this is something I continually talk about. And no one ever likes these solutions when I bring them up in my own personal discussions because they're looking to politicians to legislate their lives for them. And I don't particularly care for that. I would like to sort of have agency over myself and my family. And I think that's where like the most important thing needs to happen, or most important change is not letting kids onto these sites, or at least telling them like the pitfalls that are associated with them, because I don't think you're ever going to escape an echo chamber. You're always like, when you find people you like, they're just, I mean, you are friends with people usually because they enjoy similar things. So to an extent, we're all a part of an echo chamber, but it's about how you manage that echo chamber and being able to step outside of it at healthy times. And, you know, and just tell, you know, having these big companies say, oh, you got to get rid of this. Like, no, we need to teach our kids and teach these young humans how to manage their different aspects of their life. And that's something we're not getting, because now kids are treated like purses. Like, oh, I just want a kid to like put on my hip and walk around, and, you know, I'm a parent. Like, they don't realize the time it takes to actually raise a good person. You know, it's a challenge every day. I've had this conversation on Facebook. I know I'll roll my eyes at that. Like, with people who are like, I don't want to have kids. And they're like, I don't understand why people don't like that. Like, we shouldn't raise kids in this world. I'm like, well, by that logic, you're stuck in a world where people don't know how to manage their day-to-day activities. You're just going to abandon the world because it's too hard. Or, I mean, I get it. Like, some people, they probably shouldn't be parents, but the only way through this is by raising the next generation of good people, by raising tolerant people.
But you do understand that this is where we are, where things are too hard and people begin to quit. So I don't know how that got programmed in our brain, in certain people's brains. I mean, you could start from video games. They now have like easy mode where you never die. That was never a thing in early video game.
All kids should have to play Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. I just think like the first or second Zelda game, then maybe they'll go through that. But everything is what I mean. Even now, as a former 5th grade teacher, there were kids that were moved up a grade and they completely failed the grade before, because it's just like, we're just herding cattle. You know, it's just like, let's just keep moving them up. And I don't even know how many kids graduated and passed and things like that, where they didn't actually do anything during the lockdowns because they were just like, well, that's like whatever, everybody gets a free pass and not have to have any education. And I also, for me personally, I think a huge thing is that young people today, they just don't have any sense of value or purpose.
Well,
and so they find these things that are like, no, that's not where you find your purpose. But that becomes their rallying, they rally cry around, these social issues that they think is important.
A lot of that is the millennial generation raising kids who were always given a trophy, and now they're teaching their kids that everything is going to be handed to them, and that and so they have no purpose because they have no struggle. They don't understand the value of what struggle actually brings. If they have struggled, then it brings them pain, and so they can't deal with that, and so then they act out in aggression in all different ways, and so they throw tantrums, and then they get to be adults and they still throw tantrums, and it's just what's been, and it's a perpetual downward spiral in a lot of ways. And like I said, it's my generation that has caused a lot of this.
Well, I blame Martha Stewart, and you guys would probably laugh at me, but one of the problems with progressivism in general is that it's progress is good. Progress is always good. There's not anything negative that comes out of continuing to move forward, like you're never going to hit a cliff. And the problem is that perpetuates this myth that perfection is possible. We saw this back in the 1920s. They thought they could make the perfect human. We've seen the Nazis do it. We've seen different people throughout history try to make the perfect thing, the perfect person, the perfect household, the perfect whatever. And the reason I said Martha Stewart is something happened in the late 80s. That was, I graduated high school in 83, college in 87. And what I noticed, even from my young childhood, is this notion that you could be the perfect version of yourself, or you could perfect yourself, whether it was your body, your home, whatever it was. And then you add the internet to that. And you get this notion that A, perfection is possible, therefore I should be constantly trying to achieve it. And then B, everyone else is going to be judging whether I have, not just my own family or my own neighbors, but like everyone suddenly is going to be judging if I've achieved it. And the flip side of that is it's too freaking hard, because it is too hard, because it's not possible. So we stopped looking for improvement. We stopped looking at a value of, I want to be better tomorrow than it was yesterday, but I'm not striving for perfection, because when you set the bar too high, people do become apathetic. You get the people who become, the type A, forget it, I'm going to fake it, I'm going to lie, I'm going to plastic surgery myself into oblivion. And then you get the other flip side of that is, forget about it. I'm not even trying, because there's no way I'm going to achieve that. And you create this rebel culture of apathy and non-achievement as a flipping the bird to the no, you have to be perfect side of things. That's what I see, because now what I see is it's almost like a virtue to do nothing, a virtue to be like an underachiever. It's like Bart Simpson on some kind of heavy duty, like steroids. I keep using that analogy, but there's something weird about this apathy. Like they're proud of it. It's not just, I don't care. It's, I don't care and you can't make me, and you are the problem. You who do care are the problem. You who want some achievement, you who want to see me do better. So we have easy mode. We have trophies. We have no discomfort whatsoever, safe spaces. And I think it's a response, an overcorrection to this era of, even the, everyone gets a trophy, was that I have to look like a good parent. And that's the last thing I want to say, and I'll shut up. Part of the parenting problem is we created the myth of the good parent, which implies there's a bad parent. Now, come on, we all knew what a bad parent was. They hit you, they cussed you out. They're abusive. But we created this myth that there's something called the good parent, meaning that there's these degrees, as opposed to just a parent. The good parent gets evaluated by other people, not just the kid. So again, my parenting is on display. I need to look like a good parent, or be a good parent on paper, have people look, right schools, good grades, sticker on the back of the car, honor student. But what is doing the job well is just doing it. So if you're so busy acting it or playing the role of look at me, you're not really tuned into the kid. And that doesn't always look like something from the outside, right? You can't put that on paper. You can't wear that out like the purse. And I saw this Instagram reel the other day that perfectly explained this. It said, just be a parent. Be an adult. Stop worrying about, am I good? Am I a good parent? Am I a bad parent? Just think about, what does my kid need right now? What are they dealing with? And respond to them. Be there. Be in the moment, and stop like grading yourself against some standard. And I think that's a big problem we face right now.
Yeah, I think you hit on.
Could you imagine if they ever actually implemented socialism? Because that's what's going on. It's like that. It's the perfect example of why socialism never works, because you have these people at the bottom that will never work, and then when people start realizing that they're providing for everybody else, they won't work either.
Yeah, they found that. That's the true story of Thanksgiving, is what they found out.
I'm just going to introduce. Let me jump in here. We've welcomed 2 comedians to the party, and I shamelessly forgot to introduce Peter Feliciano, who's here.
It's been like 10 minutes. I've been sitting here thinking up brilliant witticisms patiently, and all of a sudden Geno is in here, and now it's time to introduce everybody. Oh, so Geno.
And then Geno Bisconte.
I see how it is.
So hurtful.
His cat gets a higher billing than I do.
And Geno's cat. And then we also have Ann Pinkava.
Yes, I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't introduced as a comedian, but that's okay.
She's a knitter. We got a knitter here.
Well, that's because women aren't funny.
Yeah, and I'm surprised I was introduced as a comedian. So it seems like there's a little column A, little column B there.
A little bit of that.
So welcome to my party / conversation 1-year stream. If you guys are just joining us, we're just hanging out, trying to have fun tonight, introducing people to one another. And we've already had like a big mix up of folks. Drunk 3PO, I know you can't stay long. I don't want to keep you. Can you just tell us, this is a question we asked at the beginning, what's something that you're excited about or joyful about right now?
Joyful? I'm actually really excited because I've seen an explosion of like creativity amongst my friends and everyone during this time of terrible movies and film and shows and stuff that's going on. It's like, it's pretty cool to talk to them on the phone and to hear like what they're planning, what they're working on, what they're investing in, what they're doing. So like, to me, that's pretty impressive. People that wanted to write a book are writing a book. People that wanted to do music are doing music. People that wanted to make short films are doing it. They finally stepped up and started doing it. And that, to me, that's awesome. I love hearing that, and it inspires me and encourages me to like, keep doing what we're doing over at my place. So it's that brings me a lot of joy to see people stepping in their passion and seeing it come to light. So.
What do you? I got to ask you is, I would say inspired. I don't know if inspired is a word, just more like proud and happy to see it happen because I'm not really in that space. But is what Eric July did with Rippaverse. I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Pretty impressive.
And the model.
And the fact that he's creating this like parallel economies, I think the word, or words rather, and showing that it can happen. You can be successful. And I think that has inspired a lot of people that needed that inspiration to say, okay, I have the courage to go out on my own and try something. And what was previously talked about is people need that. They need the confidence enough in themselves to fail. Like, we need to be able to embrace failure, and we need to be able to have role models. And that's why, to give my little kudos to Carrie is, a lot of your topics might not play well to the algorithm, and it's going to be a slower slog to kind of build that audience. But the audience that you have and the connections that you have made are the connections that last. They're the people that are there. They're going to stick by you. And it's because, one, like, I think
I just get to have a good time and meet lots of people.
I know, but
and
you're
that's
this
like the
wholesome
most
person.
And
That's
you
the
know,
best.
and
You're
all
being
kinds of
humble.
people. No, but
Don't
it
tell
is.
me
It's
to
like-
embrace failure. I hug Pete every time I see him. I've been sitting on that for 2 minutes. Come
I'm
on.
gonna go cry now. Okay? You're assaulting a person of
Let
color.
me explain
okay?
the joke.
Geno?
It was really
I'm a
clever.
person
I
of
hug
color.
Pete. I hug him. I hug. Did everyone get it? It's a lot of highbrow stuff.
it.
This is
Okay,
bald.
okay.
This is
Yes.
bald
I didn't
day
get
of
it.
awareness.
I know
Come
we have
on.
to say goodbye to Sara Higdon. Thank you for dropping by, lady. Tell people where they can find you.
Absolutely. Yeah, go to my website, sarahhigdon.com, youtube.com/Sara Higdon. If you didn't see, Carrie was my first guest on my show that was kind of inspired by Carrie's show. Same news channel every Monday at 7 p.m. On YouTube, Rumble, everywhere you can get your podcast. And yeah, Carrie was my first guest. All my links are on my website, but Twitter and Instagram, Sara Higdon with an underscore after it.
Sarah's
Remember
been
the
canceled
underscore.
so many times.
So many times.
Yeah.
Like over the last couple months, the big one was being locked out of Twitter and getting on Newsmax because of it,
Nice.
Try sound effect, girl.
Fail off, right?
Thank you for stopping by. And Drunk, I know you got to take off soon.
Yeah, I'm still on this book tour thing, so off to the next channel.
Tell me about your book if you have a quick second before you take off.
Sure. My first Indiegogo project, Achromatic Chronicles Blue. It's a 200-page graphic novel that is designed for the younger audience. And it's a book that helps young people understand that you don't have to be perfect at everything to have purpose and value in this world. So it's a fun adventure story that doesn't have all the nonsense in it that we're seeing today. And we're doing some incredible things with it because I know there's a lot of people that are like, that's not really a book for me. but we're doing this whole donation thing if you want to buy a book to give away. And we're going to go on a little tour in October and drop the book off to several places that have young people that probably can't afford to buy one if they wanted one. So it's pretty cool. There's a lot of good stuff going on out in the world, even though we see a lot of the bad. So
you highlight a lot of the good stuff, and you remind me of Dolly Parton because she does the same.
That's a interesting comparison. I don't know if I have the
When I
same
think of Jay, I
figure.
always think of Dolly Parton.
No, but have a fun day. This is all about you, Carrie. Nothing but love. It was nice seeing y'all.
Thank
and
you,
we'll
thank you,
catch
dude.
you. We'll
Thanks
catch
for
you
showing
soon.
up.
On the book.
Bye. Okay, guys. Steph from My Nerdy Home. Hello, Steph.
Hi. Congratulations on the year.
Mike Harlow joining us.
Never heard of him.
Hey! Oh, now we're letting the gays in here.
Hey,
I have a little tribute to Tiger Smith behind me. for
Get
the
it out of
occasion.
there. I'm gonna get sick.
And if you don't mind, is there someone that would mind, two people that would mind going backstage for a minute so I can have a couple people on?
I can go
I will
backstage. I've been
go.
on from the beginning.
Thank you for having me. I have to
Deplorable
go
Knitter.
do that horrible everyday parenting thing where like we do bedtime and all that stuff, the stuff that they don't glorify. I have to go do that. So thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
This is where you guys can find out more info about Deplorable Knitter. She does a show called Politically Incorrect Knitters. It's up here on the screen.
we lost power, so I gotta go. All
Bye,
right,
lady.
thanks.
Well, now that I'm sick by Mike's background image, I can go throw up in the background if you need me to. And
Geno, no, there was no knitter joke. I was just thinking of one the whole time. I was just like,
well, when it went black, I'm like, of course that knitter didn't pay her electric bill, but I didn't say it. I didn't say it. It bit through my tongue.
I was so waiting for it. I just needed it. I'm sorry. Continue, Carrie. It's your show.
No,
my dear.
do you
But I
guys
didn't.
know? Do you all know each other? Steph from My Nerdy Home. Have you met Geno?
No,
Steph.
I have met nobody on this panel.
Well, welcome. I know Epic Mike was here earlier, who you know. We're just rotating folks in and out, saying hello, and I'll give you guys the floor. What do you want to talk about?
Greg,
If
I
I could-
missed you.
Yeah, if I could tag on one thing about the parenting thing, and I talk about this in my act, and it touches on the last two people that talked about it. Like the word I always say in the act is people don't get that the word parent is a verb, and we're reminded of that. You know, despite the fact that I can't believe that knitter actually lives with her kids, we're reminded. Did anyone? Thank you, Peter gets that because a lot of times knitters don't hang out with their kids. So what I'm saying.
And you're canceled.
I'm telling you, I could be doing this alone in my apartment with 0 other boxes, and I would be laughing at the joke again.
Yes.
But I'm saying people don't get that the word parent is also a verb. And when people say they're a parent, they're like, I have a kid. But a parent is what we just saw there. It's like, all right, I got to go anyway. I got to feed my kids. I got to fucking raise them right. I have to do things and interact with them. And it touches upon what you were saying as well. Naughty librarian with the blonde hair, whose name I don't know. It just... Nowadays, people are like, they think having a kid makes them a parent. I've got an overdue library book. It's the Diary of Anne Frank. I can't return it. All the pages are stuck together. So the point I'm making, they're stuck together from my tears, okay? Because I cry when I'm done masturbating. But what I'm saying... I might add a couple before I got here. What are you, Mother Cabrini? You never touch your stuff. But what I'm saying is, all kidding aside, it's like when you're raised right, when you're raised to respect other people and listen and learn how to like take a joke and just talk and like that makes you a person that can listen and respect and have conversations like this and not just immediately shut down. When your parents are there and you're like, hey, I put on a dress, and they're like, okay, you do that. You're 5. I'm not going to lop your genitals off, like, or add 8 pieces. And I'm just saying that's like parenting. That's what it is. It's something that you do for your kid, not for attention. All right, I'm done.
Well,
I got
also
3.
setting an example.
Cat.
No, I just wanted to get in 3 knitter and 2 Holocaust jokes, Mike. What's the big deal? All right.
I showed up at the right time.
Part of that verb is, how about being a person they might want to emulate? Like part of the parenting is actually doing the thing you'd like to see your kid do. Like, they look to us as role models, right? Well, if they're not seeing us do, if it's this.
Yeah.
We don't do anything. We don't go anywhere. We don't go out. They don't see us interacting with our friends. They don't see us interacting with other humans ever, or whatever they see is really negative. They're going to go to the next available adult and be like, should I be like you? Should I be like you? Should I be like you? I mean, this is like a normal thing. Little humans look to big humans to see, how do I be a big human someday? And if the big human is the person in the kindergarten classroom, it looks like some of the people we see on TikTok, and you're not providing something that is, or didn't before they got to that person, you're competing with that now. What little bits you're demonstrating of how to be a big human, they're like, that looks like more fun. I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, you're actually competing with TikTok itself as well, because I reckon a lot of kids are looking there for role models.
Be compelling.
Your country mates. Sorry, I hadn't heard you speak.
But what's wrong? What's the matter?
We've 2 Brits.
Oh, Kieran
White.
and Birdie.
Kieran White is also here.
Voice. I was surprised.
Also British
Lovely to meet you, Birdie.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. So you're up early.
Well, I'm actually on vacation in Vietnam, of all places, so I'm up very early. So it's about 7 a.m. Hence the glasses, pre-coffee. Hence the probably descending into verbal diarrhea. So that's I'm holding back.
Excellent.
Not pre tea and biscuits or chip Cheerio.
No, there's not many tea and biscuits to be had in Vietnam, to be fair. But
just prostitutes.
Plenty of those. Yeah.
I
like free those as well.
So, Greg, do you mind if I move you backstage?
No, stay in the chat. Yeah, you can send me the backstage.
I'm going to send you backstage for a second
anyways.
because I've got a New Zealander who wants to say hello and also in a different time zone.
Throw me backstage.
Let me see how to do that. Hold on. There we go. Marie Buskey is here from New Zealand. Now, Marie is one of the problematic knitters as well, Geno.
Aren't they all? Isn't that redundant?
Brand new radio show.
And while she's joining us, I wanted to say Birdie Rose. I don't know how many people here know the famous artist Birdie Rose. I know Deb does. But the knitters are the ones who introduced me to Birdie and said, you have to talk to this lady. And I did. And I was just blown away. She's an incredible artist. She's got an amazing story. And she's one of the people who've been, canceled by her own side, by the left, for daring to say things like, biological sex is real.
Don't say that.
I want your hat. Where do I get it? Is it yours? Did you design it?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
you can get
buying that.
one.
Where's the link?
It's on the the internet.
On the internet.
That should narrow it down.
It's on my website, the famous artist birdierose.com or something.
She has so many beautiful designs. I'm just going to share one of them. I just pulled a random one up, Birdie. She has this tattoo style for her art. And this is a good example.
Ooh,
but
I like that.
But you guys need to know this lady. That's what I just adore her. So thank you guys for hanging out for my 1-year anniversary. Thanks for coming. Marie Buskey, can you hear us now?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Where are you?
I'm in my shop. I'm working. Hi to my store. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I'm another one of those crazy knitters. I've been hearing bad knitting jokes.
Like what?
You boys better be careful. We run around with sharp sticks. You'll be amazed at what I can do with a knitting needle. Mind you, it might turn some of you on, just saying. Anyway, hello.
Do you talk a lot in movie theaters?
Me? No, why would I want to go to do that? Hello. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I had to pop by because this is so special. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it's been a year. This is Marie Shaw,
I know.
Skeins Yarn, also a canceled knitter.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
For
And
saying-
it's
Cancelled knitters?
Look, a cancelled knit is the only sort of knitter you have to be fair.
Exactly. And also with the knitting wars, that one of the reasons that the knitting wars is so vicious, not just because it's mostly women, just saying, but because it's a lot of shop-based cancellation, that it is people's businesses that people are attacking. It's not just an online peasant sort of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, sorry, and of course I live in New Zealand, so we like to do things like scream down nice diminutive little English ladies who come over to talk about women and things like that.
I saw that. How's it been since then? Is it been weird?
Sorry, go ahead, Bertie.
Oh no, I was just asking if it's been weird in New Zealand since.
Yeah, Bertie, it's been really weird, and
I bet it has.
It has been interesting because for people that don't know, we have an exceptionally progressive parliament and government here, and even people who are in the sort of more in the socialist end of the swamp, even they're sort of taken a step back and gone, ooh, I think that was actually a bit tough, to be honest, but wrong. So yeah, it's sad. It's really sad.
It was a little bit over the top.
Oh, just a bit, yeah.
I was in I've been doing audio visual for a hotel here in Austin. So I have to sit sometimes and listen to presentations that I really don't want. Most of them are just boring corporate nonsense, right? About synergy and all kinds of horrible things. But today's was health. Well, I'm not going to say the name of the company, but let's just say it was a large health insurance organization. And they spent a huge portion of their presentation today talking about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. How do we implement that? And how is the government going to first incentivize DEI implementation, and then how they're going to penalize? And I'm just sitting there not only grossed out by the entire topic, but also just thinking to myself, like, you guys should have stopped this 10 fucking years ago. The idea that corporate life, and maybe it's a lot of different reasons why, but they thought, okay, if we just give the bully money now, they won't come back tomorrow. If we okay, we'll do it. Yeah, check the box. It's all right. No. You don't understand what bullies are. When a bully gets your money today, they come back tomorrow and say, give me more fucking money. They do not relent. And I'm just sitting here listening to the crushed spirits around me and just watching the sadness on their faces. How do we implement this? And not stopping to think, should we? And by the way, I'm one of the only two people of color in the room. It's all a bunch of white motherfuckers, like, hurting each other, pressuring each other into doing this DEI. And I'm just sitting here like, ask me. Stop going to these activists that just want your money. Sorry.
White saviors.
Yeah.
White saviors is right.
White saviors.
Steph, you asked if everyone here's a canceled knitter. Not everyone. We just had a canceled dancer join us, Martina Markota. Hello, lady.
Hey. I was just looking through your videos, and I just saw a few other canceled people, and I was just like, okay, so
yeah. We've got this is the place to come if you want to talk about what it's like going through a woke mob.
Mike's been kicked off of Twitter how many times, Mike?
I've been permanently banned 4 times, 20 across platforms. I've beaten every single one except TikTok. Screw TikTok.
Yeah.
It's gonna get banned anyway.
Yeah, hopefully.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, I mean, I'm not on it. When you reach your 50s, it's bad enough you're on Twitter and in YouTube chat rooms screaming at people in all capitals to get your point across. But everything I read about, it's like, is it true? Like what you hear about TikTok, like in China, like it's a completely different platform. It promotes like good behavior and academic achievement. And here they've got us dancing like monkeys. I almost said knitters, but they do. It's insane. Thanks for getting that first, Mike. It's insane that this is out there, and I don't know how they let it go on.
In China.
It's more than heavily filtered. They actually, I remember I went to China back in.
You went to China?
I went to China for a week. Yeah.
Why?
Weird country. Couple of things. They spit on the floor. Okay. Number two, there's no such thing as OSHA. All right. So if you're walking by a construction site, just try to live.
Also lines. They don't do lines.
They don't. Yeah. It's just
like yelling like at a counter.
And everybody, it's like, you know, going on the road. It's very, you know, dog eat dog. Geno,
literally.
Where are you? Thank you. Dog eat dog. There's
We don't need to know about the restaurants.
Hey, but the reason why I bring that up is because I remember I was dating this girl who was a musician over there, and they knew some ways around VPN stuff, but every single type of internet access, social media, whatever, it's all monitored. All of it is monitored by the government. You can get around it with other secret VPNs and stuff like that, although they may have cracked down on that since they got rid of Hong Kong and crushed everybody's spirits a few years ago. But yeah, it's all of it is monitored.
Please welcome my husband to the stream, Anthony Garcia.
Yay!
Woo, yo, dude.
The incredible musician, singer, songwriter, piano player. He does everything.
Oh, you're muted.
Except use the microphone.
You got to unmute yourself. Oh, wait, here.
I didn't even want to know what he called Pete while he was muted. But anyway.
Yeah, your mic is muted, babe.
I just talked you up as this great, you know.
I was just saying, I couldn't hear it, so I need you to repeat the whole thing again, please.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. Anthony Garcia.
So Peter,
were you just talking about eating dogs in Asia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony lived in Korea for quite a while.
I lived in South Korea for 4 years. I was teaching English.
That sounds horrible. I don't know why all people go there.
Why are you so shocked that people move to live in Asia?
Because it sounds like a horrible. He went to China. You lived in Korea. He's doing his tour of Nam. It sounds horrible.
But there's two parts to Korea. There's north and south. Was you in South Korea?
Better north or better south. I mean,
I was living over there teaching English.
Korea sounds better than China, though. China's
it is, and Korea is honestly not that great. But it's better, and it's true. People not only do,
Japan sounds awesome.
Japan is amazing, but it's super expensive. But Korea, they have an exact their idea of what polite is, or basically their idea of what polite is an exact negative of what ours is. So holding the door open for someone here would be considered polite. Over there, you might as well be pulling your pants off and flashing someone. It's ridiculous. But as far as what you were saying, like spitting on the floor, and I was teaching university over there the last 3 years I was there, and I'd have kids in my class in a university classroom, like sitting at the back, like just like nothing, keep writing, keep doing the assignment. Like, can you please not do that in my classroom?
Like an old lady thing, where they're like, boy, I'm so happy.
Their idea of indoors and outdoors, everything outdoors is dirty. You can urinate everywhere. You can actually even sometimes defecate anywhere you want. You can do anything outside, spit, hawk loogies anywhere, restaurants, on the ground. But the minute you step inside someone's house, your shoes come off. Everything's pristine. It's clean. So, the indoors of a home or of a school or a place of business is, that's the clean space, and everywhere else is public space. And people are also sort of inanimate objects, so you can kind of push strangers out of the way. There's a whole, but it's a great place to live. I lived there 4 years. No, it's a lot of,
also, he says the drinking culture there is like, it puts America's drinking culture to shame.
Yeah,
Go on.
Speaking of defecation, they also in China, at least.
Speaking of
the public,
What a
restroom-
segue.
So you could get blind drunk and piss yourself as long as you're outside of the bar, and that's cool,
You
right?
can get blind drunk at any time of the day as long as the bar continues. There's no last call, and you could get drunk. You could do anything you want to. You can pretty much do anything you want to anyone. I mean, you could. I mean, if you get in I'm sorry, I don't want to. You were talking about defecation.
Oh no, I just another random tangent about how different it is in China is just in public restrooms. There's no toilet. It's just like a hole in the ground, and they don't have toilet paper. They try to hustle you toilet. This is the thing about China is that they all act like communists act like, oh, capitalism's so bad. It's like when I was in China, like they're trying to sell you toilet paper. They're like, bitch, you want to wipe? You buy, like, give me money. Or if you're like in a restaurant, they will come walk in. It's kind of like that in New York City sometimes, but they'll kick you out. They'll be like, you can't hustle here. But there, it's completely fine. Like you're trying to eat dinner. And people are coming in being like, you want to buy this cheap piece of crap? They're just trying to hustle you really hard. So I don't understand the whole like communism is so much better than capitalism. Like they do all that hustling in China.
I think if the pandemic taught us anything, you never know when you're going to need toilet paper. So I'd buy it when the opportunity comes up. Personally.
You have to carry it around with you everywhere.
What is it like in
Especially if you
Vietnam?
get blind drunk and defecate. So
what is it like in Vietnam right now? Is it similar?
Well, it's funny because I'm sat here kind of quiet because all this dog eating is really putting me in the mood for breakfast.
Are you joking? You're joking.
No, I'm going to have a hot dog after this.
Hey,
if you need one.
People don't actually.
Oh, there's Tiger. He's ready.
And that's
I
a very
kind of
hot dog.
thought that was I thought that was a myth, though. That's not like a lot of people
It's
don't
true.
actually.
It's true. There's actually, at least in Korea, there's a word for it. It's called bojintang, and that's one of the first words I learned how to read in Hangul before I went over there. And they have special restaurants for it at certain times of the year. The Korean diet is based on the calendar. It's based on the seasons, because their belief is whatever the weather is doing outside, and combining that with different foods you eat, your body has a different reaction. Could have a healthy reaction, the healthiest reaction to whatever you're eating, depending on the time of the year. June happens to be dog eating season, so they have these bojintang restaurants. And in the city that I lived in, which is called Busan, which is at the very south of the peninsula, there was a market called Jalgachi Fish Market. It's a giant fish market, and at the end of the fish market are just rows and stacked cages with dogs in them, waiting for the restaurant owners to come buy the dogs and butcher them and cook them and eat them in their bojintang restaurant.
What breed of dogs are they? I'm genuinely curious, and then I'll make a horrific joke. But I mean, are they all the same dog? Are they mutt? They're all
Chihuahuas.
They're not. You're just saying that because that would be horrifically adorable. Well, you know what they are? Whatever the cutest dog anyone that's watching can think of, that's the dog. That's the dog.
Poodles, and then they're like that Spuds McKenzie dog with the one little eye. They're all that dog. So when you walk up
it's not. It's hilarious that you say that.
They're mutts, and I had some friends that went and ate. I mean, the majority of my expat friends were like appalled I was appalled at the thought of it. But there were some people that I went and ate some dog soup the other day. It's pretty good. Tastes like a wet dog.
So another thing, because we're just talking shit about Asians. Another thing, Patrice O'Neill, rest in peace. Actually, Geno fucking knew him. I'm very fucking jealous of that motherfucker. But he one time he talked brilliantly about Asians. But one of the things he experienced was he was like, why are every Chinese guy I get in touch with is a piece of shit. He treats black people poorly. And he asked him, he cornered one of his guys. He's like, why does that happen? And the guy leveled with him. He's like, because in Chinese culture, and maybe this was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and it's different now, whatever. But he said, black people are actually considered ghosts. Like they're considered bad luck in China. Here's a couple of illuminating ideas. Why do those Asian ladies wear visors? Because the darker your skin, the lower your class. I had a friend who was in Hong Kong, and a very pasty white girl, and Chinese women would just come up and touch her arm. Wow, very nice, right? And we would be walking around. We would be walking around China and getting looks like, what is this weird, these strange people? You know, these a couple black guys in my ex's band would go and get some suits made, and they were like, oh, Kobe, right? So all these white progressives who are like, everybody who isn't white is an angel, needs to eat a dick in hell. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, y'all are full of shit. Anyway, continue, everybody.
Well, that's something.
Let me just jump in here quick, because I feel like, I'm sorry. I just wanted Steph, who's been very quiet. I introduced Birdie. I was hoping you could tell people a little bit about what you do on your channel, because I also had an amazing conversation with you. And you're someone who keeps up with pop culture, do culture commentary, but tell people a little bit about what you do, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I talk a lot. I do
yeah,
not on this
I do,
not on this channel, obviously, but on my channel I talk loads. So yeah, I just talk about what's been going on culturally in that. That's it.
Oh, I was asking Steph.
Oh, sorry, I thought you was
you're
asking me.
fine,
I was like, it's just a bit weird because I came in ages ago.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
I love this place.
Oaks
Well,
Pox.
I have a channel that everyone should check it out.
Oh, the internet.
I know. No, yeah, I do discuss pop culture and how identity politics is infesting pop culture. So I do a couple of streams a week. I don't necessarily make videos anymore because I'm also part of Geeks and Gamers, and so I do a lot of editing and filming on that side. So I don't really have a lot of time, but I do stream on my channel a couple of times a week, and I just go over a bunch of articles and go over just popular topics of the week, talking about it. And then I also stream on Twitch. I stream games. And yeah, I'm on Twitter and Instagram. Twitter I usually use for talking about politics here and there. But yeah.
You're one of the busiest people I know, so I really appreciate you coming to hang out.
Oh yeah,
she does like all the editing and stuff too. Does all this stuff for Geeks and Gamers. So very happy that you're here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do a party foul by stopping the flow of conversation. I was just
actually, you know what, Carrie, just go. The rest of us are gonna have a good time.
I thought my job was to bring everything to a grinding halt. I don't understand what you're yapping about with your talk hole, lady.
Look, I always have awkward moments. I just figure, like, I'm very forgiving of other people's awkward moments because I know I'm going to have a ton. So, whatever.
Now,
but I was going to say,
dogs.
Oh, I thought we were.
I was going to say, touching on what Pete said, and I've been saying this a lot lately, and let me say this now that I have the congratulations on your anniversary. What you're doing is the Lord's work, and you need people like this. You need people pushing back. You know, not just all the knitters; they're going to get their way in the end anyway. But you need people pushing back, and I say this all the time now more than ever. Comedians need, like, I've had it with the shit you see on late night TV. Like I like after everything, when COVID hit and all that stuff, and I did an interview with you, and I talked about a lot of this stuff, and it was one of the funnest interviews I ever did, and you were great on our show. But it's like comedians now more than ever need to be pushing back against this shit, and they need to be making jokes about this shit. And I say it all the time. It's like all the like you have two choices in every moment. Not you, Peter. God made you wrong, but you have two, and you can choose joy, which is what you were talking about the entire time before I got here and fucked up the entire stream. But you were joy and gratitude, or you could choose fear. And that's what they, and I don't know who they is. That's what they want. They like, you're at a comedy club and people are afraid to laugh because they're like, oh, I don't want anyone to think I'm a racist. And they make everything racist. And it's what you said, Pete, that made me think of it. It's like, I live in East Harlem. I see more black people in like my 5-minute walk to the subway. It's 10-minute walk, but I run. These blacks are fast. But I see more than these people that are all in politics and live in gated communities see in a fucking lifetime, and try and make us feel like, yeah, we're obviously racist because we interact with them and make jokes about every race and religion. Like, no. And they just try and shut down the narrative and make everyone afraid to just interact. I've had it, and that's all you see on late night TV now with these comedians going like, oh, let me tell you a cute joke about how me and my boyfriend are fighting because you can't cook. We get it. But they just let this become the narrative, and then it reaches the point, and then I'll end this diatribe like where you get one of the richest female comedians in comedy, Whitney Cummings. She's like, it's more dangerous to be a comic than ever now. No, it's not for you. Can I say twat-sickle on this stream? But it's not dangerous. It's not. It's like Amy Schumer saying, can you arrest me? No, it's not. Like, you need stuff like this where we're just having conversations like this. And I'll end with this because I do a show called In Hot Water. And I'm always telling people to subscribe. And people are always like, we already subscribe. I'm like, then fucking tell somebody else. Then fucking tell someone else about fucking, Deprogrammed. Tell them about Mike Harlow and that freaky dog behind him. Tell them that Pete Feliciano is a dangerous spick. Tell them these things. And spread the word because it's up to you to spread the word. We're doing all we can here.
Yes.
I want to say something about Geno.
And I'll take your answer off the air. What?
I don't know if I've told you this.
I'm an alcoholic. You say it repeatedly. No. You say it all the time.
You gave when I was in Florida for the Geeks and Gamers Friday Night Tights meetup, and you were performing with Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart, and you had the most beautiful set because you're like a magician.
I could say the same thing about you if your husband weren't in here. Go on.
I walked into it. I always walk into it.
That's a good act, Pete. It's an act out, Pete.
Okay, but you had this beautiful set because you did kind of like stupid, and you were the first to say it, stupid humor, where you make fun of you make fun of the woman for being a woman, you make fun of the Asian guy for being Asian, you make fun of the gay guy for being gay, you make fun of the trans person for being trans, equal opportunity offender, you make fun of the old person for being old, and then you weave into that kind of surface humor this beautiful message about free speech and the importance of free speech and the joy that comedy brings people. And that set of yours was probably one of my favorite I've seen in a comedy club because I wasn't expecting it. And it was just, anyway.
Can I say also at his set in New York, I made it into Geno's act. He roasted the shit out of me, and it was like the best moment of my life.
Yeah, you call a gay guy in the front row gay, and uptight white people like, can you do that? Yes, we're including him. This is called inclusion.
It's even worse.
Here we go.
Because I was there. I was there. Goddammit. The one time I was privileged to see Geno Bisconte. Is that what was it, Mike? You called him like 14 years old or something like that, and he turned to me. He's like, Mike turned to me. Oh my God, I'm young. That's really what it goddamn was.
Yeah. Well, there's a compliment and an insult and everything, and people look for the insult all the time. Sorry, I talked over you, Mike. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just saying it was amazing.
I think you've got a point though. I think everyone's sick of entertainment and art and music not actually being entertainment and art and music. Like years ago we went to a festival before pandemic and everything, and I remember saying to my fella who's a musician, and I said to him that I don't want to see any more bands or musicians get up on these stages and just regurgitate their Facebook statuses to us, because I don't need a political lecture at a gig. I just want to have a drink and a nice time. We need to have music that is the escape. We need art that is an escape. We need comedians and dancers and poets and writers that are the escape to day-to-day life and all the shit that we see online.
And
I don't know if you guys saw, but I don't know if you guys saw, there was this story out now where stupid Jennifer Aniston is bemoaning, oh, people, we can't tell jokes now. We're not allowed to. And people find friends offensive. We're not allowed. I'm like, no, you can. You choose not to. You're not allowed to do something. You choose not to. And then the burden is on every single one of us to carry the weight and try to push for transgressive art and try and push for free speech. And it would really matter if there were people in that position who had that level of power and that level of influence. If they cared that deeply, they have all the position in the world to decide to make that choice, to tell actual jokes or do something that isn't just part of the narrative. But it falls on us to have to do it because they refuse to.
And
the creator of Friends came out and like apologized for Friends not being as progressive.
Oh, that's right.
The creator of Friends came out and apologized. So
that's sad.
Yeah, it really is. It's just like everybody is now looking back on their career and I don't know, trying to get some woke points, you know, and pretending that they're this progressive person when, you know, it's just, it wasn't a big deal. People are making it a big deal now. People are just like creating reasons to be offended nowadays. And it's ridiculous. It really is, because you walk up to any normal person, they don't care. They have their own life to lead, their own struggles, their own worries. Nobody cares about, you know, whatever is going to represent all of this stuff. Like nobody really cares about it. They're pushing all of this stuff on other people and getting mad when they don't care as much as you do about it.
And here's the worst part about it is that we all intrinsically understand context. I think one of my favorite artists, although he is a bit of a cunt on Twitter, he quit because Elon took over, is Trent Reznor. And Trent Reznor every once in a while will put out an album that is not poppy, that is not anything he does is poppy, but he knows. He put out an album years ago called Ghosts, and it was all just instrumental stuff. It was experimental stuff. He imbued his fans with trust. He trusted that they would ride with him, and if they didn't, they would, okay, we'll look forward to the next one, Trent, right? He didn't dumb it down. Now, everybody intrinsically not only understands context, but values art. It's an intangible. I personally believe I call it give a fuck. We all understand when there's give a fuck involved in the music, involved in the physical art, involved in the whatever it is, comedy. We all understand, oh, this is something real now. I'm not seeing something like, you know, Trevor Noah, who's one of the least talented, least funny people to ever exist. I'm not seeing this guy. Sorry, I was just distracted for a second. Anyway, I was looking. But like we all understand that. So when we're off of social media, you get people alone. This is what I also have a program called Conservatish, and I speak with people from all walks of life, whatever, mostly conservatives, but whatever. And you get them off of social media, and people, even leftists, are more reasonable than they look online. They are more reason. I had a fucking a socialist on my show. More reasonable. Why? Because we all understand that when I make a race joke, even the guy who's not supposed to, they laughed. You know what I mean? Like, I think what sucks is that this stuff that we're making, just like was already talked about, it's not actual entertainment. It's not actual art. It's not actual music. It's not actual comedy. And it's sucking our souls away. But that's why we're looking elsewhere. That's why we're looking elsewhere. And we're getting, because humanity, God damn it, and I'll end with this. Fucking life finds a way. Life finds a way. I will find the fulfillment, the satisfaction somewhere. And if I'm not getting it from y'all, that's why Trevor Noah is off the air now. That's why Netflix is losing money. Amazon's losing money. All these people, because we're going to find it fucking elsewhere. Anyway, continue.
Well, all of the late night talk show hosts have just leaned into all of the propaganda, and people just got sick of it.
You don't remember when Johnny Carson was dancing with vaccine needles? That was
my God.
Hang on.
That was surreal.
Carrie's gone, and we have a new person. Who are you, new person?
No one.
The lovely Leanne Starr, everyone.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you guys because,
Leanne and friends.
Quietly, like a woman should. I'm just kidding.
Well done.
It gets to a point like you can do whatever you want. You can joke about whatever you want. Make your propaganda jokes. Make your political statements. But when you start attacking people, that's when like you're going a little bit too far. And I think that's what rubs people the wrong way. You know, everyone that doesn't agree with me is a Nazi now. Everyone that is against what I stand for is now like my enemy, and that's what people are having a hard time with.
Well, and they've been saying for years now that what do you have to do? You have to go out and punch Nazis at the same time that they label everyone else a Nazi. At the same time that they tell different groups of people, you're under attack. There's a genocide. There's the trans genocide. Never mind the fact that more fucking people get struck by lightning every year than transgender people are murdered. And now look at the results of it.
You said transgender people.
Tell people that people are out to get you, people are gunning you down in the streets, and now you have these crazy motherfuckers going all over the internet saying, oh, it's just self-defense for us to shoot a bunch of children.
That's terrible.
Did you see about
all
that?
of the reactions to that, like the people that are like so far gone that they have no empathy for the people and the children who are dead. They have more empathy for the shooter getting misgendered on the news. It's like, really? That's where your mind is right now.
Can I also just add, I just as a quick thing, because conservatives can be not just as frequently, but just as myopic as liberals. Don't, please, if you're on the right or in the center or whatever it is, do not start with the bullshit of like, well, we need to have red flag laws for trans people. Bruh, principles before personalities. Okay.
Red flag law?
We don't, no gun control. I want trans people to have
law?
guns. Okay. I just want them to get fucking therapy and leave
Yes,
guns alone.
yes. There's a mental
British,
health
right?
crisis in this country that's being just shunned away. Now they're putting whatever they're diagnosed with, it's part of like their personality, right? It's in their Twitter and their TikTok bios, and they're being praised for it. It's like, no, you need to seek help.
Red flag laws are basically where a court can say that somebody is mentally ill and then take away their Second Amendment rights, which in theory sounds like it makes sense in a world without corruption, but they just got through labeling half the country domestic terrorists.
But the problem with that could be that you could get a gun and then you could get a gun legally and then become mentally ill, right? So you're still not preventing people from being mentally ill.
Or you could not be mentally ill.
Or
how many people do they label
say
that?
they're mentally ill when they're not as well, and a lot of people are using mental illness as an excuse to get away with things. So people need to take a bit more responsibility for their condition, really, a bit like you would for your health in any other way.
Yeah.
Might sound a bit harsh, but
no, you're right.
No, but that's something that they will not do. They won't take accountability or responsibility for anything because they feel like they are above everyone else. They're on the right side. So therefore, like, nothing that they do is wrong. I'm like the queen. It's a very narcissistic way of thinking.
The difference between the red flag laws, though, I wanted to say, Anne, I'm sorry, I moved you back for just a second. I'm going to see if anybody needs to go, and we'll move you back in. But
I'll need to go in a minute because it's
I know
2 a.m.
You've got British time, but the difference is that they, like, currently it's already illegal. Like, you cannot buy a firearm if you have been adjudicated as mentally unfit, or if you've been hospitalized against your will, like a mental hospital. That's already the case. But the red flag laws, from what I understand, and maybe someone else here knows better than I do, but it muddies the waters because those two requirements don't have to be met, as far as I understand. It could basically be, you've got a dispute with your ex-husband, maybe over the kids or something, and he decides to call the police and say, hey, look, my ex-wife is a gun owner and I think she's feeling suicidal. And then they can go take your guns. Like, it lowers the bar of the red flag laws, lower the bar of determining if you're mentally unfit or not. That's the way I understand it.
Of course it will, like everything else. People will use it against you, and it'll just be bad.
Leanne, did anyone say hello? Welcome, Leanne Star.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay,
Hello.
good.
The great Peter Feliciano.
So are there people backstage because my pizza's here, but I can be back after I eat some pizza. But I did want to say real quick before I pop out, because we were talking about some artsy stuff. And
pop out, please. We've all been. I'm sorry.
Geno was talking about, comedy.
You all thought it. I'm sorry.
And the arts and performing and stuff. And I just wanted to say that as a burlesque performer, I am just like in shock. It's kind of like comedy, because burlesque and comedy go hand in hand. The roots of burlesque are like underground theater where you can like say some fucked up shit that you'll get in trouble for out there, and just how PC it became, and the fact that I got canceled, it was just like crazy. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, this was a place to say these like outlandish things. Same with drag. Drag is supposed to be really taboo. You go in there, you'll get roasted. They'll say some crazy shit that you're like, oh my God, I can't believe she said that, So it's just insane that I got canceled in burlesque, where it's like, okay, weird.
But I'll go on this, and I mean it, and it's actually not insane, because this is what they're doing. They're canceling. It's what I said earlier. People in art of any form need to fight back, because that's what they try to cancel now. They try and cancel comedy. They try because they don't realize, like, comedy and all this stuff, podcasting in a way it's art, because if they say I don't like it, then take it down. Imagine if you walked into a museum, someone's looking at the Mona Lisa, you fucking throw paint on it, rip it down and destroy it. And as they're trying to arrest you, like, what? I don't like it. No one's allowed to like it. This offends me, so no one can see it. And it's not, there's not an ounce of difference in my mind about that. And that's why we need shit like this. That's why people need to say stuff and not be afraid of getting canceled, because when they cancel us, they're like, yeah, that struck a nerve. Who cares? So anyway, I gotta go. I the buzzer on my ankle is going off, but I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you, Robert Lowry. Thanks for having me. But this is great. I can't wait to do it again. And Carrie, come by our show again soon. Peter, you can too.
I would love to come. Thank you, Geno.
Mikey's always there.
What?
Have a good fun night. And Martina, thank you so much. Enjoy your pizza. Come back if you feel like we're going to keep going. Mystery Chris hasn't even gotten here yet. So
yeah, that sounds good, because I don't like cold pizza. It has to be hot for me, so I have to eat it now. And I'll be around.
Yeah. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, guys. Okay, I'm bringing back Ann Pinkova from Politically Incorrect News and Greg, the Florida man.
Hey. I'm joining you soon. We're gonna be Florida men.
I've been sending you messages and you've been ignoring them, Mike.
What?
You're not going to be any kind of teammates with that background.
You need to come and stay with me in Orlando, and you can enjoy what Orlando has to offer.
I was actually going to say earlier when we were talking about Mike was like, I can't believe anyone would live in these other countries. I'm like, yeah, because you haven't left Queens, boy. Okay.
There's
I'm working
like
on it.
For thinking that New York is the world entire and just the city, not the rest of it.
No, upstate doesn't count.
Oh, no.
That's just like meth land.
So, Leanne, since you joined most recently, I don't know if you know. Well, you know Mikey Harlow because we were together at Chrissy Mayer's Content House.
Yes.
This is my husband, Anthony Garcia, next to you.
Hi.
This is Leanne. This is Kieran White reporting from the future in Vietnam.
I am the man from the future.
Max headroom.
I don't know if the future seems so bright, so
he's got to wear the shade.
It's okay. It's warm. It's sunny.
Is everything bigger in the
future's
future?
all right.
Or
I think we're going to be
checked.
okay though, for real. I think it's going to be all right.
Kieran, I feel like I need to ask you for Bitcoin advice.
I mean, I hope for an asteroid, but it'll be all right. We'll make it work.
I'll see what levers I can pull.
Some crypto. You look like you have a crypto background.
Me?
Well, if you message me after, I'll give you the lottery numbers, and that'll then we'll move on to crypto. So.
No, I agree with you, Leanne. And before you got here, Cameron Pasha was here, and he opened the show sort of saying the same thing, that like we are going to see culturally like better days. I think that a lot of the crazy stuff we're seeing right now is in its death throes. That's why it's so bad. It's sort of.
I totally agree. I feel really positive.
Like I might go on Kick, that new like streaming site, and like already there's just like cam girls all over it. I'm like, dude, it's so overdone now, like to the point it's just boring. It's just boring now. And I'm like, oh my God, you like wore it all out. Like all this sexual stuff. Like I would be more impressed if like watching Amish people like building stuff. That would be like more sexually arousing to me now. Honestly, like it's so oversaturated. Like it's just so.
It's funny you say that because there's actually a platform. There's a platform now in the future with Amish people making things. So
I love Amish people.
If you just
so
wait
much.
a little
I've been
bit,
obsessed with them forever, so
yeah, just wait a little bit, and once your reality catches up to where I am, then
is it called Barnley fans? Blazing Barns.
Yes.
Great, actually, I would probably get it.
Did you
for
create
sure.
this?
See, it's the perfect platform for Amish people because A, you can see the big man hands building things. Big
Yeah.
plus for me. I'm into that. But also, Amish people don't use deodorant. So online, best way.
Yep. Exactly.
Also, there's a bunch of chicks like churning butter real slow.
Probably.
Really.
Only turners.
I love Amish people. I actually want to stay with a family for a week. I'm like looking into it because I just want to like, I'll just do what they do and see what it's like. I don't know. I'm just curious. So I think a week is good though.
I actually, that's part of the reason I moved to Austin was number one, to get away from New York, and number two, to get more into this living, off grid, on my way there. I've already spread fucking mulch, I'm used the weed whacker. I'm doing all this shit. But there's a website called WWOOF, Woof, where you can actually work on a farm for a week, 2 weeks, a month or more with a family, and they'll give you free room and board for doing some work on there. So I've actually looked into that as well.
I would definitely.
Sounds like indentured
You
service.
left me here.
Yeah, I left San Francisco 2.0. Fuck that place.
So you guys, Birdie's got to take off soon. We're going to say our goodbyes, and we're going to bring in Mr. Chris. Birdie.
See you later. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
Good to meet you.
Everybody look up the famous artist Birdie Rose. While we were having the show, Deb, one of our other guests, went and bought some Birdie merchandise from our Instagram. She just has a ton of beautiful designs, and like a lot of people we talk to, has been canceled by her own people. So go check her out. Mystery Chris, welcome.
Well, hello. How's it going?
He of the sultry voice.
Hi. Say, what did I miss?
Oh my gosh.
Just wrap it up just tell me in a minute.
Amish porn.
Everything that happened.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I threw this party like I throw real parties where I just give everybody the link. And Drunk 3P was like, did you just invite like 100 people to a live stream that only fits 10? I'm like, yeah.
VIP club.
But it's been going okay. People are moving in and out and getting to know new people. We've got Peter Feliciano, comedian and musician here. Steph from My Nerdy Home.
Hi, Steph.
Hello. Mr. Mike Harlow.
Mikey.
With a picture of Tiger behind him. Kieran White. Kieran White is also an artist, photojournalist. He's got a new website called Woke Screen that he can tell us about a little bit, which is a platform for artists. My husband, Anthony Garcia, who you know.
Anthony, you need to play some gangster rap. I'm going to keep requesting that every time I see you.
You got it. You got it.
All right.
Miss Leanne Starr
Hi.
joining us.
Hello.
Anne Pinkova from the Politically Incorrect Knitters.
Hi, Anne.
And then Mr. Greg Wilson, a Florida man of mystery and knife maker.
Greg. I think we did a stream together once.
We did.
Yeah.
We did indeed.
Nice to meet you.
I still ASMR to your voice.
By the way, I tweeted out a ASMR video of someone doing a Beverly Crusher impression from Star Trek. Like, I didn't even know that was a thing. So I had to watch the whole thing, of course, because that's what I do. But
I can't see being into that, but that's me.
just watch it, though. Watch it first.
Don't knock it till
Don't knock it till you try it. Yeah.
Somebody in the chat mentioned bubble porn. What the fuck is bubble porn?
No.
Like,
never heard of
You're in a
porn?
bubble.
Like you're blowing bubbles?
Yeah.
Maybe you
A lot of
blow
ways
them
to
up
blow
there.
Well, you would know about blowing bubbles, wouldn't you, Mike?
No, I think it's bubble wrap. I think it's bubble wrap where it's like an ASMR thing, isn't it?
Oh,
I know the bubble wrap is ASMR.
Ugh, that's horrible. It's like
Is it?
styrofoam.
I don't
I'm
think
really
that's
happy,
worth a
by the way.
mouth though.
I'm really happy that I just have to say this is maybe similar to our white pill conversation. If everybody's just understand this, black pill is emotional childishness. Okay, if you're feeling like there's no point and everything's fucked and no one's gonna, but it's because you need to do some meditation, kiddo. How about some prayer? How's your self-care? Get some make a little bubble bath, bitch. I'm saying we really are all of these people And it's partially because we all know the lovely Carrie Smith, but also because in this anti-government game, in this anti-state game, whatever you want to call it, we have some incredible motherfuckers. We have some talented motherfuckers, some funny motherfuckers, some this, some that. We're great, and we should be really proud of ourselves. We should be really happy and grateful. I'm just saying.
I have to back you up about the bubble bath thing. Bubble baths are amazing.
Is that what the bubbles were? They're fucking
Yeah,
that's my
Florida
form
man.
of it.
Bubble porn is Florida
I'm
man
just trying to see if it
in
works.
a bath.
Wait, we have an update. We have an update. Bubble porn is you cut circles out of a mask to reveal naked flesh on a swimsuit model, making sure none of the clothing is visible. What?
What?
That just sounds like
I
a
don't
big
even
mess.
understand that.
No.
It's then a nude image that your brain fills it. Oh, okay. So somebody will be like very nude, but they'll get rid of the stuff, and you have to imagine it. I guess I don't know. It sounds
Is it
stupid.
like
to
those
me.
Victorian cards where they'd have holes out of it and you had to like put your fingers? Like, the button.
I thought it was like the Hasidic Jews who put a hole in the sheet and stick their in it.
Ah, there you go.
We have too many privileges in this world. People are coming up with this crap because they're bored.
I'm just thinking that's way too much. I've never worked that hard for a nut. I'm sorry. I just
Who needs that aggravation?
It's like a fishnet, but with way more work, right?
Yeah, that's weird.
Steph has to take off.
There's always
I
next
want to
time.
tell her thank you for stopping by, Steph from My Nerdy Home.
It was great meeting you.
Bye.
Oh, you're muted, lady.
Lovely to meet you.
Yes, sorry. I've been laughing and talking this whole time. But yeah, I have to get a few things done, maybe eat a little bit before I have to take off and then come back and do another stream. So yeah,
I just appreciate you dropping by for this amount of time because I know, like I said, you're one of the busiest people I think I know. So thank you, lady.
no problem at all. It was fun. Congratulations on a year.
Thank
it was
you.
good meeting everyone. And have a great stream, Carrie.
Have a good night.
Thanks, lady.
Bye.
Lovely to meet you.
Okay, we're gonna bring in Dan and Brentley from Dangerous Rhetoric.
Oh no!
They've been waiting backstage patiently, and then. Is there anyone who would mind going backstage for a minute so I can bring in Mr. Nick Weiser also?
I think Tiger volunteered.
I can too. I don't care. If whatever.
My husband, we're gonna put him backstage because he can come in this room.
Bye, Anthony. We love you.
Yeah, that's true. He can come in there.
Can he come in that room and take Tiger away?
Hey, Greg is going backstage. Please welcome Dan and Brentley from Dangerous Rhetoric.
Hi.
And Mr. Nick Weiser.
Hello.
Hello,
Hola.
Nick.
How you guys doing?
Chilling.
Good.
Swell.
Tired. We're getting ready to
Tired.
go to Burlington this weekend and hang out with Mr. Josh Slocum. I was like, that's why I'm tired.
The Josh Slocum. Is it Slocum? I thought it was Slocum.
Slocum. Brent always do it wrong. The name up.
Oh.
Always say Slocum. I'm like, and I correct you every time. Slocum.
Slocum sounds very Hitlery. I like it. Go to the Slocum.
Show the truths what it is. Yeah, we're supposed to go up to Vermont tomorrow, and Friday is Trans Day of Visibility. So I don't know if you guys.
I thought it was Vengeance.
Yeah, what is that?
No, that's the day after.
Visibility and then vengeance.
And visibility, and then April 1st is vengeance. Yeah,
I was gonna maybe go to it.
So
You should go. You should.
But is it still happening?
I don't know, but I probably wanted to just as, like, if you guys could go there, so you could be that alternate point of view. I think that would be excellent because no matter if it's from the the approved point of view, they're gonna spin it their way no matter what.
Basically,
so to have a different point of view would be nice.
I do have to give a shout out to both Mike and Dan and Brentley. Oh God. Yeah, no, I got your name right. You guys were over at Drag Queen Story Hour. What was it, last week? And had a wonderful exchange with a queer individual who kept his mask on. Can you tell that story a little bit, please?
Yeah, so Brent and I heard about the drag story hour going on kind of last minute, and we just decided, all right, well, let's show up to this and let's see what's gonna happen. Let's get some footage. Let's antagonize a little bit. And then we hit up Mikey. We're like, hey Mikey, you wanna come with us? Like, so we all went down there. It was quite a spectacle, let me tell you. The other side didn't really want to talk. That guy was one of the only people who came over and tried to talk, although it was more like he wanted to argue with us. So, we gave him a row because that's what he wanted.
Also, he kept identifying himself as a queer gay man and called us a disgrace to the queer community, a little bit of forced teaming. We let him know that we were not in his queer community.
Me and Mikey were like, we're not in your community, bro. Like, we don't want to be part of your community.
Not in your little...
We went full Mediterranean on him. The hands were going a mile a minute.
I kept asking him, though, like, what is queer? What is that?
He was all covered up, too,
And, he was like, queer is fuck fascism. Queer is, fuck the police. And queer, I'm like, all right, so, queer is love who you love. I'm like, so it's an ideology. It's not a sexuality.
No. It was like,
and I'm like, no, it's an ideology. It's what it is.
No. Dan has the same stance when he goes after people. He's like, so it's an ideology. So it's an ideology.
It sounds like it's an ideology when it's convenient, aka it's whatever works for that argument given that point in time. They want to have their cake and eat it too. So I've understood that logic. It's just like, okay, I want to have the best of my arguments, but none of the consequences of my arguments, because every argument does have a counterpoint to it, and they don't want any of those counterpoints to it. No. To them, that's just, there's no such thing. If they do, they got to change words, change things, make up things if they have to, whatever's necessary. You can't reason with those types, because if you do, you're already trailing, because you're giving them the benefit of the doubt and they ain't playing by the same rules.
Yeah, well, that's why it just kind of just turns into a shouting match, which in a sense isn't necessarily very productive. But at the same time, I think some people need to go down there and face these people face to face sometimes and shout back at them and be like, well, you can shout, I can shout too, So
shout loud.
You're right. One of the craziest things I saw was when I was at New York Pride with you guys and Mikey and Billboard Chris and Alex Stein, was the straight guy who ran up to you guys and Mikey and was yelling at Mikey about how he was homophobic or something. And it's like, but you're straight.
Yeah.
And you're telling the gay guy, and you don't even hear yourself.
His face though, when Mikey told him that he was gay, he had this moment where you could see him trying to process it.
How did he not figure it out?
There was another guy too at the drag story hour event. This guy who walked past us and was like, "You're all disgusting, all of you disgusting," and he stopped and started, trying to argue with us. And so it was me, Mikey, our friend Zetro, and Brent. And who's the older guy? I didn't get his name. The one with the Trump shirt on.
I didn't get his name.
Yeah, so all of us were arguing with him, and I'm just like, I'm gay, he's gay, he's gay, he's gay. And he had this moment too where he kind of you're gay and you're conservative. He couldn't fathom it. He couldn't fathom it.
It's like you can see the gears. They get this really...
Yeah, he could not understand it at all. You could see him processing it. And then, he was like, you're a traitor, this and that. And, I told him no one's born in the wrong body. And then
he stormed off.
Then he stormed off. He did not.
I'm sorry. I just want to say this is why I do so much on conservative issues of using identity politics to kill identity politics. That's really the only thing that's going to make these white, because it's always white people is to use their white guilt against them. I'm Puerto Rican. The only people who have ever called me Nazi, are white motherfuckers. Okay,
yeah, he was white.
Right? Surprise! What a fucking surprise!
Yeah, but in their defense, you're Puerto Rican. Just saying.
But that's what I'm saying. Is the only way to do that. I have no problem using the fact that I'm a dirty spick. That's the only thing that keeps my foot in the door. And if that's the only thing that keeps my foot in the door for a conversation, I'm going to use it.
I think
You know,
that's a valid argument. Our friend Basil, who we like to bring on our show, he's a gay Muslim. Although he wouldn't call himself gay, he actually says he's
Reformed sodomite.
Reformed sodomite. He's great. He's hilarious. But he says the same thing. He likes to like use that, you know, his Arabness, because when you look at him, he's very obviously Arab. He's Afghani. And he does like to use that. And I think it's valid. I think it is like a tool in our repertoire that we can pull out at times. But at the same time, you know, there's that part of me that's like, I don't want to stoop to their level. You know what I mean? And play the identity politics game and act like, you know, I have to brandish it at them as a weapon. It's
well,
no, I don't
use
it. I don't brandish it as a weapon. Well, sometimes I do. Everybody who knows me is like, "Come on, Pete." But I don't brandish it as a weapon so much as to keep my foot in the door. This is the thing we were just talking about. I'm sorry for fucking ranting so much. I'm sorry.
No,
it's
fine.
Carrie's show. Happy anniversary, Carrie. But I just want to say,
please welcome the fanciest smoking jacket man in the room, Mr. Bromable.
Look at that.
Hey,
Very nice.
happy anniversary, Carrie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good to see y'all. A lot of heavy hitters in here. I'm a little baby channel compared to most of you guys, so this is cool.
Super baby.
It's very nice to see you, Peter, comedian and musician. For anyone who may not know you, I did not mean to cut you off. Continue.
No, not at all. Wonderful jacket. What I was going to say, I think the problem that we have is the biggest problem is not that. I mean, there's lots of things to complain about, whatever. Is just that the other side doesn't even know why we think the things that we think, right? Now, they could say, well, you're not listening. No. You turn on any major streaming platform, any major news network besides one that we don't even like anyway, Fox. You turn on you go to any university, any major corporation, every aspect of life is infiltrated by the wokeness. We know exactly what they're saying. They haven't been listening to us at all, even since way back in 2016, which, by the way, just as a fun side note, most of the motherfuckers I know who voted for Trump in 2020 didn't vote for him in 2016, right? But even back in 2016, even back then, it was never, wait, let me try to understand why they voted. No, they're deplorable. They're this, they're racist, they're white supremacist. It doesn't matter if they're black or gay or trans. They don't listen to us because they have believed themselves to be morally superior. That's the biggest problem.
They're not taught to listen to that other point of view. They're just only taught to hear everything one way. And to, I mean, I don't want to say to their credit, but when you mentioned all the cultural aspects that they took over, there's not one thing that they left off the table. Like, if they could take over automobiles, they will do it too. Like, they're covering every facet to make it seem like only one point of ideology exists. And I would know it's because I used to live in Chicago, and it's so deeply leftist in Chicago that you're not even aware another position exists. It took for me about a year after I left Chicago to actually understand like other ways of life exist, whether it was like a centrist position or someone who's even apolitical. Everyone thinks it's a hive mind, and I know there's a lot of stereotypes about city hive minds, but it's real. I mean, I lived it, I worked in it, still work in it, and I see it play out to this day. And anytime they counter someone, where there's that regular like client or customer who doesn't seem like them, they don't know how to act. They don't know how to handle themselves. They start gossiping, saying there's got to be something wrong with this person for coming into their business. So I was like, well, what if they just like what you guys have to offer and they're just not like you? They don't know how to do that. And anytime they see someone who they're connected to, like on social media, they remove them. They just don't know how to have that type of discussion. They're not taught to, because they're only taught one way exists. So to them, you're like this
white.
goat.
You sound like a white cis hetero man speaking from the start. Anyway, this discussion it kind of reminds me of a thread that our friend Adam B. Coleman put up recently. I don't know if all of you know him. I know Peter has had him on the show before. We've had him on our show twice. I love Adam. I love his takes. He's very nuanced. He doesn't just criticize the left. He also criticizes the right, and I respect that from him. You know, he's more of a moderate independent like us. He said, I learned quickly that some people may claim to hate you, but they actually hate their avatar of you. They will overlook anything you say if it doesn't fit into the avatar's narrative. They hate what they think you are and not what you actually are. In politics, you become what people think you are more so than you actually are. If you're loosely associated with someone, you must be like them. If you're not a Democrat, you must be a Republican, or vice versa. Worse, if a figurehead of your team says it, you must agree. Prior to the 2020 election, he says, I stopped blindly supporting the Democrat Party for numerous reasons and started thinking for myself rather than rationalizing the behavior of my team, or swallowing their propaganda because that's what a good teammate is expected to do. However, I didn't want to switch teams and do the same thing on the Republican side. I wanted to become a free agent who isn't beholden to a political party. I wanted to follow my values and what makes sense to me, but this type of approach isn't cohesive for avatar creators. After I published my book, I met with a former friend of mine who considers himself a socialist. I was trying to avoid talking about politics, but he inevitably brought it to this discussion. While having lunch together, he would constantly insinuate positions that I never held. He would say things like, your boy, Tucker Carlson, which was confusing because I didn't watch Tucker's show, nor did I bring him up in conversation. In later phone calls, we would start off cordial, but he would speak in an antagonistic tone while misrepresenting my positions. In one moment, he would say he doesn't care about my politics and that we could remain friends. And then the next moment, he's insinuating that I'm guilty by association as I'm now one of them. He wasn't talking about his supposed friend. He was talking about the avatar. And I've experienced this myself, you know, for a while with people, like, and then they start to not associate with you. They ghost. You don't hear.
Well, there are studies done that show over the past, I think it's 20 years, Democrats and Republicans, or I don't know, people on the right and people on the left have gotten, they're less able to adequately, correctly define the positions of the other side. But the people on the left are the worst at it. So it's not that neither side has a problem with that. It's just, for whatever reason, in the past 20, 25 years, people on the left really have no idea what people on the right think, or not even the right, the center.
Right.
And we know that because that used to be us. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I just wanted to say that this was, you know, that, okay, sorry. I always bring up Rush Limbaugh. Sorry to do that. But as sort of more of an old school conservative, I know that, you know, a lot of other people are more moderate or have come to it more lately. And, you know, that Rush Limbaugh was very much he's the one who taught Andrew Breitbart that politics is downstream of culture. Like all of that stuff. And Rush would say all of the time that, you know, we know what they believe. They don't know what we believe. They just don't. That conservatives, and I mean, we have, I know someone in chat was talking a little bit about, you know, how Trump people are avatars. Some of them are. But, you know, that you gravitate to the other side and kind of latch on to something. But that it is important to be able to articulate what you believe, to see the other side, and not just to say, well, the country is going bad. Well, somebody has to do something. We have to change it. We can't just say, well, Biden's in charge. It's awful. Let's switch sides. No, we have to have concrete policy decisions. Like was said before, that some of the Republicans, my Senator John Thune, I am so ticked. But they say that red flag laws. Oh, well, red flag laws are the answer. Somebody has to do something. Well, we're going to do this. Terrible solution, and hasn't worked anywhere else in the world. You know, that there's people saying, well, gun control, look, this is an American problem. Murder isn't an American problem. Even mass murder isn't an American problem. But how it expresses itself in America may be different from Sweden, where it's bombs.
Yes.
And just saying that, oh, well, if the government takes this, then everything will be happy. No, this is a media narrative, and you have to look at it, and you have to look at the numbers, and you have to look at what stops these attacks and solutions that have worked in other countries, and not just be so America focused all the time, even though obviously I'm American, love America here, but to see what has worked and hasn't worked around the world is also a helpful thing.
Yeah, and if beautifully put, and if you think, by the way, everybody's so great here. I miss Anthony Garcia though. But one of the things, like I've had to fight. Like I posted a video of me. I posted some tweet about the fact that, you know, I've been a fag stag for like most of my life. If anybody doesn't know what a fag stag is. A fag stag is a straight guy who's had a lot of gay friends. It's like a fag hag.
And a gay wife.
Yes, and a gay wife. But where like this whole like wanting drag around kids is like super new, because I've been to countless drag shows. I love drag, blah, blah, blah. And I got a lot of love on that. And then in that same tweet, I said, I've even done drag before. And so I posted a video of me doing drag. And a bunch of conservatives were like, and not a bunch, by the way, let's not be Avatar, let's not be lazy, but it was a couple, at least 4. Were like, Jesus says, and I'm just like, bruh, can you just calm down?
I was scrolling and reading those comments, and I'm
like, if you don't think we're gonna have to fight the conservatives in a few years, you got another thing coming. Got another thing coming. When Brandy Love got kicked out of TPUSA, and a couple of conservatives were like, we need to ban porn. I'm like, adults? Hang on, adults voluntarily looking at something that other voluntary adults made? You want to ban that, right? So what I'm saying is, the big solution, for me anyway, the big solution, just like was already talked about, is not to entrench myself in the other side. It's to look at the system. Sorry to sound like a leftist, but like, it's to look at the system being broken, small government. Anybody who's going to get me closest to smaller or even non-existent government, you're my boy or my girl or my transy, whatever.
Non-existent government. I don't know about that.
And unicorns and ponies.
Yeah. Humanity's gonna be perfect all of a sudden. It's
well, what's government's job?
We're not gonna be in little fiefdoms. It's gonna be great.
Government's job is to create more power for itself. Bureaucracy does the same thing in corporations, and it was in some statistic I saw. The healthcare system has grown and grown and grown. It's not because there's more doctors; it's because there's more administrators. Okay, there's like hundreds % more of administrators. It's designed, bureaucracy is designed to feed and grow itself. I'm just saying, maybe there's another way. That's all.
Most colleges.
No, we do need another way, because once government creates like all those 3-letter institutions that they make to like stop a problem, let's just say we'll just use the FBI. FBI was supposed to be temporary, and then they are supposed to solve a situation. But what happens when they solve the situation? They don't think, oh, hey, let's all go home and call it a day. They think, oh no, we got to keep it going. They are not any of these 3-letter things have they like put a stop to. They keep all of them going. They keep all of them going. That's why it's almost kind of pointless with like all the ways of feminism, because they didn't think, okay, we got what we want. Let's all party now and celebrate. They think, oh, we got to keep it going. So then they push more to keep these causes going. And they have to have a certain number to meet in order to keep these causes going. So they keep all of them going, even if they have no relevance to what they were originally supposed to do. And a lot of them don't. That's why they need to keep January 6th going. They don't want that to die, even though that's really backfiring.
Has anybody been...
I just want to touch off Nick's point really quick. But like, so we had Kyle Seraphin on our show at the beginning of the year. He was the Project Veritas whistleblower who blew the whistle on the FBI and some of the shady things they were doing, labeling parents as domestic terrorists, the terror watch lists they were composing of, local groups and stuff. And he brought up this exact same point about how what the FBI was originally formed for, it's no longer needed, but it had to create reasons for itself to continue to exist. And as someone who was inside the system and worked for the government for many, many years and is technically still an FBI employee, although he's not paid. So he's unpaid, but they didn't officially discharge him. He actually believes the FBI should just be dissolved entirely. He doesn't think it has any use anymore. And that's a pretty crazy thing to hear from someone who's been inside of it, has worked and served in that organization for as long as he has.
Get rid of it. A lot of those things need to go. So many of them need to go.
I was going to say, has anybody been watching? Robert Gouveia has been covering the January 6th trial with the Proud Boys. I think it's on like day 46 or 47 now.
I've been
reading sham trial. He covers, I can't remember who it is on Twitter that basically writes down the transcripts from the trial. And it's mind-boggling, the corruption. And they literally just had an FBI informant, or what they call a confidential human source, CHS, that was embedded talking to the defense for the Proud Boys for years and get ousted. And the judge, a Trump appointee, basically said, well, it's no big deal. And this stuff should terrify everybody. And I got a lot of, well, I wouldn't say a lot of flack. I got flack from some friends on Facebook, which is most of them just ignore me now. But because I posted about the Murdaugh trial, because everybody watched the documentaries, they formed their opinions. I watch a lot of trials, and I was like, nothing was proven. Like, I'm sorry, we're a system where you're innocent until proven guilty, and if you cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that should be sacrosanct. Like, that should be embedded in us as a people, because you never know when that system is going to turn on you. And they convicted him based on people watching a documentary, essentially. And when I was arguing with people,
are you for real? Do I need to watch this case? Because I thought he's totally guilty. You definitely have to talk to Tracy from Keto and Crime.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm totally interested. I want to get on and talk to her because I was like, oh, we have.
Well, I thought he was guilty because of that cell phone video in the barn. That's like the only reason, like, why I thought, okay, that's something.
Yeah,
like,
but then and I understand that, and that's like the one little piece. And the thing that got me is when I asked people, it's like, what evidence was it that convinced you he was guilty? Now I get it. Like, the guy's a sleazebag. He's going to go to jail for the rest of his life for his financial crimes, and he very well should. 100%.
Well, the murder thing, I only thought after that video. I was like, okay, well, he was there, so I mean, it's not like concrete, but that's like the only thing I could think of that I was like, oh, okay, he was there. Other than that, you're right, though. I don't really know.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, maybe he was.
Yeah,
but
that's
when
like
you're saying
the cell
maybe,
phone.
when we're saying maybe as a society and convicting somebody off that's wrong.
Well, he's a piece of shit. That's why, too.
Yeah.
I don't know why they have like documentaries like before the trial, like while it's very strange.
Oh, and there's some crazy stuff. I don't want to get into like a total.
White
crazy
liberals
stuff
have to
in the
make
documentary
money.
that showed like.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh,
like while it's happening, I don't know.
Guys, I'm gonna bring on Comix Division, who's waiting backstage, and I think Peter, do you have to take off or?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
thank you. You guys, if you haven't seen it, Peter, I just have to say, because I forgot to mention it, Peter was so kind. He did our first comedy sketch video here on Deprogrammed with me, and we had a fun day of shooting, and then, oh my goodness, my husband, we had some sound problems, so he took a long time editing it, and we learned a lot from that process. But anyway, Peter, thank you so much. Tell people where they can find you before you take off.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. And more skits to come, and maybe I won't be gay in the next one.
Yeah, that was funny. I love the end too, where you had to clarify Peter is actually not gay.
Right. I had to. She even cut out. I had to cut balls. It was horrible. It was a horrible experience.
Can you have one where you're not Puerto Rican?
I'll push up my glasses and talk about listening to Of Montreal, Arcade Fire. I'll come in with an Arcade Fire shirt and Uggs. Anyway, yeah, my name is Peter Feliciano. I'm a musician. Go listen to my music on Spotify, iTunes. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I host a weekly show called Conservatish. You can find me at all those things, and I'm on Instagram at Peter_Feliciano. Thank you all so much. It's great to see you, Mike.
I gotta say something to everyone watching. That YouTube has got this man more shadow banned than anyone I've ever seen, and he is so close to being monetized. He needs the watch time, so do me a big favor: click on his channel, watch his too. Click on them, just leave them open, watch his shit. You should also watch it and not just leave it running because it's amazing. But let's get this beautiful bastard monetized.
A pleasure to meet you, Peter.
Good to meet you all.
Nice
I love you. Congratulations, Carrie, on 1 year of Deprogrammed.
Thank you. Woohoo! I'm going to drop your YouTube link in there right now because that wasn't there. So there you go.
Click on it. Like, if you go to bed at night, plug your phone in, and if you want to sleep or whatever, fine. But I mean, like, just let the videos run. Help that algorithm pick up that he's got, hours of view time and get those subscriptions in.
Right. I mean, I'm Puerto Rican. I'm a person of
Stop it.
I'll throw a sandal at you if you don't.
Get out of here.
Bye, you guys.
Bye. Thanks, Peter. Okay, you guys, please welcome Mr. Comix Division.
Woo! Hey, how you guys doing?
Hi.
Hey, Comix.
Hey, dude.
Hi, Nick.
Now,
So
Mr. Checklist has someone to match him with that.
Yes.
So, Comix, last time you and I spoke, this was before Star Trek Picard came out. I think you're watching it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Really?
Yeah. season one
Only
was a
season
complete dumpster fire, and after I finished that, I swore to never watch it again. I didn't watch season 2, but season 3 is surprisingly good.
I've heard you can just skip to 3.
You
Is
can,
that right?
100%.
I was trying to tell a friend
recommend
that.
you skip to 3.
You guys know what I'm very hopeful about, surprisingly? I'm seeing it next week. I'm so excited. The Super Mario movie.
So am I. Did you see Chris Pratt's video on it yesterday? Did you see Pratt's video on it?
No.
Pratt?
Oh yeah, it's very pro.
It's very pro. But what's cool about it is that you obviously, I'm sure you know, Mike. There's a lot of controversy about his voice, because we don't hear Chris Pratt, we hear Mario. He had the best response ever. It was on par with Henry Cavill's response about the whole passionate fan base. He just said, "Hey, listen, why don't you go take a look at the movie? Let's have a conversation after that. I understand this is a very passionate fan base. You all have a certain way you hear the voice, and we're not here to destroy this IP." And I thought, wow. I mean,
the
it's
right
about
way to respond
time.
to the fan base. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Dude,
respect.
and I was like, even if the movie's not somehow doesn't deliver, I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt by just that default, because that's such a classy response. If we had more of that, hey, give it a shot. If you don't like it, let's have a conversation. I think that's great. And that's what it should be. That type of thing should warrant discourse.
Instead of talking
do
down.
a fine job. The character isn't really supposed to be from Italy. Nobody would want to hear that for an hour and a half. So I think it makes sense that he's this Brooklyn guy. I usually don't like celebrities replacing voice actors, but I feel like everybody in this so far, from what we've heard, it looks so good. I'm shocked.
Mikey, you need to watch the 90s version in preparation.
No.
Watch it. Slow it down if you can.
Oh my god.
I have the DVDs of it.
As a kid.
I gotta rewatch
I love
that.
it.
It's been
Dennis
a while.
Hopper.
I love it. Okay.
It was fun.
So awful, it's good.
Terrible.
When I was a kid, my dad and I were obsessed with playing Super Mario on Super Nintendo together, and we were like, oh my god, there's a movie of it. So we were so excited, we rented it one night, and then we watched it, and I was depressed for a week.
That's kind of what I like about it, though. I like how terrible it is. It's like a time.
You know the story behind the scenes where John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins hated being in the movie so much they just go out and get drunk every single night.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
I
at
believe
least
it.
Bob
I mean-
Hoskins was not subtle about how much he hated that movie.
Oh man, it's like a cult classic now.
That was right around.
The guy who played the villain in it, Dennis Hopper, gave an interview about it, and he said, he's like, I was in that movie so I could buy my child shoes. And he's like, so my son said to me, God, I don't need shoes that badly.
I haven't seen it since I was really young, but if you smoke and watch it, is it worth it, or is it something you should not
Yes.
smoke and watch?
No,
Yeah, the Goombas alone.
Okay.
Better, yeah.
I'll have to watch it then. I'll see, because I haven't seen it in forever, so it should be interesting.
I'm so excited for this one.
That level of so bad, that is what I'm hoping in the future where we win, which I hope we do. And it's not the massive crash and burn, it's just the minor crash and burn. Anyways, in the future, Disney Plus, they're not making DVDs, which means when Disney crashes and burns, they're all going to disappear into the ether. And hopefully,
As
if
it
we're all
should.
very
Let's be honest, it's awful stuff.
Yeah.
that
No
happened.
more
Yeah,
She-Hulk.
if we're very lucky, our children will say, but mother, I loved Daredevil. I'm sure he made an appearance in She-Hulk. I've heard of this. And you're like, son, don't do it. Don't look.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I found it. It's a half, fragmented together copy of She-Hulk on the depths of the internet. And you're like, why did you do this, son? You don't want to see it at all. And it'd be like, wow, this really does suck. Yes, it does. I told you. I warned you.
It sucks so
something
bad. I
sucks.
really want a second season just so I can make fun of it.
I didn't.
I
bother.
can't.
Yeah,
My
gotta give you
heart
that.
can't bear it.
I'm
I
waiting.
can't.
remake song in the South.
No.
Gonna get that.
I'm waiting for the second season of And Just Like That, the Sex and the City reboot.
No,
I'm
you're
gonna do videos on it every
Oh
week.
my
I wish I
God.
did it
Leanne,
last time.
you don't understand, Mikey. It's like all the stuff you watch. We do have a small overlap. We both like horror, but you're really into the Sex and the City reboot.
No, I watched
and-
Sex in the City. I was watching it today. I put it on in the background. It's just like a happy show, but I am not watching that new shit. No, they look like cats and shit. It's weird. I don't know what's wrong with her face in it. I just can't do it to myself. They killed Samantha, the best part of the fucking show. Like, the old ones are cool though.
Did they kill her? I thought she just wasn't in the show because I thought she.
I'm pretty sure they made her die of breast cancer because she didn't want to do this.
they just stripped her off.
She's like,
No,
dude,
but
I'm
the
like
thing is,
70.
it's kind of like
now she's like, thank God.
There's a reboot of Sex in the City.
It's
not a
terrible.
reboot. It's
a very woke one with a trans child.
It's a sequel. Is Sarah Jessica Parker still involved?
Yes.
Yep.
So does
You
she
should see
still
what
look like
Kristen
the
Davis
Iron Maiden
looks like, though.
mascot?
It's terrifying. I don't know what she did to her face, but it's terrifying.
She looks like Slipknot. Remember
Oh my
Slipknot?
Well, look at if you look at the Iron Maiden cover to Killers and you look at Sarah Jessica Parker next to each other, and you're like, oh my, I can see the resemblance. She looks like the Iron Maiden mascot Eddie. I mean, you might as well call her Eddie. Seriously, like
Eddie
I
or
get
Mr. Ed.
mortified. Or Mr.
Yeah, do you remember, Carrie, when we did the feminist 90s TV and movie episode? At the very end, we played this game. We go, is it a tattoo? And so we looked up Sex and the City tattoos. And there was one of Sarah Jessica Parker. It was just a horse, but with her hair. I was laughing when I came in the episode. Carrie's like, what are you laughing at? I'm like, you'll see.
So mean. Yeah, this is a fun game Mystery Chris likes to play where whatever the topic of our show is, he's like, is there a tattoo of that at the end? And there is. There's like people have tattoos of Mrs. Butterworth. And
Mrs.
Will
Butterworth?
Smith
Are you serious?
slapping Chris Rock?
Yeah, lots of people have a tattoo of Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Wow. What?
Yes.
Wow.
That's like, man, it's so weird. That's like Rule 34, right?
Pretty much anything you can imagine. Play that game. Is this racist? And Google that word with racist and you'll find an article. Or Google tattoo of that thing and there's somebody got it.
Wow. Did you guys remember the people who got the COVID tattoos and the vaccine tattoo?
We showed that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
What
There was people who had Pfizer tattoos.
Yep.
I can't believe that.
Just Stephen
Well, at least
Colbert.
they're advertising that you don't want to be their friend.
Like,
and
oh my God,
I'm going to
like,
move
you
you
did
to the
that,
back
no
just for a
money.
minute.
Sure. Well, actually, I should probably head out soon. So I just want to say happy anniversary. Thank you so much for having me on. And also, again, I mean, it's been said a little bit before, but thank you for all that you've done for all of the knitters and the whole knitting war thing. Because when the cancellations came out, there was some articles, there was a couple people being, making noise about it, but it really, really didn't hit the sort of YouTube mainstream. So after you guys covered it, and not just covered it, but kept with the story, it really brought a community together. And it really did help a lot to push back, even in, the corner of knitting, which is often very ignored. So thank you so much.
I feel like there needs to be a documentary on this.
There does.
With the wrong knitter.
There's a YouTube channel called Miss Happy Rose. She's French, and she did a little documentary about it, and we cover it on our channel all the time. Politically Incorrect Knitters. So, yeah.
Check them out here.
Nice.
Thank you, Anne. Have a good night.
Bye, Anne.
But yeah, it was so good to be here.
Night.
Good night,
Bye,
guys.
lady.
Bye.
Good night.
Leave
Okay,
the knitters alone. Shit.
Leave them alone.
How many bikes have those knitters stolen?
You guys, Nina Infinity doesn't have a lot of
Hi.
time. But she dropped in to say
What's
hello.
up, Nina?
Hi,
Nina.
hi, you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so late to the stream. I just wanted to
No, drop in
do like a
anytime.
little drive-by over here, Cancun
Oh,
style.
damn.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hey, to all the people who I know, hello. To all the people who I don't know, hi, nice to meet you. Carrie, honestly, I've been lurking and watching while I was getting ready, and there's been so much said about you tonight that has been just so accurate, and everybody basically has already stated all the things I want to say about you. And to you, I just want you to know that you are one of the coolest people that I've met on here. One of the kindest, most just genuine human beings that I've ever met on YouTube. And your hat game is on point, girl. I always have to freaking make my hair. It took me 2 hours to do my hair tonight. That's part of the reason why I'm late. Curly girl life is not a joke. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you that I really love you and I appreciate you. And thank you for just being you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you so much. And the knitters told me they had a bet on how soon I would cry in the stream, and I just saw someone say "make her cry," and it's not going to happen. But it was very close. Thank you.
Oh my God. Well, I have to tell you also that they're definitely I'm going to be checking out the knitters documentary channel for sure, because this is the most wild shit I've ever heard about this knitter zone on YouTube, and all the knitter wars has been really crazy.
It's crazy.
It's
I know if you're
mental.
not safe in the knitting community, where are you safe?
I
I mean,
know.
what the hell?
Good point.
So what we learned is during the French Revolution, and man, all the knitters have dropped out now. So somebody in the chat, there's some knitters here, remind me. During the French Revolution, some of the most vicious women were the ones that were the knitters who were making these red hats, very similar to the pink pussy hats. And there was a name for the caps. And they were the ones at the front of the line, take his head off. There's a whole history of vicious.
Were they stabbing people with their needles and shit?
Oh my God. That's hilarious. Oh my God. Anyways, I can't stay. So Carrie, love you.
No worries, lady.
Everybody,
I love you.
You guys are all amazing. All the panelists are freaking fantastic, especially these guys right above me. Just make sure you check them out. This dude next to me, he's okay.
That's accurate.
He's all right.
It's fine. It's all right.
Love you guys, Leanne, everyone. Mike.
Bye, Nina.
Bye, Nina. Take care.
Bye,
Nina.
Carrie, love you.
Cheers.
Carrie, we must get together on Infinite Hope very soon. Okay.
Yes, I would love to.
Bye.
Bye. You guys.
The hat you were talking about, Carrie, is called a Phrygian cap, and it's often associated with it's like the Liberty cap is another.
Oh,
term.
Yes.
You should make one.
Well, there are
For the
people
whole
making
squad, the whole knitting squad.
Neil James, who was here earlier, he's the editor of Blocked magazine, and for being someone in the knitting world who pushes back against social justice ideology, they have coined him literally Knitler. That's what they call him. And
that is so funny.
He just claimed it. He's like, whatever, that's funny. But there's a link to his magazine up on the screen, and he has a whole article about these women in the French Revolution if anybody wants to check it out. So you can, it's free.
I'll
The
read it
magazine's
for
free.
sure.
I mean, can you just
interesting.
cry already, Carrie? I mean, this bet has been
Cry
going on
already. Quit trying to make the woman cry. That's not.
What should I do?
I'm sorry. I actually have to hop off soon too. I have to finish this
No
article.
worry, honey.
Thank
you for coming to hang out.
I don't know what I could possibly say about you that everyone doesn't already know and hasn't been said a million times. You're just the greatest person in the world. I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. And you have earned this. You have earned every bit of love that is coming your way, and you deserve every ounce of it. I love you so much.
You're gonna make me cry. Have a good night. Get out of here. I gotta have one of those
Keep
things.
talking, Mike. Keep talking.
We were friends before either of us really started doing this, and I'm just so proud of you, and I'm so glad to see everything.
Mikey and I met at a Leaving the Left show on Gavin. No, we met before that.
Well, we met before that, but not.
We met online. A wrong thinker friend was like, "Hey, when I was starting to wake up and leave my cult, and Mikey was starting to wake up a little about some things, and we had a mutual friend who introduced us online, and then we met in person. What's his name? Gavin McGinnis. Had a show. He brought on all these people leaving the left, and it's just crazy time since then. I've met so many people who've left. Okay, well, good night, sir. Thank you for coming.
I love you so much. I'm so proud of you. Love you guys. Greg, I'm going to call you tomorrow. I miss you.
You better.
Well, I'll see you guys soon. Oh, and tomorrow, Carrie is going to be on my show. We are having a squad stream with Carrie, Kieran, Chrissy Mayer, Brandon Strock. It's going to be awesome. So come hang out with the squad stream tomorrow.
Very nice.
Sounds like fun.
All right, I love you, babe.
Good night, sir.
Bye.
Bye, Mikey.
So you guys may not know Kieran White. He works a lot with Mike Harlow, and I wanted him to come back, even though he's in Vietnam. He's on a different time zone because he's got a new platform he's doing called Woke Screen. Do you want to tell us about it? It's an artist thing, so that's why I thought you should plug it on the show.
Sure. So, forgive me, my brain. The caffeine is slowly permeating the neural pathways, but yeah. So because I know that we've touched on it in this stream before about sort of because I think most of us here are creative in some degree or another, and there's a lot spoken about how everything that we're going through is a cultural revolution of sorts, and so. My whole thing is that I think talking heads online and in the political sphere are great for highlighting problems and showing and, sort of being the weather vane. But I really do think it's sort of the creatives that will subversively put us back on the right course. And so with Woke Screen, what I'm trying to build is effectively the sort of countercultural revolution. And as pompous as that sounds, but I want to build like a home for creatives and sort of cultural refugees to kind of come together and actually, instill some culture back where it's sort of reclaim the cultural grounds and do it from sort of a grassroots point of view where anyone that creates can get involved rather than sort of your established platforms like, your Daily Wires and things like that have, a nice budget to sort of put stuff out. The average person can fight back, but they can do it with, their creativity. So that's what Woke Screen is going to be. I'm going to be launching I'm going to have a store where if you create but don't do it as a full-time thing, then there'll be a platform where you can sell your wares. I take the trouble of you putting a platform together, and you get a cut of obviously what you sell on there. Some of it goes back to Woke Screen to keep it going, but yeah. So it's just basically trying to create a counterculture revolution. So.
I very much agree with everything you just said. And I had a conversation in person about this very subject with Martina Markota, who was on earlier, and Inez Stepman, who I had met that night as well. And this was at Jack Buckby's birthday party last couple months ago. And we were discussing this too, because we're in New York City and it's very dominated here. The art scene is dominated by woke culture. And one of the things me and Inez were talking about, like we need to just go off on our own and carve out our own thing, rent our own venue, host our own gallery showings. Because I'm a painter, so I very much would want to find a way to break in, but not have to like make my art something that I feel like is going to be appealing to the woke culture just so I can, sell art. It's like I don't want to do that. So, we'll do what the Impressionists did. When they first started doing their heavy brushstroke work and all that stuff, it was new. Realism was still what was in, and those people, thumbed their nose at the Impressionists. They were kind of snobby, and they looked at the Impressionists. They're like, that painting looks unfinished. That's crap. The Impressionists were like, screw you. We're going to do our own thing. And this is how the concept of a salon was formed, where they just found their own venue, put together their own show, and invited the artists that they want there, and screw the snobby, high flute and art. We'll do our own thing. And then that became the mainstream. That became what was at some point. So
this is what we're doing in our haunted house, as Cameron called it. Well, we've been doing house concerts. So we have this music parlor that we renovated, and it's like salon style. We can seat about 50 people if we really pack them in. And because we have pocket doors on either side, so you can stack out the couches. But my husband knows a ton of talented musicians, and we do different shows. And I want to start doing more than music at some point as well. Like Clifton Duncan, we had talked about the possibility of him coming and doing spoken word or, poetry or something. Shakespeare he does. So I just love
his voice.
Just to get together and talk.
Yes.
Even if
I'd listen to his voice for any of those. Just that smooth tone that he has. He engages you just by the way he sounds.
The best, most sultry voices I've ever had on my show. Mr. Comix Division, Clifton Duncan, and my regular Wednesday night co-host, Mystery Chris.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I find that kind of surprising.
Really? No,
Wait,
there
is your house
I think it
haunted,
sounds
Carrie?
stupid. What's that?
Carrie, your house is haunted?
Oh, it's not really haunted. It just looks
You
that
said
way.
haunted thing. I was like, wait, it is?
No, people. Well, when you pull up to it, it looks like it's going to be haunted.
Nice. Hey, ghosts add character to a house.
No ghosts? Okay.
But, yeah, it's not really. Plus, we had it blessed. We had a priest come in, and he put holy water in all the rooms, so just in case.
Yeah.
But I really love like what you're doing there, Carrie, because that's the whole thing. Like, I truly believe that the far left has like a collective, and I think that we should be individualizing the revolution and taking command of it. And I used to do a lot of work actually of an event space in Austin back in the before times. And I loved it there because you could turn up and it was this little creative oasis. And if you like, I would do like 48-hour photo shoots just surviving on one of those big gulp 7-Eleven coffees, right? And I loved it. And that's just the way my brain works. Like I can't sleep at 3 a.m. I'll message someone and we'll be, at like a diner or something going, okay, let's do this. And then within a couple of hours, we'll be building a set, doing a shoot, and just doing something. And I think if more initiatives start up like that, then, intellectualizing is great, but actually pushing back. And it's what I love also what Mikey does, because it's, you watch Mikey's stuff and you think, and it's very disarming because you sit there thinking you're going to sit back and watch some entertaining stuff, which it is, but that's where he gets you because he plants that seed as very unassuming. And that's the whole thing when you're doing and mixing that entertainment, because you're there to get entertained, but then it grows and you start to think about it. But it's not because you're not sat down, like watching a sort of politics channel where you're in the frame of mind to learn. Yeah. And so I think, if you can get in on that subversive level, then, I think it's great. And so
to embrace the creative side more, especially conservatives, and a lot of conservatives kind of look down on that stuff. Like, I can't tell you how many I've seen online say, oh, well, you got an art degree, you got a writing degree, like, haha, you should have went and got a business degree, it's your fault. No, it's like a lot of them, they underestimate the power of art and creativity. And like, even though a lot of the woke crap is terrible, they put a lot of money into entertainment, a lot of money into creativity. They make,
that's what influences the world.
Exactly. Well, that's what happened with the Reformation and stuff, when the Protestants, I think, were attacking Catholics or something and making them not cool. The Catholic Church was like, shit, what are we going to do? We got to tap into the hearts and minds of the people. So they focused their money on art. And that's what created a lot of like the fantastic art that people travel to, like Italy and stuff. And it was through art. That's how you tap into the hearts and minds. So when the right kind of brushes it off and go, oh, that's a leftist thing. Sometimes I get that where they're just like, oh, why'd you even bother? It's a leftist thing, whatever. And I'm
they have a very rigid set of rules of what is art and what isn't art. And it's funny, Deb Fillman from The Reason We Learn, who was on a little while back, she done an interview with I'm not entirely sure, I think she's like a playwright, a fellow creative, and I think I'm going to butcher her name, but she goes by, I think it's Ona Treen. But she's
Wana.
Wana, yes. Okay. Well, I'm glad you know her because then you can correct me.
From New York City, she used to live on our street as well. She's in Florida.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She helped us move and stuff when we were down there. So.
Oh, wow. Well, 9 times out of 10, it's me that's completely out of the loop with these things because I live in my little island, so it's But she really spoke to something that really, because so much of the topics that you get bombarded with so many things that you become desensitized to it. But one thing that kind of made me sit up was her whole concept and her deep dive on something called socialist realism, and how propaganda is used and through the arts and stuff like that to really focus the minds of the people.
Yep.
And, as I'm driving around Vietnam and that, one of the things that I enjoy doing, because I everyone can talk about communism and things like that, but I think there's a lot of value actually getting out into the world and seeing how different countries run. And side topic, but I think one of the biggest contentions and one of the issues within the US is the fact that not many people leave its borders. And so their information about how the world works is distilled through several different layers. You've got the people that write about how the world works, then that gets distilled into a curriculum, then that gets interpreted through an educator. And then so you've got all these. So I think there's a lot of value just going out there and seeing it. So as I'm driving around, I'm really taking in a lot of the, you know, the propaganda posters that are here. And I find them fascinating to look at and just sort of see how they're made. There's a lot still around about COVID, and it's I might take some pictures and post on Twitter or something, but there's a lot around it, and they're in the style of kind of like the, you know, like the typical, what you would imagine the sort of Chinese propaganda to be. And but it's really fascinating. But the whole central idea is that, and I'm going to butcher it again, but it's the kind of the whole thing is struggle, but the individual is effectively invisible outside of struggle. So this is the whole narrative with these artworks, and their purpose is that you're meant to be struggling, and
you're part of a collective that's struggling.
Exactly, and that art is there to reflect the struggle of the people,
and especially it's making them feel empowered by that.
Exactly,
we're together struggling.
Yeah,
well,
I
like
authoritarian leaders themselves certainly know the power of propaganda and of art. I mean, Hitler was eternally fascinated by film, and there was a reason for that. He knew the power that the cinema had, and that he could wield that and use it to get people to kind of group together in their ways of thinking. But, you know, study propaganda. I'm going to bring up a book that I always bring up to people. Read the book Propaganda by Edward Bernays. Study
check that out.
It's very short. It's like 200 pages. That's what they study. That's what our leaders study. So
well, that's also why I think it's important to, like, yes, there needs to be some I always call it advocates. That's not what the word is. What is it called where people go out and they're like championing a cause and
activists?
Activists. I need to say another A word. I always get confused. Like, yes, there can be like activists and commentators and whatever. Well, we need people in different aspects, like the Long March into the Institutions. Like, we need people in Hollywood. I know we rag on Hollywood and that award show sucks. What, you know what? We need people in there because, like, people, you are putting on Netflix. Like, we're all gonna go home at the end of the day, watch something, put something on. Sorry. Now Jack is chiming in. What? And what?
Say, and there are people in Hollywood and in the music
that are
industry
on our side
who we are friends with and who nobody knows they're even conservative. They're there.
Yeah, that's true. So, like, there's people, but I think that's the important part is to, like, get into these industries. Like, yes, universities suck, but you know what? We need to have some teachers in the inside, not like going rah-rah, like, again, it's not advocate.
What we need is infiltrators. That's kind of the thing.
Exactly. So, like, we need to get into the institutions and start, like, from the inside, cultivating it and kind of like shifting things slowly.
So play the long game.
That's kind of the issue where we're at right now is that the left has, not the left, the right has basically abandoned all the cultural institutions, from universities to Hollywood, entertainment, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why we're at
also kicked out. They didn't just abandon it. A lot of them were ostracized and forced out. And the more of them who were forced out, the more of them felt isolated who remained. And then those people chose to leave.
Yeah,
So
that's a fair point.
Kind of happened.
But even the ones
but what were you? Sorry, I just wanted to hear the rest of that thought, Comix.
Yeah, I want comics.
That was basically it. Is that
just
the right has largely kind of abandoned the cultural institutions, and now we're having to go and fight. And I'm a centrist for the most part. I'm not on the right, but I've been very much an apathetic voter, and so I find myself having to be political and fight to reclaim our culture.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, when I was doing my podcast, what we originally started it as was bringing academics on that felt ostracized and wanted to get certain viewpoints. So we'd kind of talk more philosophically about certain issues. And it was the individuals in academia that had tenure that were trying to push the other individuals that had tenure to use that position to push back and fight for free speech. And it was amazing. You had all these organizations, and it's been a while since I've been kind of in that area. But you had all these organizations that were supposedly defending free speech and academic integrity, and they were all just a facade there to enable more and more othering of, free speech opinion, and it didn't necessarily have to be conservative. That's the thing we've gotten into, and you see people like Comix Division that aren't on the right, and probably would prefer not to be political, but yet they're driven into a position where they feel like they have to be.
Oh, absolutely.
To fight
That's why I
against
started
stuff,
talking about this. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
So a good example of that, at least for who we've had on our channel, is Fred Sargent. Fred Sargent is on the left. He is not someone who's on the right. He was at the original Stonewall riots when that happened in the 60s. And he also was one of the founders of the first Gay Liberation March, which eventually turned into Pride. He was attacked last year at a Pride event in Burlington, where some troons attacked him. One of them, they poured coffee on him.
Poured coffee, pushed to the ground, had like $500 worth of property stolen.
He's like one of the grandfathers of the gay rights movement.
Yeah,
that's insane.
He's on the left, he's for abortion and all those things. He's not a conservative, but he's someone who was retired, and because of how crazy the trans ideology has gotten, not to the point where it's erasing men and women, but it's also erasing same-sex rights, which is something that he fought for. He had to come out of retirement with his cane and attend these events with a sign to say, I'm not okay with this, and that's the point. It's like there are people on the left as well who are being ostracized by their own people who they don't feel
and they're getting labeled as being right wing too, which is insane.
Yes. Well, if you're not if you ain't to the left of AOC, you're automatically alt right to them.
Yeah. Well, Brent likes to say that anyone who's right of them, right of Mao,
right of Stalin,
Mao, yeah, Stalin, Gorbachev. All the lovely dictators.
All the lovely dictators.
Well, you had, which I thought was really funny, is Young Turks and Anna, I'm Better Than You, Kasparian. Like took umbrage with the whole birthing people thing.
Yeah.
And just got raked over the coals for it.
Yes. Did they not see that coming?
I was like, I've been talking about this stuff for years. And you're only on their side as long as you're useful.
Yeah. Until you touch a sacred cow, and as soon as you touch a sacred cow, that's it. A lot of these take sellers, they will throw you under the bus.
Well, that's what happens when you like succumb to these wild mobs of people. When you start bowing to any of their causes, they expect you to bow to every single other thing that they do, and the standard continues to get higher and higher and higher to the point where it just becomes impossible to reach. It becomes that there's no peak to it. There's no lid to it. It's just you gotta go on to the next thing, even if it doesn't make sense, even if there's no sense to it. You just gotta go with it just to go with it. And
even if you're like, I don't even want to get involved in this because I have like multiple accounts, and my original Lady Alchemy performer account, it's sad when like my career got destroyed. So every once in a while I'm like, oh, let me revamp things, let me get my artsy stuff kind of going, and I'll post some things on my Lady Alchemy account. And I remember one time, it was a few years ago, you guys will remember exactly what year, because I posted a series of photos and some artsy shit. And I got someone, I'm like, just let's get away from the politics. Let me get back into the art. And I get comments saying, how dare you post this when you're supposed to be posting like the black box thing?
Oh,
God.
And I was just
You're not celebrating current thing.
And I didn't know what she was talking about, but I was getting attacked for it. And I was like, okay, hold up. Like, first of all, I'm not buying into that anyway. But even if I was, like, wouldn't it be a more rational way to approach it? Like, hey, just so you know, in case you didn't realize, but like, there's this thing happening where we're like not posting our regular content. Like, it wasn't even nice. It was like nasty. And I was like, bitch. Like,
they want conformity and compliance. And they're not asking you, they're telling you.
Militant. Yeah.
And that's why when you talk to people that have left the left, I mean, almost all of them will say, I did not leave the left left me.
Yep, right.
I mean, that is the common phrase used in every case of people that I talk to that have left the left. So
it's a little of both. It's like a mixed thing. Yeah. The left left me, and then you start to leave it. and then it's a little of both. You're like,
and then they give you a kick on the way out.
yeah.
Take
Have I
that, you alt-right Nazi.
Or did you guys change?
It reminds me, like, the only analogy I can think of is it's like like a marathon where the ideology just never fatigues, but the runners in the race will slowly drop out, and as once they drop out, they're disqualified, and that's the people where they can say, well, the left left me, because progressivism, it always has to plow ahead, and it cannot stop for nobody. And it's always, because it's a collective. It's I've written about this. I'm going to write about it a little bit more, but it's almost akin to kind of like a biological algorithm in a sense, where the people aren't individuals anymore. They become the data points in like a chain of commands, and just able to be manipulated at any point. And if you and like an algorithm, if there's a data point that isn't cohesive with the rest of the data points, well, it's purged.
You guys, I haven't done any super chats yet, and I'm feeling kind of like way behind. Do you mind if I read a couple of these? It's been like 3 hours, and I'll just read a couple of them. Also, somebody in the chat's trying to pick up Leanne. Is she single? Stop. I should have a wrong thinker dating service. I've talked about this a lot.
A knitting dating service.
A knitting dating service. Wrong knitters, wrong gamers. Just real quick, thank you, Southern Belle, for the $2. Happy anniversary, knit on. And push-ups for the $2. F communism.
Yeah.
I like those nice.
100%.
Yeah. Dark water for 20 lira. I know it's pounds. Congrats on the first year, and many more to come. Thank you guys so much. I said this feels like a Make-A-Wish Kids stream, where you just have like a bunch of people. I want all these people, and they come, and then people say nice things, and it's like, oh, party. Channel Surf became a YouTube member. Thank you. Nice hat.
I know. I was like, nice monocle.
He's an awesome dude. I've met him in Vegas a couple of times.
He's got one of the best mustaches on YouTube also.
100%.
Does he wear that hat out?
It was very distinguished.
I love it.
I want to say last time I saw him, he was wearing the hat.
Popped up for $99.99. Oh my
wow.
goodness. Thank you. Says, happy anniversary, Carrie. Mods, when this is over, can we post a list of everyone's contact info? I'm subscribed to most. Yes. In the promo for the show, I did not link everybody's names, but I'm going to do that after. Also, in the tweet about it, I did link everyone, and we'll retweet that too. Thank you guys for letting me do a few of those. Okay, I'm going to just get one of the oldest ones, so I feel. Stephen Landau for $19.99. Thank you, sir. Good to see you again. And Force Light, Michelle was here earlier, $4.99. Congrats on 1 year. And Front Porch Conservative, you guys know him. Carrie, congrats on the success of your channel. Your conversations are full of good humor, kindness, and honesty. In an age of darkness, you are the kind light the world needs. Stay fantabulous. That's
You
beautiful.
are kind as fuck. Just so you know that.
Thank you.
Me and her were like sober in the content house. Like Zia left and she was sober. And then she was there. And if it wasn't for her, I would have just been surrounded by drunk people the whole time. I was like, oh my God, you don't drink either? That's great. Love it.
I have been one of the drunk people.
Yeah, me
for
too.
many
I just don't like
times in my
it. I
life.
can. I just don't like it. It's just not for me anymore. It's just boring. I'd rather smoke and chill.
100% same.
Also,
It's
when
fine.
you don't,
you leave the drinking to me. I got it.
I'll do
when
a
you
bit of
don't
it, too.
drink, though, you have. If you're hanging out, like the first year I did South by Southwest without drinking, because everyone drinks there, like day drinks. And I always day drank there. But the first year I did it without drinking, it was like, oh my God, I have superpowers. Because you could have conversations with people about business and get them to be like, yeah, maybe we'll do that show. And because they're drinking. So
Well, the best bit is people watching. Is you sit there and you just watch everyone
100%.
descend.
Yeah.
And you don't have any of the repercussions of it.
No,
Yeah.
but you always end up like helping someone so they don't like die in their sleep, like because they're choking on their vomit. So
Well, there is that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's not fun. People watching, but
no, kind of people watching closely, you have to.
I enjoy
I
it.
don't mind. I don't want them to die, so it's all right.
Living in Manhattan, it's basically a pastime
Oh, it's
here.
about to get-
Yeah. Just go on the subway at night.
You guys, I've got Toxic Man Flu sitting in the waiting room. Does anyone mind swapping places with him for a minute?
Yeah.
Or
I have to go soon anyway, so
It's fine. Thank you for having us, Carrie.
Yeah, we
It was so nice
appreciate
to
it.
come
Guys.
see you
Yeah,
and say hi.
I'll say some kind words too. I will reiterate some of what I said. I also think you are one of the most genuine, kind, loving people that I've ever encountered, not just on YouTube, but in person, you know, and I enjoyed the time that we spent together and can't wait to spend more time with you. Keep doing it. I think the work you're doing is amazing. You have so many fascinating guests on and you have such an open mind. You bring on so many different diverse types of people. And I personally very much appreciate it. And, you know, thanks.
Gosh,
Carrie.
gosh, we love you. Bye.
I love you. One quick thing about these guys, if you stay with them, Daniel will not hesitate to run up on the roof and yell at some kids for having a party after 10 p.m.
They're
It's
coming
warmer
back now. He's been
and
doing it
they're
again.
starting again. And last weekend I had to kick a dozen.
Hey, before you guys take off, that avatar thing you guys were talking about earlier was pretty enlightening because I know it basically from a business standpoint, but I didn't think about it from a political standpoint as well. It makes a lot of sense.
So that was a thread by
Adam Coleman.
Adam B. Coleman.
He's a writer for the New York Post, and he's also has a book.
And he has his own editorial thing, Wrong Speak. But yeah, go follow him on Twitter. He's a great guy. He's brilliant.
He's hilarious too. Base dad.
Yeah.
All right, we love you guys.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye,
Hi,
everybody.
guys.
Yeah, very nice
Thank you.
chatting.
Nice to meet you.
And Liam, whenever you have to take off, just let me know.
Okay.
Honey.
If someone
I've
else
got-
wants to come on or whatever.
I think we
I'm
have
good.
everyone in now. I brought back Mr. Toxic Manflu. Did you hear the famous artist Bertie Rose in her cute British accent said that she called you a fish after you left?
I did. I thought that was great. And then, and then I heard what Jay called me, Mr. Drunk 3PO. So, yeah, Jay, stay away from my sister if you're listening. We were on a live stream. Jay was on a live stream. My sister, I was with her. We were at her kids doing something for band. And she's like, you know Drunk 3PO? He is so cute. And I'm like, oh, no. And so Mrs. Flu texts him, and tells him that. So he starts flirting with my sister in his live stream chat. So I've got to keep Jay in check.
Oh, that's amazing.
Typical fish problems.
Yeah, typical. But what he's doing, that's the kind of stuff that I know you're doing and this group is doing. He's created a children's book, a positive children's book. That's an amazing thing. And he's gotten, close to $75,000 worth of backing. I know I donated several books. I know others on the panel have too. That's the kind of stuff that we need to support. So, but I just came back. I heard you say that Comix had a sultry voice. I wanted to make sure you were okay.
He does have a sultry voice.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Maybe because I hear it all the time. Yeah,
It's not a lie. I think also when you first see someone who they're only using an avatar, you listen to their voice more intently. And Mystery Chris only uses an avatar, and all the ladies love his voice. And we were joking about if he ever came out from behind the avatar, would he still have that reputation for having?
See, I always see people, whatever their profile picture is, like it doesn't matter what it is. So Toxic Man Flu is either a fish or a toxic flu virus there. So whatever you are, like you could be like the Big Lebowski, the dude from the Big Lebowski, and like I envision you as like the Big Lebowski.
The man flu. I remember when I first met Comix in person, it kind of freaked me out because I was with our mod, Eric K, and we picked up Comix from the airport, and Comix got in the back seat. And all of a sudden, I heard his voice in back because I was in the front. So it kind of freaked me out because I'm used to hearing him in my ear, not in back of me. I'm like, oh, who's that? Is that you, Comix? What?
Comix, why don't you tell them what met you in Vegas last year when you got picked up at the airport?
So Tox decided to punk me by getting a bunch of Pride stuff, and he got me a Pride wine cooler and a Pride cup. And I just took it. I got off the plane. I was thirsty. I was like, screw it. I don't give a shit. So I filled up the tumbler and started drinking, and without a beat, didn't even, give it a second thought. He's just like,
Yep. I was like,
Yeah,
damn,
who cares?
I didn't think you'd do that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
I did
fine.
have a
It's
sign that
just a
said,
cup.
"You're not that short." Too, so.
I don't know why this is such a running joke, but
Oh,
I love
it's all Jay's fault because Jay is retardedly tall, and I'm not as tall as he is. So he
You're not
basically
short,
yeah, I'm not short, but he called me a midget on stream, and that kind of stuck.
Well, he also came up next to you and grabbed you, and then extended his arm all the way up with the camera to get a perspective shot that made you look way shorter than you actually were next to him. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta watch out for Jay. He's all nice and everything.
Oh, he's
a
not
little
nice. Jay, if you're watching, I
Comix has
know you're
gotten-
an evil bastard.
He's gotten progressively shorter every time anybody brings it up. So
Right.
he's down to like 3 microns. I mean,
At this
it's
point,
ridiculous.
I told Push-Ups in the chat I would get his super chat. Just before you leave, Leanne, he wanted me to read this. Not that you have to go now, but I want to make sure I get it. He says, $2, thank you very much, says, Carrie and Leanne, are you going to Simpcast Anime Matsuri?
I'm not sure. It
I'm
depends.
not.
I don't
When
know
is
what's
that?
happening, so maybe I'll go.
To anime
Too good to hang
convention
out with
in Houston.
weebs. I said too good to hang out with weebs. I'm just giving you shit.
I mean, it would be fun, but I don't know if I could go there or not. I got to see what's happening. That's still kind of far because it's like August, right? Isn't that the one in August? So that's pretty far.
I think it might be August or July.
Yeah, so maybe though, because I do want to go down there to hang out. I'm gonna go live with Lila. Where is Lila? I thought she was getting on here.
Yeah, she said she was coming. It may have been my tech when lots of people were trying to get in. There were only 12
Oh.
people allowed in the green room, and I think there were some people not able to get in. So anyway, I didn't plan it great, guys. I just
Yeah.
was like, here's the link.
Well, the good
But-
thing is to have it just open ended because people can kind
Yeah.
of come and go, but yeah.
Yeah, I figured it would be like a revolving door, just whoever. was gonna
I'll
be on there.
admit to you, since not all of you were here at the beginning, this made me really nervous because it's not like a regular stream. I have a lot of people coming, you want them to have a good time, and it was like one of those like almost a real party anxiety where you're like, what if people are waiting in the back and they're really upset? And you want to be going back there like a hostess, like, here's some sparkling water while you wait.
And that
your
is
virtual
why I
sparkling
waited
water.
a few hours on purpose. That's honestly why I waited a few hours on purpose.
Yeah.
So a few hours to let
Exactly.
people have their shake. I do because I think about those things. I'm like, no, what? Let's put the brakes and ease off, Carrie. One less human being to try to barge in the burger. Hey, what?
Yeah, I knew people would probably just jump on at first, and I'm a late night person, so I was like, let me just come in later. But I did miss Buck, which upsets me because
Buck Angel was here.
I actually performed with Buck Angel in New York City before I got blacklisted. Like he was worked in the same theater I did.
Do you guys know Martina?
Who
Well, I know
Everyone
she's
ever
Lady
knows.
Alchemy, and I'm
Right,
familiar with
Lady
her
Alchemy.
cancellation.
Okay. Yeah, she got canceled in the burlesque world, and
That is
just-
so retarded. I
It is-
can't believe that
it is
happened to you.
retarded. I
How do you
know.
get canceled in the burlesque world?
That's what I was saying before, but I mean, unfortunately,
Apparently not
it's
be
weird
liberal.
because like the history of burlesque is like comedy. It's like underground comedy, so it's like meant to be like super edgy, and it's just like, oh shit, like we
Yeah,
can
that's
say
how I'm like,
things
how the hell did you
underground.
get canceled? Like,
Yeah, but like it turned into something that it's not anymore, and they're all like super feminist, which I never really was, and like I've always been like a Republican and kind of like as conservative as you can get in burlesque because I was raised, my mother's from Croatia, so they're like super Catholic and like very traditional kind of way. So it's like, yes, I did like burlesque, which is very bizarre to like normal people and it's not traditional at all. But in that world, like they do very bizarre, weird things. But I liked like the vintage and the pinup and the very like classic kind of stuff. And like I knew that like I wanted to have a family and get married and like do the normal things. But like they're very like hardcore feminists, they're very leftist. They started subscribing. So all these things that we hear about now with like trans or non-binary or whatever, like 10 years ago. Like so it was like they were like ahead of the curve with all that super lefty stuff in the burlesque scene. And I mean, I remember one time I was like performing like 10 years ago up in Buffalo. We took a flight up there to go to a casino. And there's like various performers that our agent sent us off to the hotel. And I had these bags, and it's New Year's Eve. It was like New Year's Eve. And so it was like snowy, if you can imagine, upstate New York near Canada. And it was windy as hell. And I had this luggage, and they were loading us up into a van. And I just went, is there a man that can help me with my luggage? Because I figured, A, men have more upper body strength.
Yeah.
B, I know the dynamics between men and women. It makes men feel fabulous to help a beautiful woman. Yeah, sure, I'll help you. You know what I mean? Like, that makes them feel good. But the other performers were like, we don't need a man. We don't need men, is what they said. And I
fucking hate that shit.
Right? And I was just like,
They say that till they need their tire changed or their,
or like to
plumbing
keep civilization afloat, you know?
Or there's a war in the draft.
I'm like, we wouldn't even have a society for you to bitch about if we didn't have men. They built everything. Like,
I just
hello.
think it's like so bizarre to be like, we don't need, and I remember sitting there going, we don't need men. What a bizarre thing to say. You know, so it was like they were really progressive in that sense. So if you could imagine in 2016 when they found out I was like a Trump supporter, they were like, no, let's get her out.
You're at burlesque and you don't need men.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not processing this at all.
To be fair, burlesque is like not a very straight man kind of genre. It's very like gays, women. Like, I don't really know too many straight men in the scene. That's why it was very hard to date. So, to be fair,
is it
like my scene was like Amanda Lepore. I don't know if you guys know like Amanda Lepore. She's like the famous transgender that was like, she's in her 60s, like the whole Andy Warhol scene, and like it's just the club kids, gays. Like that was like my whole scene in New York City nightlife. But yeah,
I'm surprised feminists don't have like an anti-reverse burlesque where they put on more articles of clothing. And
that is a thing. That is a thing. It's called reverse burlesque. Yeah.
Oh. Are you kidding?
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a thing. And the artistry of the performance is interesting because I forget what the like theme was, like what her act was, but it was she was putting the clothes on backwards, and it was kind of like you started with the end of the story because there's always a story in the performance.
I hate it already.
So yeah.
Yeah. Did everyone leave? We're like,
oh Lord.
I think I went to a performance. I think I went to a performance once. It was either at the Slipper Room or the Kid Trick. Yeah, and I can tell you now, there was one performer that I wish she'd put more clothes on because it was quite the performance. I think one of them. I mean, you may know this person, but they were making peanut butter jelly sandwiches and putting them in orifices one can only imagine. And
was it Dirty Martini?
I don't know. See, I was so...
was she obese?
I don't
know because
I love Dirty Martini.
Yeah. I mean, I like everybody for their different things, but that's what I mean when like I say that I was like more conservative, more traditional, because like I didn't do all that, you know, and it's like it's fine. I don't care what other people do. What they do on stage, it doesn't represent me. Like I'm only responsible for my own performance. And to be honest, I love being around like other weird shit. Like I
loved it for the experience. I was like, wow, I wouldn't see this back home. Exactly. This is one to write home about. But I'm not eating peanut butter jelly sandwiches again. You know.
Yeah. I think me and you are very similar because I used to call myself a conservative thought. And people would always get mad about that. But like, I guarantee I'm probably more conservative than a lot of conservatives claim to be. Like, I'm very like, yeah, I have an OnlyFans and I'm naked online, but like, I don't do anything. I don't drink. I don't ever sleep with people. I hang out with my dogs and my mom and, you know, cook.
I agree. People like will attack
want to be a girl. I don't know.
Like, you're a whore. Like on the right, I'll get attacked. They're like, oh, well, you're a degenerate thought. Like you're a whore because like, look at you half naked doing burlesque or whatever. And I'm just like, I'm actually pretty vanilla. Like,
Yeah.
I'm so
some of the
vanilla.
girls that make content like that, I know shit about people that have platforms and they are sluts. They fuck anyone with a following. They'll do whatever to get whatever they need. And they really got the nerve to be talking shit. I'm like, please, man, you get drunk and fuck anyone. Like you're a chameleon for whatever dude you're trying to get. And I'm like, you have a lot of fucking room to talk, dude. I'm sitting at home watching movies with my
I know.
dog.
I would just
like,
smoke joints and
please.
just hang out with my cat. But like I know when I would perform gigs too, sometimes there's one like holiday parties were a big deal. And there was one like plastic surgeon gay guy who threw like amazing parties, and it was like a company party. So these are like professionals, the secretary, other people that worked in like the office. And he would have like these male strippers like come in, and then like the burlesque girls. And I remember seeing on the dance floor like some middle-aged woman that works in the office, like pulling down the guy's pants, taking pictures, going, and I'm just like, this is a lady that works in an office, a middle-aged woman. Like, you will never catch me doing that, and I'm the like degenerate whore.
It's Patrice for accounting. What's going on?
Like, this is someone's like.
Come on, comics, you do that every week.
I mean, people could do whatever they want, but don't sit there and talk shit like you're high and mighty when you're not, dude. Come on.
Talking like that is a drug.
I can't stand that shit.
I think
And
also,
I
do you
think
think
so,
there's
I
an
mean-
element of you, like, because you do, like you said, Leanne, you have an OnlyFans. Do you think there's an element of like, well, hey, this is what I do, for a living, whether it's dancing or burlesque or OnlyFans or whatever. I do. That's this area. So you feel less and like you have, like you do that out in the wild otherwise. Because when I was at the content house with you,
I would never flash people
Exactly.
in a bar ever.
you
Never.
were the,
like
you were like the most conservative person
why
at
not?
the content house.
Yeah.
And it was like,
that's like a job. It's like acting to me. Because honestly, when I did mainstream modeling, it was way worse than even working at a strip club. Like, I hated it and left, but it was worse doing actual modeling and living in LA. But yeah, I don't do any of that. Like, I would never. I don't care about money, so you're never gonna like tempt me with money because I don't care. So like, I don't care. That's why all the Harvey Weinstein, like, I know a lot of shit about that stuff and what happens, and I'm like, you're lying. You did it willingly. You knew what you were doing. Don't act like, oh, it was assault. No, it wasn't. You wanted something. You gave it an exchange, and now you're trying to be like, oh, I didn't want to. No, you did. You wanted that enough to do it. So don't fucking lie. Like, you know what you're doing. Like, you chose to fuck someone
made
to
a
get a
deal
part.
Well,
with
it
that.
was always about power.
Like,
with
I
Freddie and
didn't.
Harvey.
I don't want it that bad. I'm good, dude. Like, fuck no.
Faustian
But I think the
bargain
thing
that you
is-
decided you didn't like after the Faustian bargain came true.
Yeah.
If anything, ladies like Leanne should be held in a better position by the right or conservatives. And the problem is, I blame the right for why ladies like her are not, because it's like they neglected cultural aspects like what she did, modeling, all that stuff, video games, movies, always just because, well, the left likes us, so we have to be against that. And rather than say, hey, why do they like this? Maybe we could have a spot at the table or create one. They didn't do anything to do it. They just neglected
That's what I say all the
anything that they
time.
jumped into. And it's just like, do you not realize that the list is piling up of the things that you're neglecting just because they're liking it or latching onto it?
Well, that's why I'm a bit upset, because like I also have my problems with the right, and like
They're rightfully so.
Because
No pun
my
intended.
career got destroyed, and it was really hurtful to me because I don't think I'll ever get over it. And I get people tell me all the time, "Oh, get over it, move on," and I'm like, I can't. Like, since I was a little girl, I used to put on the radio dial and dance around and make dance routines and say, like, do that. And I got to grow up and do that. That was my career. Had an agent. I was like, built this up and did it. And I like was fulfilling my dream. And then it got taken away from me, like in the most vile way possible, being called like a Nazi, like having everyone like attacking me and losing everything stripped away from me. And it was so devastating. And then the right like did nothing but call me a whore. So I'm just like,
Well, if you want,
That's
we
the
can have our own burlesque show, and we can just really dress up as Nazis and dance around and be stupid, and then they can really talk shit.
To be fair, that would be really good aesthetics, because
I would do it.
Had some great.
Fuck them, dude. Like, you want to fucking call us names, and we're gonna fucking do dumb shit.
And they're
Because you're
supposed to
saying
be the
dumb
butt
shit.
of a joke, and that's burlesque is also comedic. I mean, you used to see comedians all the time. Like, wasn't Charlie Chaplin dressed up like a famous Nazi?
Well, it's like the
sort of
producers
like
that
you make them the butt of the joke.
Yeah,
it's like the producers,
the
like
dictator or
big deal.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing, though. I mean, the right may sort of shit all over it, but at the end of the day, I mean, in a way, it's the perfect kind of capitalist system where you're in control of what you do, you have ownership over your body and what you want to do with it, and you found a way of making money, and you're in control of that exchange.
Yeah, and it's just me. Like, I would never do porn. I don't care if girls do it, but I wouldn't. Like, I don't sleep with people. That's just not who I don't like it. I really have to like you to do that. But I don't care about being naked. Like, I actually advise girls not to do porn just because I know girls that do it and they're really fucked up from it because, you know, they're not Lana Rhoades or Riley Reid. So now they did all this shit that they wouldn't have done and they're fucked up now because of it. So I advise against it. But that's my other problem with the right. They'll just try to smite these girls and call them whores and sluts. I actually want to make change. I tell them the truth about it. I made a whole video, like the dark side of it, because there's either girls on TikTok like, oh, I make all this money, which usually they're lying. That's not true with OnlyFans.
Or it's like a small percentage.
What's that?
Or it's a small percentage that
yeah, it's like a very like Belle Delphine is the exception, not the rule. But there's so many girls on TikTok lying about how much they make, how they're making it. And I'm like, there's just a lot to that. So I tell them the truth, like, because I talk to girls for real who have lost family relationships and they made like $50 in 3 months, which is normal. So I just tell them the truth, and even about dancing and shit. So I don't know, calling them names and smiting them isn't going to do shit. They're just going to go tell you to go fuck yourself and that you're a stuck up asshole. And then that's it. Like, I don't want to do that. So like, I actually want to try to change things and, you know, do something.
You do
not
that
just point
thing.
fingers and call names.
You love them where they're at. That's what that's called.
Yeah, stupid.
Well, it seems like the only way to be successful in OnlyFans is to have another job, like as like a police officer or something, get busted, and then drive all that traffic.
I know girls do dumb shit though to try to get like attention on there, and I'm like, you just don't do that. Like, is it going to be worth it? Probably not.
Well, it's such a finite thing. It's such like it has such a small, like a short shelf life. It's like that what you want.
Yeah, I'm like, make sure you have a backup too, because I do. Like, there's several things. Like, I work in oil and gas, which I like it, and you make money, so I don't care like if I don't have to do that. But a lot of these girls are just banking on that. I'm like, you really should not do that, and it might be harder to get a job if you're doing that too. It's all over the internet, so you got to think about that. Like, you got to like find something. See, I'm open with everything, so I tell my employers. I actually got hired my first oil and gas job to sell like chemicals to drill rigs because I was like a model, and they were like, we need a girl to get these meetings with like these bigger oil companies for us. And I was like, oh, okay, word. And I did. And then I just been working in it ever since. So
you have one of the
ways.
Most Comix mentioned there should be a documentary about the knitting wars at some point, which I agree there should. But there should be a documentary about your life, Leanne Starr.
I don't know about that. It's not that interesting, but you know, I just actually want to. I just want to tell people the truth, and you can make your decision. But I just don't like when girls are like, "Yeah, do it. It's so easy," or you know, just lie to these guys like on these sugar daddy sites. I'm like, you're gonna get one of these girls killed literally for like leading these dudes on and taking all this money, and which they are. And I'm like, don't do that, man. Like, that is not a good idea. Like, just so stupid. All of it is so dumb. And then you have people on the right smiting them and just calling them names, and I'm like, that's not going to do anything. This is why they hate you in the first place. Like, it's just not going to work.
I mean, it pushes people like me away that have always been on their side defending them. Like I mentioned that story about 10 years ago where I'm like defending men, and I'm like, we don't need men. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now I'm kind of just like, okay, I feel a little bit more feminist than I ever was. So good job, guys.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the one thing, you know, you get this, and I got to go here in a second. So I'll just be, I guess my last point is you get these folks that I'm kind of losing my train of thought for whatever reason. I totally lost it. Never
That's
mind.
okay. I'm at that point. I never do streams longer than 2
I'm getting
hours.
tired. It's past my bedtime.
You guys,
oh no, what I was going to say is you get these folks that have been so pushed away from the left, they get to the right, and then you'll see that they have kind of the same attitude they had on the left, where they don't want to disagree with the right because they're so afraid of what happened to them on the left. And I'm like, no, if the right is wrong, you need to call them out.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah,
That's what
man.
and not enough people do that.
Sometimes.
They're crazies balance each other out. As,
Well, yeah,
that's
my point,
Comix
Nick.
likes to say.
Yeah, you need both.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, ultimately, like, because I've questioned it after like all the attacks that I got on the right about my career, and it just sucks to lose it and then be degraded, whatever the memories left of it was. So it just like then I've questioned, is this like, am I really a right winger? But then ultimately, I can't subscribe to whatever the left's doing. Like that's like the thing for me. I'm just like, ultimately, I can't subscribe to whatever you guys are doing. Like this kids tranny stuff, whatever the hell that they're trying to push. I'm like, nah, I can't.
It's a little bit of pick your crazy.
Yeah.
Oh shit. All right. Well, I got to head out, but
Greg,
Carrie,
it was so good to talk to you again.
it's fantastic talking to you, everybody. It's been wonderful meeting you all.
Lovely to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Carrie,
Nice meeting you as well.
Check out.
Yeah, it's just
where is it?
Dreadcraft with a K.
Greg makes custom knives. They're really
nice.
freaking cool, and I'm gonna put the link up here if I find it.
Yeah, I haven't done much. I got to build up my workshop. But if any of you ever are in the Florida area and want to visit Orlando, my house is open to you. And Carrie, just to go on what everybody else has been saying, I think what you have here is amazing. The connections that you've made are legitimate connections with people, like people that are looking out for people, especially when we're hearing stories of people being attacked from the right and the issues that they're having after being destroyed from the left. You've helped foster an environment where look at all the different people from different walks of life and different viewpoints that have come together, and we're all having a great time having civil conversations, enjoying one another's company. That's pretty amazing. And that's a big feat to accomplish. And you've always been kind of that cornerstone person that's always been this strong, kind person. And it takes those people, because we've talked about, where people are latching onto these ideologies and they don't have role models. And having those people in your life that when you're doing something and you're like, well, I really respect this person. So I'm like, I really respect Carrie. What would Carrie think if I did this kind of thing? Mm-hmm. And it sounds a little cliche, but I mean, that's really important. And I mean, your friendship's really important to me, and the connections I've gotten to make because of you, and just to see the connections that you've made and the people that you inspired is really cool. I wish you all the best.
I love you, dude. Thanks for coming by. I thought you were going to make a joke about my dog, and then you said something nice. He hates my dog.
Why?
Well, because everybody always, like, anytime somebody posts a dog picture, they're always like, oh my God, it's so cute. So I just wanted to be the contrarian and go, and then it just kind of took on a life
like
of its
a running
own. So
joke.
now it's
What's
been
it called, dog?
Running joke of hating Tiger.
Anytime I post a dog picture on Facebook, that people are like, "Oh, so cute," and then Greg shows up, and the funny thing is, new people don't know the joke, and Greg's like, "Disgusting! I'm gonna puke."
My brother does that with my dogs. He'll be like, "I'm gonna kick that dog," but people don't know that he's kidding, obviously, because everyone's like, "Oh, your dog is so cute." And my brother's like, "I'll kick it." I mean, he wouldn't, obviously, but I'm like, dude, people are gonna think you're for real. Like, what the hell?
All right, everyone, have a wonderful night. I'll probably continue to listen in, but thanks again, Carrie.
Good night, Greg.
Nice meeting
Thank
everybody.
you.
Take care.
Nice meeting you.
Bye.
We have Culture Casino back in the house. You guys, I just realized somebody asked me about Lila Hart earlier. Damn it, I forgot to send her the link. I sent her the invitation, but I just now sent her the link, so it might be too late. That's me.
As many of the dicks in a row right now. Just saying, because we got so many of us here. Like,
I know. What is this? Y'all get parked cars?
Yeah, this is your show, Thomas.
I have to go in like 5 minutes, so if someone else needs to come in, or I can leave now, it doesn't matter.
Oh, Carrie knows she can kick me out anytime she wants.
Oh, we're good. I think my husband might join us again in a minute, for those who haven't met him. But Leanne, I love talking to you. Thank you for coming.
Well, thanks. I like talking to everyone. I'll talk to anyone. I was gonna I think they got off, but I actually talked to people from Antifa, to people from my videos, because they thought it was like a comedy thing, but it actually had like shit interjected in it, and then we just started talking. And I feel like you definitely can be friends with I was just like, look, I'll respect you, you respect me, and tell me what I could talk about and what I can't talk about and shit like that. And like, we're fine. And I mean, I don't agree with everything they do, but I'd rather like know shit going on with that because they tell me stuff than not. So I feel like it's possible and you should talk to, or at least try. I mean, fuck it. Why not?
Yes. I'm a firm believer in any cult, there are some people that still have somewhat of an open mind. It doesn't mean they all do. There's a lot who are not
they're
worth
not.
talking to,
They're actually
but-
pretty like they're realizing that this isn't what they signed up for. I actually wanted them to talk to Project Veritas, but since that's fucked up now, and I'm like, okay, don't reach out to them. So just wait. But he has like shit that I think he should definitely show them, just about getting paid to do certain things from certain networks, and I seen it, so I know it's true. And I'm like, dude, you need to. They're scared, but I'm like, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Well, O'Keefe Media Group, which is his reboot, is actually doing some good work already. They released a new story just today, so I would hang in there for O'Keefe. So,
yeah, I know him, so I can like reach out to him at whenever this dude is ready, because he's like still nervous. So I don't know. I'm like, you should do it. I'm like, fuck it. I'm like, you have a lot of people that'll be with you on this, so.
It's amazing how it takes that very first step to get them to cross through. And then once you do it, you realize, oh, hey, the other side is nowhere as bad as you thought it was. It's really all about that first step. And I faced a little bit of that with the China virus. I was just like, this shit's crazy. And then all of a sudden people got mad at me. I was like, what? People are going to be mad at me for questioning this. I guess I'm just going to commit to this. So I went all in. So cowabunga it was.
Well, I was like arguing with the one dude for like at first, but then I was like, do you even know any people on the right, like actually in your real life, actually have a conversation? No. Like most of them have no clue. That's what I mean. It is an avatar. That is, I'm like, so you don't know anyone that's like even center right or on the right. You never actually talk to them or know anyone in your real life, because he lives in Portland. So of course he doesn't.
That explains everything.
And I'm like, well, then we should just talk and have a conversation, and I guarantee you're not going to think I'm fucking alt-right Nazi white nationalist. Like I'm like half Native American and shit. So that's not like, I don't like, it's so dumb. They
don't even
really
use
do think this though. So many of them, it's crazy.
I know they are taught that even if you're just by your skin that you're white. Even like I even though I don't look it, I'm half Puerto Rican. But anyone who looks at me from like Chicago will just assume that I'm this full-on white boy thing. Yeah. And it's just like, hey, I am half Hispanic, and they don't actually think about those things. Like it shows you how narrow their thoughts are and that stuff. And I don't like, when they play that game, I always tell people there's things you could, get with, like if if they hit you in the nuts, hit them in the nuts back. But don't play the race card with them, because if anything, let them prove that you are the thing that they claim you are to be. Because if you say I'm not this and that, you've already handed them the victory. They want you to have position. Because it reminded me of one of the few alarms that kind of sounded the alarm for me. When this comic writer named Mark Wade called this black YouTuber named Just Some Guy, he called him a white supremacist. And then word got around that hey, you just said it to a black guy. And then I didn't know Just Some Guy was that way either. And I heard about that. I'm like, that was just like, I started realizing these people don't say that because they mean that. They mean that they say it just because they want to garner that reaction, get people to put a label of stigma to them. That's when I realized these people don't even mean this stuff. They just say it to get you like a rise out of you in hopes that you'll be like, no, I'm not this. And that's
I think Wade legitimately did not know he was black.
But that just
Wade
goes
is
to
an
show
idiot.
you how irrational Wade was. He assumes anyone is like that. And that's like crazy. Like he doesn't actually stop. He shouldn't have said that then. Even if he doesn't know that. Maybe he did. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt in that regard, but it just goes to show you how irrational his thinking. He doesn't think, oh, hey, I shouldn't say that because I don't know what he looks like outside of that avatar.
Well,
and
yeah,
we got
exactly.
around,
They're making
and
an
then
assumption.
he tried to backtrack it, And then he's like, hey, can we backtrace? It's like, no. It just goes to show you like how crazy these people are with their thoughts. They like all of a sudden now they want to backtrack it. And then some people still think you're that. Like, look at what happened with there's that article right I joined only a park cars comics I remember was like about being morally white. Remember that about the Proud Boys comics? Mm-hmm. Yeah. That now they're changing language to morally white.
Oh well, and they use language like politically black. Like you're black, but you're not politically black. That's what they say.
Yeah.
That's
what
what
do
they
you
say.
think Martin Luther King is like. How long before they start saying he's a white supremacist because he's supporting equality between races, not equity?
Well,
they're trying to
they should be looking at Malcolm
X. They are.
They're trying to change the narrative on MLK because they want to keep him. Yeah. You guys welcome my husband, Anthony Garcia of Music.
Hola.
Anthony,
Hello.
welcome back.
Hello, Anthony.
Thank
By
you
the way,
for
Carrie,
speaking my native language to me by saying hola.
Wow.
Carrie, can you tell that story a few years ago when a friend of yours on Facebook was arguing with a white woman? She didn't know he was black, and her tone completely changed when she found out.
Oh, I forgot about that.
How could you forget?
It was the longest thing, right? I need
Yes.
to find that.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, so they were going back and forth for pages in arguing in Facebook comments. And she was basically telling him about his tone and about white privilege and how he needs to sit down and shut up and listen to black people and on and on and on. And she's white. And then finally he's like, well, I happen to be black. This whole, and then she's like, oh,
Hey, baby
I'm
kitty.
so sorry. She actually felt that she was like, because she broke the rules, and I guess she's one of the principal ones. There are some principal ones who try to be principled. She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I overstepped. I didn't realize. She basically just, you probably remember it better than me, Mystery Chris, but she was just like bowing down at that point. Like, you tell me, sir.
I've never seen a 180 like that so quickly.
The same thing happened with like this black sports commentator. They were having a phone interview, and she's like, well, something about your white privilege, and he's like, I'm black. It was so funny.
I saw that happen to Eric July during the summer 2020 ride. Somebody's like, hey, you need to sit down and listen to black voices. And then he responded to her with a video clip yelling, I'm black. And then not only did she delete her tweet, she deleted her Twitter altogether. I was trying not to cry in tears from that.
I have a Facebook friend in 2016. He there's a picture of him and a white guy, but he's like, I don't know, some Asian to him and like maybe Hispanic. Like he's like a mix of stuff. Very interesting looking. Brown, I guess is what he called himself. And someone said something about like, because they're at a Trump rally or whatever, that like you look inbred or something. And they were clearly talking about the white guy, and it was like, well, I'm the brown one. So and it was just like, it became a meme and it went everywhere. It was amazing because like she just totally assumed he was the white guy and was calling him like an inbred white guy. And he's like, well, I'm the brown one. So
What's most fascinating is when they don't try to stick by their rules and they don't apologize and grovel like that woman. It's almost funnier when they don't, because then you can watch them in real time. Let's see. I'm gonna put myself.
I can step out if he needs. It's fine with me.
Yeah. We'll go, Carrie. We love you. Don't cry.
I love you guys.
Don't cry. You haven't brought all these people together to
Don't
talk,
cry
just
for me,
all these
talking.
different walks of life and different things. You didn't have anything to do with that at all. So, no great pictures of you smiling with your husband in Germany that we all cried at when you guys look so in love. None of that kind of stuff. We're not worried about that.
Chef said you let pirate in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm out of here.
I'm gonna let
Tomsky,
you go.
Good to talk to you, buddy. We'll see you later.
Bye, Talks. Okay, Pirate.
Because I
There
was like,
you
wait,
are.
who's leaving? I don't know who's leaving. I was like, where's Anthony? I was like, wait, there he is.
Pirate, you're here. Maybe he stepped away. Okay, well, he might be in the restroom. You guys, I can't cry. I can't get
No,
emotional
no,
because
I'm here.
I've been so stressed about making sure I get people on the screen and their links, and so
Don't be stressed about it.
Yeah.
You're doing fine. Everyone's chilling. you know?
I double muted myself, so I'm here now. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. I just wanted to say, after a year of supporting Kerry on her channel, after what happened before the channel went, personal as it did, Kerry, I've loved modding for you. Obviously, we've had lots of conversations behind the scenes, and it's been great just being part of this conversation experience. The conversations you've had with so many people. You have brought all of these people together over the time on your channel, and I've just sat back and just moderated, and pretty much, I think I've only banned one person in the entire time I've been a mod. Yeah, well, you yeah, you've banned a lot more than me, but I just want to say it's been fantastic watching your journey over the last year, watching all your streams, your live streams, as many as I could be a part of along the way. So I just wanted to come in and say this, and you want a 1 year anniversary, and also Mystery Chris, watch Deadwood for fuck's sake.
It's on the docket.
Yeah.
Pirate, thank you.
Comics, make sure annoy Mystery Chris on Twitter, make him watch Deadwood. I've been trying for a long time.
Well, annoying people on Twitter is one of my specialties, so I can do that.
I'll do it.
But no, Kerry, you deserve every success, and that's all I want to say. Really, I just wanted to come in and say that. So, thank you very much for letting me in.
Thanks for staying up so late there.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. this time, so I need to go to bed.
Go to bed, dude.
Yeah, I've got a meeting at 9:30. So
hey, if there's an audiobook online, if you need to pass out from Samuel Jackson, it's called "Go the Fuck to Sleep." It'll do you wonders.
All right, cheers, guys. Have a good stream. Take care.
Take care, man.
Bye, Pirate.
They have the best accents. I really wish I had that accent. I'm so jealous.
My husband's British, so I hear it every day.
You know,
I'm so
Carrie,
jealous.
I had to go have food, but I didn't see anybody else's song and dance number that is required for this show.
You're the only person I told that to. I thought that would be funny.
Oh, I prepped like a whole thing. I'm not doing it.
Really? Do it.
No,
I
I'm not
told
doing
Culture Casita that everybody had to come up with a unique song and dance number.
I'm not doing it.
She told me I had to wear this jacket.
I didn't say that.
You did. That's right. Yeah, no, I tell you what. We have an award show coming up, and I'll do a song and dance number in that. So, there you go.
Oh, he'll do 5 of them.
Well, that's true.
Culture is actually a really good singer.
Yeah,
I believe it. I wanted you guys, because I've told my husband see me on some of the Dick's Division streams, and since it's now Dick's Division show, pretty much, I wanted you guys to meet him because I was like, oh, you're gonna dig these guys in person, and Culture so kind offered to come help us when we get to some of the backyard stuff we're working on, and the conversation I had with you, Nick, about music and stuff, you just made me think of so much stuff that Anthony's into, and
no, I'm happy to meet Anthony. The pleasure is absolutely mutual. So
I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Anthony. Sorry, I'm embarrassed.
No. We got the Dick's Lord comics on my right, and then we got Brahma Bull in that fancy, amazing robe.
Yeah, I was wondering who's wearing the robe.
Me too. I was going to say who's in the house coat. And what's that?
I
in
love the
background?
Donkey Kong and the Pac-Man.
Oh, that's all bourbon in the background.
Bourbon.
All of it. Yep. All of it's bourbon.
Apparently, Brahma started the collection during the Coof.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting bigger.
Really?
And then smoller, and then bigger.
I was also jealous that you were smoking. I'm like 9 months pregnant, so like I can't smoke, but I was just like, damn, I want to smoke so bad.
Yeah.
That looks so good.
Sorry. Yeah, actually, that's where the smoking jacket came from. The first time I was on a stream with Carrie, she came on as a guest on ours, and she nicknamed me the Elegant Smoker. She paused the whole stream and was like, I just have to say, because she had just quit smoking, she was like, you up there, you are a very elegant smoker. So we leaned into it. So
the smoking jacket, and then also you could easily pull off one of those long the cigarette holders.
The filter. Yeah.
Oh, totally.
Maybe get
Even
a
though
monocle.
Mostly women would use those, but I think you could make it masculine.
Do they still sell those really long things?
Yeah.
For cigarettes?
Probably
I don't
in
ever shop.
I mean, I have a vintage one. It's not that long, but it's it's a smaller.
You could
one,
smoke
but
like a joint in it, maybe.
That's more my thing. So I'm not as
Yeah.
elegant, so I wouldn't call
Not
it
a
elegant
cigarette.
smoking.
Martina, people in the chat are saying, God bless you and the baby
Oh,
girl.
thank you. I just want to make sure people know that I'm not fat. I'm pregnant. That's like my main concern everywhere I go.
That's like
There's a
Peter
human in there.
Peter, who was here earlier, he's like, in our comedy sketch, what if people think I'm really gay? So that's how we added that. He was like,
So I added that card at the end of the video.
yeah. We were going to put, Anthony had at the end of that comedy video, Peter's not gay. He's single. What did you have? And loves women.
He loves women.
And here's his phone number.
A lot. He loves women a lot. Maybe a little too much.
Yeah, I want to get a shirt that says pregnant, not fat.
Not fat.
Well, especially like when I'm not, now it's obvious and people can tell, but like I didn't know that you don't look obviously pregnant for so long. It's like not until like the 8th or 9th month, but like in between there, you just look fat. Like you just like no one can tell. You just kind of look like
Yeah, it's like the awkward phase. Like my cousin didn't get really noticeable till like 6-7 months, and before that, it just looked like she was bloated and uncomfortable all the time. I was
And
like,
it
"Where's
just-
like the bump? That's so like
I just
you
wanted
gotta
to
have
share.
that."
Yeah,
so
and I just
people
thought
know.
like pregnant women look like this all the time. It's not the case.
Yeah, it's like awkward for way too long. It should just be like a cute bump the whole
It
time.
should be
so
a cute
you
bump the
know.
whole time. But yeah.
And that's why you should never ask a woman if she's pregnant, because if she's not, it gets awkward.
Trouble.
It's a huge faux pas. Yeah.
I might have to get one of those shirts myself.
Someone did that recently. Someone did that to Martina recently, and they were like, "Oh, congratulations, by the way." And afterwards, I said to Martina, "I'm like, you should have just said,
Like, what do you mean? But I didn't want to freak him out. That would scare him so badly. I didn't want to do it.
You guys, Leanne has to take off. And I know, I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Chris. You go ahead.
All good. Oh, I was gonna say when my brother was a kid, he was with my mom in some store, and he saw a fat woman, and he pointed to her, goes, "Mom, look, that lady's pregnant. That lady's pregnant!" Like really loud. And my mom was like, we gotta get out of here.
Oh my Lord.
This may be a controversial opinion. I don't know, but I do know some women who have. I haven't been a mother. I would love to be, but I don't know. So maybe I shouldn't offer this. But anyway, I'll just say it. Some women breastfeed for too long. Have you noticed this? Like, but maybe more on the left, like some of the more hippie-ish women. And I was in a store once, and there was a woman he was like a 5 or 6 year old, and yes, and another woman walked by or something with a large, and he was like milk. And then I know a friend who just kind of a little bit too long, and I don't know, Martina.
Listen, I have a lot of opinions about kids, and people don't agree with me, but I'm going to be super strict. I mean, yes, breastfeeding is great. I heard it helps you lose the weight, so like I'm going for it. Plus, it's like really healthy for the kid. But yeah, there's a certain
when they can start asking for it, like with actual sentences with proper grammar, then it's probably
punctuation and everything.
I think it was a really long day, and Carrie was watching Game of Thrones. That's what I think happened.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
wasn't there like a Time magazine cover a few years ago where they had like a 4 or 5 year old boy, breastfeeding his mother? It was on the cover.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think when they come through the door after work and start demanding it there and then, I think that really is a problem.
You draw the line there.
I think so. You got to set standards somewhere.
Anyway, I was talking about this on Simcast because of TikTok, and there are women breastfeeding like 5 and 6 year olds on TikTok Live while talking about their OnlyFans. I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
There was several because I could say it now because I'm not doing it now, but I was posing as a 14-year-old girl for something. And yeah, it's all over. It's all over there. There's thousands of people in there, and they're literally like, these kids can chew steak. Like, it's so disturbing, and they don't take it down. Like, it's probably still there. You could probably find it. I don't know if you want to do that, but yeah, it's really disturbing. Like, these kids can talk and speak sentences, and they're talking about their OnlyFans. It's very disturbing. It's
like
so
at some point
weird.
that starts to sound like a weird fetish that should
that should not really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There have been too many of these dark rabbit holes I've gone down. I'm not going down that one.
There's a woman that was like on YouTube that actually like recently went to jail for doing shit like that, like breastfeeding as a fetish, but involving her children. And
oh shit,
yeah, it's like on TikTok, and they don't take it down, which is wild to me. And I'm like, this is so fucking weird.
I mean, Twitter for the longest time. I mean, and they still allow hardcore porn, but for the longest time, they would also allow even child sexual abuse stuff. Yeah, just leave it
Well,
up.
that was because of Yoel Roth, and he was a pedo himself. So that was the reason why they never took any of that shit down.
Yeah,
it's just sick that they use breastfeeding to like skirt around rules, and it's so fucking weird, dude. I just couldn't believe my eyes at first, and I was like, "Is this like serious right now? Like this is happening in front of me right now?" Okay,
weird.
Yeah, it's wild.
Why we need a lot of like rules and ideas and stipulations to be very, very well defined, because especially when these things are so vaguely said, everyone just loopholes the hell around it, and they can do 100 more loopholes out of that just because everything's so openly like interpretable or even uninterpretable.
I feel like they should not have children. They should not have custody of their children.
Yeah,
I think one of the biggest issues that we have as a society is we got rid of shame. People shouldn't feel ashamed of themselves.
Oh, yeah.
And this is all byproduct of let's be tolerant of everything. And tolerance is a good thing. But I think we've taken it a little too far, and maybe we should be a little bit more judgmental.
Yeah.
It's shame.
Especially with shit like that.
Shameful, except unless you are the boogeyman to them, then that they could shame that.
You see, but then they're going to turn it around and say that's a Judeo-Christian, moral boundary that you're putting on everyone.
Yeah, but they say I'm right on this wavelength with you, comics. I did a post the other day that said make moral judgment great again, because one of the things the people that argue about, and it took me a while to realize this, I can't remember who helped me to see this, but when they say, making moral judgments is wrong, it's like, well, really? Because that sounds like a moral judgment where you're saying you can't do that. That's a bad thing to do that. So that's it. Everybody makes moral judgments. Everyone. And and
you'd rather have a moral judgment than have the government making a law to try to fix it.
Yes.
Moral judgment is at least us doing it, not the legislature doing it. And shame can be a good thing in a society. A very good thing.
As a libertarian, that's my view. It's like shame or the social pressure of that, or strategic intolerance, I think should be the ultimate corrective measure, not the state.
Yeah. Anytime the government's involved in anything, as we all know, it begins to suck.
Yeah,
just
and
like
there's
the
always an
ban
agenda
TikTok
behind
law.
it.
What do
We
you
need to bring
guys?
common sense back.
Yes, bring common sense back is a good one.
For sure.
Just keep using it too. That's the thing. Not only have common sense, keep using it. Because when you say their language, and I blame the right, the political right for it, when they start saying their terms, they're the ones who actually normalize it more than the left. You still got use, I guess you could say, traditional speak, and use traditional speak against it, because when you start saying terms like the MA, that MA one that they like to use to, make pedo seem okay. I'm just
No.
Yeah, that one. I'm like, that's absolutely stupid that they're saying that at these court hearings, because now they're making that thing that we can start saying.
I have to say this is the greatest outro I've ever seen for anybody ever. Leanne, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this started as Leanne's
sorry.
outro 12 minutes ago.
Oh shit, Leanne!
Oh no, it's okay. That's cool. It's
We were
fine.
doing an outro, and then I brought up.
No,
dark
it's
shit.
fine. Sometimes
Okay.
you just get talking about stuff, and then interesting. Then you forget. It's all
We
good.
started talking about breastfeeding, and it just
Yeah.
got out of control.
I'm
from
sorry.
there.
Yeah, we got
I'm
into
tired.
It was great. It was great.
I'm tired.
It's all good though.
Leanne Star, tell people where they can find you, and thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me. It was nice meeting everyone. I'll try to follow you. Are you gonna have like a little list of everyone
Yes.
on this? Okay, cool. Because I don't know if I'll remember it, so I want to follow everyone. So thanks for having me, and you're really one of the most genuine people I've ever met. Seriously, she's very motherly, and she helped me because I missed my flight and I was all nervous and scared, and she made it all good. So I appreciate that and hanging out with you. And yeah, I want to come visit your really cool house.
I would love
Anthony,
to.
you too. You guys are doing really good. I love watching you guys fix the stuff. What was that today? A dresser that you did?
The makeup table.
That's so nice. Oh my god, it's so cool.
I told Christy Mayer's Oriental table, and she was like, "No, it's an Asian American table."
It's gonna be, exactly. But that's really cool. But it was nice meeting everyone, and have a good show. I hope everything goes well.
Thank you, lady. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Nice meeting you.
Have a good night, guys.
Take care.
Peace out.
See, all these people are saying all these kind things, and it's like it's my birthday or something. And but see, now my husband is here, and there's a quote this lady said to me once, and he thought it was really funny, and he'll bring it up sometimes. It was the lady that came up to me at that winery and was like, "I like you." She was like, "You look innocent, but I know you're not."
Did you go? Yes, I'm a racist.
You caught me.
That's what we do whenever Jack and I are out in public or eating or doing something. We're like, little do they know. They know who we are.
Oh, you guys, I'm going to wrap it up soon because I'm, like I said, I do the longest streams I've ever done are on your channel, Comix, and on Friday Night Fights. And so this is unusual for me. And I just am so grateful everybody came by. And I'll read a few of these super chats, but if you want to take off before, feel free. Up to you.
I'll hang for super chats.
Okay.
I'm good.
There might be some fun one.
I have no reason to leave.
Your average Patriot nerd. Congratulations on a year of great conversations. Hail for $20. Thank you, sir.
Wow.
He was hanging out here a while. Pyrotomsky, do you guys have mods who give you super chats? It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
It's 10 lira. Carrie, can't believe it's been a year. Crazy Red Boss, let's keep it going. Thank you, sir. I've got a Brit here, so I have to clarify, Kieran. I know it's a pound.
I was going to say, I thought
Yeah, I
heard
was
you
like-
say lira.
I was like, what's a pound? Okay.
Dark Malik 82 for 10 pounds. Just watched the best video seeing that murdering cow being dropped by the cops in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
That was
body
oh.
cam footage from Nashville.
Yes, do the math.
Sorry, it took me a second. Patriotic Assault for $10.
Hey, I know him.
Thank you, sir. Look for the helpers, Mr. Rogers' mom. That's from Tweegirl. 5 Canadian bucks.
There you go.
Mr.
I thought those
Rogers'
were
mom.
California dollars.
Let me tell you. Good, good.
Those are only worth. That's only worth 50 cents in Texas.
Oh, wow.
True. Kevin
Just
Kevin
kidding,
L.
sorry.
$10. Thanks for a great year. Thank you, sir. Night Train for $5. Hell, Carrie, and congrats on the year. Looking forward to another 20. And many thanks for all. Just don't make me have to read political ponerology for naught. That's true. We are going to do the book club on that soon. Thank you for reminding me, Night Train. It's been forever. Don't laugh. Political ponerology is a great book. Ian So Forth, 50 pounds.
Wow.
That's $100 in Texas money.
That's actually $150,000 in California.
Oh, wow.
Congrats on the year, Carrie, to many more. Thank you, sir. I should have been going through these so I didn't have them all at the end. Toxic Man Flu, what are you doing? $20. Congrats, Carrie. Thank you.
He's being tox.
Yep.
The Canadian Conservative for 55 Canadians. Happy 1 year anniversary. You guys. Thank you.
That's $2, right?
I was going to say it's about $5, but I didn't want to be mean.
I was just doing the math off the top of my head.
I like to call them Canadian pesos.
Yeah.
If you guys got here after Keto and Crime, definitely check her out. Tracy Barkley. She's got a whole crime channel. She is fabulous. And we were joking at the beginning. She, like a lot of people, doesn't really fit into the boxes people put her in. And she has a rebel flag that's in rainbow colors, which I'll probably always mention because I think it's so funny. It's like the Confederate flag, which is supposed to be, now it's like, oh, you can't have one of those. But it's in rainbow colors, so it's okay.
She also has the tree. The tree that she does for like different things. I love it.
I really want to fly the original American flag with the British flag in the corner. I think that's.
Oh, he's totally colonialist over here.
I want to flying outside my home.
You want the Union Jack?
No, the Union. No. It's the American flag with the stripes, but the stars is the British flag.
But yeah, before we rebelled,
it was the original
maybe.
flag.
I might get one of those because America still will not let the purebloods in. Mm-hmm. The only way for me to get into the US is to do from London to the Bahamas, stay there for a couple of nights, and then go on some weird boat trip to Fort Lauderdale. So what I might
Panama.
do is I might get that. Yes, I might get that flag. Dress up in some period clothing and say I'm taking it back or something.
You got it all wrong. All you have to do is show up at the southern border and pretend
Take them all in.
you're
Take
from
them all
South
in,
America
buddy.
and just walk across seeking
We
asylum.
considered that when we had visa issues. We considered that, but no, we did it the legitimate way.
I will do my best Consuela impression you've ever seen, and I'll knock 3 times.
You probably could catch a cruise ship in Cancun.
That'd be interesting. I wonder if they have the what is it called? The
Just
customs though.
Just giving me ideas of how to get my brother.
I
into
know
the
we're trying to get his
country.
brother in. But yeah, we're in New England area anyway, so that's why I like that flag. Because you'll see some of the 1776 flags, and I'm also in New York, so like upstate, there's like Kingston, New York. What used to be the capital until the British burnt it down and stuff. 'Cause Kingston and Jamaica, it's all British.
Yeah, that's right.
But the British burnt it down, and so there's a lot of like cultural British American things, and he's just totally like, what do you call yourself?
I'm not an immigrant. I'm just a late colonial.
He's a late colonial.
Late colonial.
Meet me in Florida. We'll take it back.
Does anybody else mention that Jack looks a lot like Snowden?
What?
Snowden?
Oh.
No, he's been getting. He's been getting
glasses.
the Ukrainian guy lately.
Zelensky.
Oh, wow. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm very sorry that people are calling that. I prefer to be Snowden at this point.
How do you play the keyboard?
Bravo. Wow.
Yeah.
I could give that a go.
I probably wears pants.
I don't get the keyboard joke, actually. Is that
Zelensky, when he was a comedian, went on a talent show and played the keyboard with his dick. So
yes.
Are you kidding?
No.
There's videos of this.
So that's why Russia invaded.
I do have to say, Jack probably will not be as good dancing in heels.
Oh boy.
Not very coordinated.
Oh boy.
That's probably a good thing.
Now,
Yeah.
Now this sounds like something you've seen before.
I just know that he would.
Oh, okay, all right. Sorry, this is what happens on Dick's Division. We take it down.
Oh, you're fine.
To the gutter.
Poetry Painter for $20. Thank you, lady. Says put this towards the Tiger Dog Food Fund to appease Anthony. I have to tell you, Poetry Painter, she gave us a bed, and it is the best bed I've ever slept in.
It is it is a vortex. When you sit on the bed, you're transported to another realm.
Whoa!
It puts you into like a parallel universe where time doubles. So
we can't
wake up.
Okay, you gotta send me some links so I can get this for my girlfriend, because she is a master sleeper and she gets the most comfortable bed ever. Well,
it's a Tempur-Pedic. I've never had one before, but we can't sit on it, Nick, because if you sit on it, you're going to go to sleep.
Well, that's the steps for the dog, or
is it butter? Is it
how
like
you get
sleeping
onto
on
the
butter?
Like a cloud.
Sleeping on a cloud.
Oh,
It really
man.
is.
Wait,
Now I have to
what
get
mattress is it?
It's
What
a
bed is it?
Tempur-Pedic mattress. It's a
Oh, I
form-fitting
thought that was like
mattress.
another gender or something. I was trying to work out.
It's a
No, it's like one of those
Tempur-Pedic
memory
mattress.
foam things. It's like it's a brand, Tempur-Pedic, and it's like the best quality memory foam.
When I got here,
Oh.
back in England, every house being small, the biggest bed I'd ever really had was like a double, but it's not really, they're not that big, they're tiny. And so we got here and Martina was like, we have to get a king. And I'm like, nah, that's ridiculous. You don't want that. So we got a king. It is the biggest bloody thing I've ever seen.
Like on another
They are
continent.
fantastic.
I lean over and I
Yeah.
still can't reach.
Yes!
that. It's like,
We were in a full for the past few years.
Well,
This-
hold on. It was the two of us on a full bed. I'm 6'4", and
Whoa.
the little hound Tiger.
That's what
would-
Bravo was asking about. I
His
think.
tiny body. His tiny body would be parallel.
Takes up a lot of
perpendicular.
space.
He takes
Yeah,
the whole.
yeah.
He takes the whole bed. And I'm such a nice guy that I'm not going to kick it. I don't move him or kick him
Right.
off the bed.
Okay,
Anthony
so
will
I'm like-
hang off the
I
bed
maneuver
rather
my
than
bed.
move
I maneuver my body around him.
No, we have to
I will
keep it to the bed
inconvenience
and
my
you have
damn
to
dogs.
hang around
that's
her, yeah.
that's 36 inches by 80 by 80 inches.
Okay,
How do you
wait,
sleep on that bed?
My wife and I, we have a king size bed and 3 dogs, and there's times where it's like that's not enough space.
But let me
The
tell you
king
a
is
story about
A king
about
bed is
Anthony,
76 by 80.
So
Oh, it's
Anthony,
80
when
by
we
80,
were
yeah.
when we were dating, we started sharing a Spotify account on my television at home, right? And so during the day, this is back when I was working a gig job that was 9 to 5 during the week. And I would put it on this classical music station for dogs because I didn't want Tiger to be alone. And the station was made for dogs, and it's like the music they love. But here's the funny thing, Anthony, if he wanted to listen to music on his phone,
I'd be gone. I'd be in another part of town.
He'd be in another part of town. And if he saw Tiger was listening to classical music, he wouldn't go and change it. And he would be sad, like, "Oh, I couldn't listen to my music today." I'm like, "Why not?" He's like, "Because Tiger was listening to his classical." I'm like, "You just change it."
Oh my god!
I get depressed.
We were once in a
I
pet
really-
store, and we're wandering through the pet store, and I
Very avant-garde
I
music.
love avant-garde music. I'm basically a liberal when it comes to art, and so we're in this pet store, and it's just
Oh,
this
this is
strange music,
fantastic.
and I'm going, "This is fantastic. This is
What is
brilliant."
this?
So I go up to the pet store, like the woman, and I
Shop,
go,
yeah.
"What is this music?" And she goes, "Oh, it's an album for cats. The CDs are over there if you want one."
It was so good.
It was great. It was really good.
Cats like great music.
So Comix said something the other night, and I need to ask this question. So how tall is this bed? Because I hear you have to have a ladder to get into.
No,
this
there's
bed.
steps, but I'm sure they're
Well,
for the
there's-
dog.
The steps are for the dog. Yeah,
Oh,
Brahma got
I
it.
was like, good
Coach,
Lord,
how
that
many
is
times do I have to
so
remind you we are exactly the same height?
I think you should take a picture of it and just Photoshop Anthony and just like shrink him down.
You really wouldn't have to Photoshop much.
But we did when we were carrying it up the stairs. It's so heavy, and it is a king. We never had a king, and he and I were just like it. It was maybe one of the hardest things he's ever moved up the stairs. And at one point, he was at the top, and I was at the bottom, and the mattress suffocated me against the wall.
Carrie against the wall.
It pinned me, and I couldn't breathe.
Carrie,
but
you
I was
down
like,
there?
"I'm
No
behind the
response.
mattress." Like,
The best was when you came out from behind the mattress and you were like,
oh no!
And you just like went and sat down.
And you're like, thank God it was a Tempur-Pedic.
We were moving a table into the house.
Could have been worse. She's
Carrie
just
and I
like
were moving
in
this
it.
table into the house, and she kind of got overheated in the summertime moving this table in. And she was like, I gotta sit down. And I was like, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I think I have long COVID. She was serious. She was like, it was like COVID had been the thing for like a month. She's like, I think I have long COVID.
Or it could be heat stroke.
You know, I read about things. Maybe I have.
I call that hypochondria.
Okay. I have a question from Push-Ups for $2. Thank you, Push-Ups. It says, how many of you went through a great unfriending?
Yeah.
Does that mean you have to start off with friends first?
I think so. I think that's how it works.
I actually stopped using Facebook, so none of my friends unfriended me if I expressed my opinions on stuff. So,
what about in real life, though?
No, I really haven't lost any friends.
Really?
Yeah. I would say that the most liberal people in my life is my wife and her family, and some of them can be based at times, sometimes not so much. But yeah, my wife and I, we get into it sometimes over stuff.
Yeah.
It's funny. I got in a fight once with my best friend over Trump. I voted for Trump. He was a Hillary person. And the night that he found out I voted for Trump, we got into this huge argument. And we had put on some music prior to us getting an argument. And by the time we got an argument, the Star Wars Duel of the Fates song played, and we stopped the argument. Go, this is weird. This song about two friends fighting one another, and here we are, two best friends fighting over politics. It was bizarre.
It could have been weirder. You could have put that Cat CD on.
That's what I would have avoided the argument.
So on the night of Brexit, when the election was, when the day of the election, our elections actually get counted on the night of, and so.
What a novel concept.
we're watching, imagine that.
There's like 4 million of you. It's not like it takes that long.
So we're watching the results come in, and I had some friends over who were anti-Brexit, and I was pro-Brexit, and Remain, and they were, we were ripping each other all night. It was just harmless fun, banter. I didn't care, and it got to the point where it looked like Brexit, we'd lost. That we were going to stay in the EU, and my friends left and went home. And as they're leaving, they're like, and I'm like, what can you do? What can you do? So they leave, and whatever, no hard feelings. Later that night, after they've gone home, we won. And the next day, those people who were at my house lost their shit at me and like went crazy. Never spoke to them again. I was going to have a job at the European Union, and now you've ruined it for me. It's like, get a different job. Oh my God.
Seriously.
And then you just turned the volume up on Farage, and you're like...
It's just funny how that works, how like we kind of have to take it a lot of times, and it's just like, it is what it is. I didn't expect Trump to win, so I personally was
neither did I.
Whatever. But then when he won, it was just like, I was literally scared to go into work and be in the dressing room amongst everybody. I was like, I'm scared. Like, they're gonna like go after me. I mean,
do you think there's a possibility of you having a comeback career at some point?
No.
Like once the crazy stops?
I don't think so.
It won't stop because the game is so, at least it's 9 times soon. The game is so like default rigged so far to the left that they ever trying to set so it's that the left is always in power. Now, obviously, that could change a few years down the line, but let's just say Trump does get elected again next year.
Well, the insanity was right up again.
The insanity would still be there. And let's not forget, this stuff was happening even when Bush got reelected, too. Yeah. The Bush 2000 election, in some ways, kind of got this whole thing started with the whole, oh my God, a Republican got elected. And they're trying to set to where only the Democrats get elected.
I mean, I cannot believe we're in a place where even the left is kind of acting like Bush isn't that bad, because I remember, I remember It was like Bush is a racist. Like people
They
were
literally called him a
walking out of
Nazi.
Yeah, they were walking
called
out
him
of
Satan. They called him
they
the
were
Hitler.
walking out of the W movie because it wasn't bashing him enough.
Yes.
You know, it was a little too lighthearted for them. Like he was like evil to them. And I remember thinking, oh, when in years time they'll realize he wasn't that, not that bad. Because I mean, he really was just like a frat boy. Like he wasn't like this big mastermind evil guy.
Yeah.
Like he was just like whatever. It was just some like cokehead frat boy. Okay, his dad is maybe evil, but he was just following as his dad's fucking.
But the only reason that they view him in a better light now is because it's not because they actually view him in a more accurate lens or anything. It's because they have to make room for a bigger. Because the narrative can't accommodate. There's always going to be, this is the worst guy ever. Trump is the worst one ever. Okay, so now they're going to do the same thing to DeSantis or whoever. This is
Whoever
the worst
runs.
one ever. Yeah, and so they have to keep doing that, and then they look back there and say, oh, well, I guess W wasn't that bad.
Here's the funny thing. Every news organization that's leaned into Trump's the worst thing ever has faltered substantially. Even Fox News, because occasionally they'll say something really incredibly negative about Trump. They're taking a hit. But if you look at CNN and PMSNBC, especially in the last quarter's ratings, CNN took a 61% drop year over year in viewership ratings, just in 1 year, March to March. And they weren't exactly booming with ratings to begin with. So there's limited appeal and appetite for a lot of this stuff. And I'm going to push back against a lot of this stuff. And I'm going to suggest that you probably have a career in the future because the pendulum's already swinging back. And I'm witnessing it in a lot of different places. Yes, politically, they're going to do everything they can to make that swing back as slowly as possible. But as far as the most important thing, which is culture, pop culture in particular, and culture overall in this country, the pendulum is swinging back. You're seeing protests globally in support of freedom rather than oppression and tyranny. And it only takes one straw, one final step, and everybody loses their stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean, because right now with the economy, everyone's taking it in the ass right now, and these woke companies, they can't stay woke because they're losing money. They're hemorrhaging money at this point. Yeah, so they have to appeal to a broader base like they used to do.
I said this today. I said this today in an interview piece that I did with someone else for their channel video tomorrow, I think. But you're looking now at only $61 billion being available from all of these ESG funding asshats that fund entertainment. That's not enough bread to spread around with all these studios to make any significant impact in the garbage that they produce. Disney's on fire right now, and it's not being talked about that way. Stock price is being artificially maintained around 90 something bucks. And like I said, when you look at it with that lens, when you step back, look at it from the financial lens, it is not sustainable. Disney wanted to maintain the ability to ignore the marketplace as far as finance for a very long period of time. They cannot afford to do that any longer. They have maybe 6 or 8 months before they're looking to fire sale stuff. I'm not kidding. There's stuff going on there, and I never thought I would say that because their real estate holdings are substantial. But I really do believe that you're going to see something I didn't think was going to be possible because I'm watching it in real time when it comes to entertainment, at least from the business side.
It was interesting. Carrie and I on a previous episode spoke about how they were censoring some Roald Dahl books by changing the language. And I spoke about how a lot of articles I saw were criticizing this, like mainstream articles. There was like a CNN article that was starting to criticize and saying, okay, this is too far. And I was thinking, is this a sign that things are starting to shift when you have establishment publications starting to take the side of people who are against all the woke stuff?
Well, I mean, I think with big things like that, I could see the pendulum swinging the other way. But for me, I'm not a famous person. I don't have any power. I was in a very niche kind of industry. So unless I'm a really important person in the mainstream culture, I don't think anyone's going to give a shit to, about my career. So it's just going to suck. And I mean, unless the right start, I'm never going to be published in any magazine like the left, like Vogue. I get articles and stuff and all that. They promote hey, look at this new up and coming artist. Look at this. Look at, rising star. I'm never going to get published in a left-wing mag or get any publication to promote me because I'm evil. And then the right kind of like are guilty of the celebrity thing too. Like unless I'm Kanye or something,
I think
they don't about me.
But let me just, and I know, Carrie, I'm sorry, it did feel like I just dominated 5 minutes, but
I wanted you to talk.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna say this. There's the digital media units that you're talking about right now are having to collapse in on themselves. There's more consolidation on the way. BuzzFeed is just like one hiccup away from being non-existent. Go Media has been struggling. These entities that own these liberal, digital pieces, digital outlets, whatever you want to call them, they're literally financially shrinking in the most encouraging way for many of us, because I would like to get back to some form of balanced media. Getting back to CNN, speaking specifically to the young men down here in the corner, and sorry, names suck, I'm not good at them.
Okay.
But the CNN thing, reason you started to see a little bit of balance was because John Malone has some pretty decent influence. He's one of the people that actually created the Reverse Morris Trust that got basically Warner Brothers spun out of AT&T into its own entity, Warner Brothers Discovery. Had that not occurred and had his influence not been so great at Liberty Media, we may not have seen any acknowledgement of maybe trying to find the center. Now, I will suggest that CNN's very far from the center still, but they at least understand the reason that they've lost viewers. They targeted a specific audience, and both them and PMS NBC were targeting the same audience, which is why they've never grown and have only begun to shrink substantially. So Fox went the other direction, obviously, and kind of leaned more towards
Disney, right?
Yeah, and they kind of lean more towards the right side of the equation. The problem is it's not really the right side of the equation. It's not even close to center. It just feels like it's on the right side because there isn't any middle anymore. I found myself so far away from my center left position as a libertarian that I'm like going, how did I end up this extreme rightist now? I mean, but I'm not.
You're not. That's the issue.
Yeah. So I'll just suggest this. It's not going to be visceral for anybody right away. Like I said, I mean, I look at this, like, again, from a business lens. I'm looking at it from the dollars and cents aspect. How can these entities stay in a mode that can sustain themselves? And like I said, I mean, it's encouraging. Getting back to middle might be faster than we think. The scarier part is how fast it goes to the really dark other side of things. And I really don't want that to happen. I don't think anybody here does.
Mm-hmm.
So, the idea of breaking the pendulum at the bottom, I think somebody said that when I first came into the stream. If we could break the rubber band at the bottom, keep the pendulum in the center, I think we'd be far better off. I just don't know that this happens all the time generationally. We are back. If you look at it generationally, look at the 60s and going into the 70s. That's where we're living now.
Yeah, we're definitely in the 70s right now.
Yeah. So the question is, as we come out of the Jimmy Carter era and we have to suffer through one more serious period of probably somebody that's, like a Reagan, but not really, not that good. And of course, he was no saint, by the way.
Right.
You that's how long it's going to take. So I entertainment wise, we're I'm going to keep saying this. We're a minimum of 4 years away from seeing anything that the populace at large is going to enjoy. And politically, we're maybe 8 years away from being anywhere close to the center again.
I think like 10 to 12 culture.
It might be
just
longer.
to add into what you're saying. I think around 10 to 12.
You might be right, but like you said, that would be best. The problem is that we have to stop it from going to the other extreme. We can't live on these.
Yeah.
I think the biggest shift we're going to see is when the youth of today who are being tricked into being trans grow up and realize that they're not trans. There's going to be a massive backlash from that.
That's going to be the real Rage Against the Machine, not the band who uses that name as the actual grift. That would be the actual rage when that happens. I look forward to that movement, and I will back that movement. So I'll be all about it.
Let me ask a question, and this is probably directed at Comix and Carrie and anybody who can answer it. So we are now seeing the rejection of fourth wave feminism right now, like wholeheartedly. You're seeing, the emerging traditional wife thing and all this other stuff in our popular culture. You're seeing influential channels, not just here on YouTube, but across all the platforms, speaking specifically to the fact that there are biological differences between men and women and all of these other things, and that there might be actual roles that serve a purpose, and all those other ideas. Do you think that is part of the measure to rebalance the equation? Do you think that's why you're seeing the outlandish acts that are being committed by the people who are the most violent right now? I'm just curious if as far
as the trad wife thing that's happening right now, I think it's that I'm not gonna say a lot of women are rejecting feminism, but I think it goes back to the whole thing with women having options,
right? Which is what
I think a lot of working women realize that their life sucks and they're miserable having to work a full-time job, that they want to go and have a much more fulfilling life by being a traditional wife.
Yeah. I also think. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay. What my main issue is with maybe some of the pendulum swinging back with the tread wife stuff, which that does look and sound good especially for the ladies who want to do that. The issue is the problem is those are people who are doing it after the damage is done, and the left are not focusing on where the damage is done. They're looking to the ones who are naive, aka the young, the teenage, the public schools. We need to get a hold of those people before they get a hold of them, because we got to focus on the next generation, because that's where their attention is
Right.
focusing on them. Because that's why, with the woke stuff, they could slow it down because they're not thinking. If they just wait for people to age out, they can focus on the young. We got to play that game as I hate to say we're sounding like them, but to a degree we have to. That's why I think Drunk 3PO's book is important, because it's got to reach out to a young audience to have a message of hope. And not we got to reach to that demographic to show them this stuff can be good. It's not embracing tradition just because it's tradition. It's because of what you can gain from it. From a domestic family life and the happiness it can bring you, and also stability. So, and that's something I think that the right struggled with as far as debating and arguing tradition versus progressivism. They just had the worst argument saying, well, it's tradition or it's standards. Yeah, that's true, but you got to explain why that it's tradition, why it's standard. They just wanted it just to be, well, that's just all I got. It's just tell people why it works. Maybe if they actually argued why those things work, maybe people who are more on the center left would have listened and said those people end up moving further left because of that.
There's another
we got to
thing
get a
too.
hold of the youth first if we're going to really make that happen.
Just to your point quickly, you made me think of, I looked it up because I couldn't remember who said it, but was it Aristotle who said, give me a child until he is 7 and I'll show you the man?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's those years.
Yes.
Yep. It's formerly
If you think they're two generations deep into this now, and if they that's the whole thing. There's a buffer. They're trying to build a buffer from any chance that rational people have to sort of have any hope of coming back to some level of equilibrium. There's two generations that are overwhelmingly lost to this stuff, unfortunately.
Yes.
Yep. So it's going to take two generations we're going to have to live through two generations of the manifestation of this, and we don't even know what the end result is. Again, the medicalization of kids, yes, there's going to be pushback, but just think about what that means on the societal level. You're going to have one portion that are going to be completely damaged by this and wake up to it, but you're also going to have them in government where they just want to dole out money to people to probably pay for, reparations for this stuff and things. And can you imagine a debt that's based on that as well? The tax? It's just so many manifestations we can't even consider.
Did you guys see the video that Crowder played? He sent one of his people to South by Southwest, and there was I guess it was a trans doctor or surgeon or something like that. Yeah, and she denied the existence of people who wanted to go and detransition.
Wow, said they don't exist.
Yeah, yeah.
And all he did
basically
was
saying
read
that
a study.
Yeah,
to
and cited was it Cole was her name? I can't remember her name.
Chloe Cole.
Yeah, her.
Yeah.
And the response was they didn't get the therapy they needed.
Oh, we've had people. I interviewed someone on the show. I'm trying to remember who detransitioned, Helena. And she said, so she's a biological woman, transitioned in adolescence. When she started having questions about it and saying, I don't actually know if I'm trans and my depression has increased, like all these things have gotten worse, that I was told it would help fix, right? She went to her therapist, her regular therapist, and talked about, I think I want to be a biological woman. I think I want to detransition and live as a woman again. And her therapist was like, oh no, like there's something wrong going on with you. Like the therapist was basically like, no, this is a problem. Not thinking
I can't believe that. Yes. That is insane.
Therapists are compromised. That's why I've had to tell people in the last several years, like, yeah, therapy sounds good because they have paper to their name, but when you actually look at their actions, they're compromised too. When they had to go against detransition, they are no longer the people who are there to listen to how you feel. They're there also to control what you do. When they get mad at you for detransitioning, they serve one ideology.
That goes against the narrative.
Yep.
I'll suggest this: if the next operative that's in the Oval Office is a populist of any kind, they're going to eliminate different departments that have been reinforcing these.
A lot of them.
I think it's proven at this point. We do not need a Department of Education. They've done nothing but
they need to get rid of that.
To that.
Yep.
We have too many intelligence organizations and not enough intelligence. We have a lot of these things that need not exist. They're wasteful federal spending. We have bureaucrats that never leave positions. They have a job for life, and they are only there in preservation of that job. They're constantly expanding, and they're a power base for only one political party through a union system that is, ostensibly corrupt. So, in this country, the next populist gets into office has to do that first. If you want to empty the swamp, go to town. But you have to get rid of these bureaucracies that we have no need for.
You think?
Not very positive.
Can I just ask? I've never asked this question of people before, but I just wonder. Trump was saying he was going to empty the swamp and all this, and I know, like when he first won, I was one of those people who cried the night he won. I wasn't one of the ones excited, but later, once I got over a lot of the brainwashing or what have you, I was looking back at what his original supporters liked about him, and he was talking about, if I get in there, I'm different, and I'm going to drain the swamp. Why didn't he? Do you think they take you into a room and they're like, this is what'll happen?
I think the swamp was a lot more difficult to drain than he initially thought.
I don't think he realized that the whole thing is the swamp. He was about the only one there that wasn't.
Yeah.
I think it's an all of the above of what Comix and Brahma said, but you also have to add to it. He's also coming from the angle of how have they treated Republicans in the past? Were they playing it's just politics? And then obviously he came into the room and then he realized, oh, these people aren't just playing politics. They are actually out to get me.
Yeah.
So he wasn't sure how serious they were versus like what they were just screwing with him. Because obviously we've seen the WWF style gossip go on with the Bushes, the Obamas, the McCains. And obviously from his end, he don't know how much he thought, okay, they're just playing politics and I guess you could say showmanship, but then he realizes because he not only openly said, I don't care who the GOP endorsement is in 2015, I ain't backing that. And also it did help too. He openly was going against the Bushes. I will say the stuff he was saying against Jeb Bush was funny. Say, you lack energy, you're stupid, you're slow. It was funny. And then,
there's only so much he could do because even if you tried to do something, everyone was in his path to like sabotage it. So like,
yes.
And
also, I don't know how much he thought. To be fair, I don't know. I do truly believe he wants to be president, but prior to his election, I don't know how much he was sure he was going to win. I think he was ultimately trying to at least carve a path to show, hey, you don't have to play within these two monoliths to at least have an attempt to get elected. And obviously, they were so sure that Hillary's going to win. They had prepared everything to like acknowledge it as like a celebration. They got the newspaper set, all the all the merch and all that stuff. And it was just the biggest curveball. It was one of those like, caught with your pants down type of thing. I'm sure Trump was even a little shocked when he won.
I think the issue too is the fact that he's used to being a boss, right? Because he's a businessman, and the government is not. You don't run it like a business, unfortunately.
You should.
So he tried to come in
runs
there
you.
and run it like a business, and realized it was not that way, which is the reason why I think the first 2 years were really rough on him. And the last two were the best. I think he was making better decisions. He knew how the game was being played.
And then COVID.
And then COVID happened and fucked everything up.
And look, I mean, we can talk about if that was, something that came about in a normal fashion, but we'll set that aside because I like.
Just be careful with that.
Didn't you just get Comix Division's channel taken down?
It wasn't me.
No, that was Toxic Man Flu.
I'm very careful when I say things. I'm going to say this though. If I were the next president of the United States, my EOs would be to rescind every other EO ever except for 2. There are only 2 EOs that I would leave in place. And then I would write a few more. One of them would be the elimination of the FBI as it exists currently, the elimination of the Department of Homeland Security. I would eliminate the Department of Education. And then we will go down the list and see if there's any of these other entities that need to exist. The IRS would no longer be part of the Treasury Department, and the Fed would immediately be audited as an executive.
When are you running? Because
nobody would vote for me. I'm a giant asshole, and I think
I'd vote for you. I would.
Culture's got too many skeletons in his closet.
Yeah, the boss is in the other room. I think I'm fine.
I mean, I'd vote in the presidential election, but I wouldn't vote for you in the primary.
No, I wouldn't vote for me either.
Another thing too, if you haven't had an opportunity to check out, read The Naked Communist, because
it's very good.
Great book.
Yeah, it is very good. And it really kind of sums up the last probably 5 years.
It has, yeah, in turbo speed.
It's like
it also has a really good history of communism.
It's like the earlier version of Rules for Radicals.
Yeah,
and you can get it on audiobook if you don't have time to actually read.
Yeah,
and if you can't
fantastic book.
If you can't get to a local
you should be
book
reading.
store,
True,
if you
but
can't
I mean,
get to
I'm
a
driving. I'm like,
reading is racist, Culture Casino.
I think, Kerry, to your question, just a little my 2 cents on the thing, because I think as well, one of the other issues is, yes, Trump was coming at this from an outsider who, yes, may not have even thought that he was, going to win. But secondly, I think once you get in there, you realize that actually, because I think for him, he was thinking that, it was not as all-encompassing. Obviously, he knew it was pretty a massive issue, but I think that there was a perception that it was actors that he could take out and remove and things. But actually, you realize that the whole thing is, the what he said was a swamp were actually swamp creatures. Swamp was DC. Right. And once you conceptualize that DC is the swamp, then you realize that actually the whole thing is plagued.
Yep.
And I will just say just very quickly is the fact that if you kind of analyze the rhetoric that comes out with everything that he's putting together, loyalty is the most important thing. And so I think that when you had when he got in there, I think he may have realized that actually if he was going to play the game and be effective, that he was willing to make accommodations for people that were part of the swamp because the loyalty was the more important thing, or the illusion of a loyalty that was able to convince him to maybe not completely go.
Well, I think Trump, excuse me if we're still talking about Trump, right?
Yes.
So, okay, so
yeah.
I think Trump.
Oh, by the way, can I just tell everyone this is Jack Buckby? I don't think I ever introduced
Right on the show too, but we live in the same house, so he could be on the other side of the house.
I feel like Trump gets a bad rap, and he's actually way more pragmatic than the left like to pretend. They act like he's some authoritarian, absolutist dictator, but he's honestly one of the most pragmatic presidents I think the US has had in a long time, who was willing to.
I agree.
He's a Democrat.
Yeah, he's a New York Democrat. That's the irony behind all this.
Yeah.
He welcomes people
that strategically run as a Republican.
Yes. Yeah, it was strategic.
That's why I liked
the
him,
thing is,
because I'm more of a conservative Democrat than anything.
He
over
was
here.
what?
I thought it was great.
He was what party? The Reform Party, and I mean, I personally think it's a two-party system. Like, if you really want to win, you got to go either Republican or Democrat, and that's what he realized. Like, he has to run as one of the big two, and so he picked it.
First of all, I'd have to run as a Republican, which would be darn close to vomiting every 5 minutes. But if I had to run as a Democrat,
well, if you're a libertarian,
libertarians
back in the day, Ron Paul was in the Republican ticket.
I know, but it would be hard. But let me. I just want to offer something up that maybe not everyone here is aware of. DC was actually built on swampland.
Yes, it's a literal swamp.
It's
Yeah.
a literal swamp.
So was Houston.
It's a literal
Yeah,
swamp.
exactly.
I like Houston.
I'm from Houston.
It's a swamp.
That's a swamp. I'll live in that swamp over Chirac.
But it's very interesting. It's very interesting that Trump picked that metaphor of the swamp, right?
Yeah.
And stuck with it, and he was right. He's still
And they
right.
clearly drained it once, and it didn't work.
Well,
once a swamp, always a swamp.
Look, I mean, honestly,
I think it's a Hydra effect. Cut one head off, two more shall take its place.
you
Cut
need-
a whole swamp off, and it grew and it doubled up.
Well, you need to actually have something in place to remove the corruption that was there, and I mean that was part of the metaphor as well. And I, like I said, I mean I cannot say I am 100% a Trump fan because I am not, but he's the closest thing to a populist president we've had in a very long time, and the last one they assassinated. So and then of course that's not news that was done by a particular group of intelligence officials.
That drives me crazy to this
blows my
day.
mind.
That it's
I'm
like people are out in the street protesting the climate. I'm like, when are we going to get people in the street going, what happened to Kennedy? Like, has it been long enough? Like, you should tell us. It's been a long time.
Well, think about it. They were allowed to bury that information for as long as they did. Guess what else they tried to bury as we were headed into like the worst economic period of all time, and I can't mention it on this particular moment.
I'll mention in the private chat.
Yeah,
aliens.
Put it in the private chat.
Yeah.
I want to bring this up, a couple of these up real quick.
No.
Christy Mayer, lady, thank you so much. She has taken off her makeup and won't be joining us, but says congrats on 1 year on your own, Carrie. You're absolutely crushing it, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. I love this lady. Thank you very much.
Chrissy, you can leave your camera off. That's why I left my camera off.
She and Frank said they were looking for houses today. I hope they find a nice one. Frank, congrats, Carrie, for $9.99. Thank you, sir, so much.
Comix, did you just admit that you wear makeup?
Right. I heard that too. I'm like, Comix is wearing makeup.
No, it's the fact that I've been in the sun all day. My hair's a mess, and I
sorry
look like
we
crap,
derailed you, Carrie.
My hair.
Sorry.
Do the hat. That's what you do with bad hair days. Cheeky Mare, $5. One of the best mods in town. She says, "Here's the swear jar fund for this episode." That was at the beginning of the show. We had to fill that jar when Geno Bisconte was here.
Okay, I'm a New Yorker. I probably racked up a tally myself.
You and Leanne and Geno. JS Pena. I always say it wrong.
No, you're
$1.99.
Penny.
Okay, $1.99. Happy anniversary, Carrie. Thank you, sir. And Papta with apologies to Clarence the Angel. Quote, remember, no woman is a failure who has friends. Carrie has the best friends. That's very kind.
Can I say
very
something? Let me just real quick, because we were talking about it earlier. We were talking about the unfriending, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have gained far more friends in this beautiful fellowship than I lost, and I'm so grateful for it. So there we are.
And so much deeper friendships, because it's not based on just a shared. I mean, in a lot of cases, that I have shared beliefs with a lot of my new friends, but not all. I'm very close with friends with atheists who have very different worldviews. But we have a shared. What is it? That kind of friendship Aristotle talks about. That's not the transactional one. Where he lays out 3 friendships. I was talking about this with Chrissy earlier, and one of them is that even if you have a different worldview, though, but you still have that love for the person's character. Like, you may have a
respect
content of the character. Yeah. You can
But I
have
have my
that
old
type
friends.
of friend. Like, you can have a Christian and an atheist as long as they are actually accepting, not just say it, but to actually prove that they're actually accepting. And I have friends from all sorts of those types of backgrounds. I have some of my best friends are agnostic. Some of them are what I suspect, even though they've not said to me, are probably Christian, and I don't look at either or less of them. I say, hey, no, you're my friend. I don't care what your religious, political stance is. You're a good human being. We're cool, and why not? I want to have as many of those, bring as many of those people together, and to actually accept people, not say it like the left does, and not actually mean it, where they lack conviction on their statement. I actually want to bring those people together, because we have more in common than that we don't overall. Whether it's something simple as maybe what kind of pizza or we enjoy, or no, seriously, simple things like that. Or hey, we all hate traffic that doesn't move, shit like that.
We all hate pineapple pizza.
Oh no.
I'm in the center on that one. Here's my
you need to pick a side,
theory.
Nick.
Here's my conspiracy theory on pineapple. And yes, pineapple pizza is a conspiracy theory. And here's why. It's the Obama distraction technique from the real argument of anchovies on pizza. Anchovies is the real.
The only true kind of pizza.
Excuse me.
All right, Snowden.
Anchovies on pizza is perfectly acceptable, and there's no other.
Oh, okay.
The only true kind of pizza is a cheese pizza. That's the New York.
I actually
I love cheese pizza.
As a carnivore, I actually agree with that. Here's why: because a pizza is made down to its bare minimum ingredients: cheese, sauce, and bread. Those are the minimum ingredients that qualify to make a pizza. And if you make a good plain cheese pizza, the ingredients like the pepperoni, the sausage, the garlic, those are supposed to be like the icing on the cake equivalent. But
now, listen,
you know you have a damn good pizza. If you can pull off a good plain cheese, your pizza place is great.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not like a picky eater. I will eat anchovies. I will eat pineapple on a pizza. I will eat anything. I have absolutely no food issues whatsoever. I love food. But I'm just saying, and I'm sorry to say this a million times, as a New Yorker, cheese pizza is the standard, only kind of legit pizza.
That's a fair argument. And I come from the Chicago area, and I kind of agree with that.
Okay, Chicago, you have your own kind of pizza.
Well,
I want to
cheese
try the
is
Chicago
the minimum
pizza.
ingredient because
That's deep dish, right, Nick?
Deep dish pizza?
No.
He wants to try. No. He wants to try one. I want to try one too.
All right. Biggest bullshit argument. Deep dish is good. I like deep dish, but it's not Chicago pizza.
Really?
No.
I didn't know that.
Isn't it
just
Wisconsin
a regular,
pizza?
straightforward thin crust. That's all it is. There's a place that's been around for about 90 years called Vito and Nick's. It's got my name on there. Full endorsement. And it's in the South Side. Yes, it's in the South Side. But is it
you're
worth
gonna
it?
get killed.
You damn right. Hey, Morpheus said in Matrix Reloaded, some things are worth dying for. And trust me, I've had this pizza. I will go back.
To get that slice of
I will
pizza,
go
Nick.
back to Chirac. I will dodge. Hey, I will go back, get that pizza. I will dodge the D unit if I have to. But I'm going to get that damn pizza.
You can't.
By the way,
to take you down there.
Isn't Chicago MAGA country? Isn't that what Smollett said? So don't worry.
Yeah. Judged by that logic,
You're good.
World famous French actor, Juicy Smollett.
Yeah. It's only MAGA country at around 2:30 outside of
in the morning in a subway. Fuck, no kidding, Brahma.
Well, you have your two Nigerian, were they boyfriends? Act as MAGA
brothers.
people?
Only
brothers.
One of them
Yeah, that's right.
They were brothers.
Only one of them apparently played tug time with his buddy there. The other guy was not into it. So there you go. But
tug time.
I think the term's extras in more ways than one.
Yeah.
We also mentioned Detroit actually has good pizza.
That's what I was
actually
thinking.
good.
Detroit.
Really?
Martina did nothing but complain when she lived in England.
Oh,
about
England
the pizza.
is not a pizza place.
You
I'm
don't have
sorry.
food.
I'll give you. I love a pork pie. I love a cheese and onion pie. Like I'm not going to shit on British food. I'm not going to do it. But the pizza is not good.
So when we were in Germany, this is the first time I ever got to visit. My Anthony's gone many times. He lived there for a while.
Oh wow!
But they had all of these combination. It was like Mexican and what was it? Middle Eastern. It would be both types of food, and it didn't seem like it was a traditional German thing, but they're everywhere now, like on the corners, and you go in and people
Like
have
halal food.
Yeah, like
yeah, halal food.
Oh! So in
Like,
Berlin, when I was
kebabs or something.
Berlin is known for the shawarma kind of things, the kebabs, right? And we have them in England a lot too.
Yeah.
And when I was in Berlin, I had one every night. It was fantastic. I love them. But in England, you kind of have that weird combination too, because all the Chinese bought up the fish and chip shops. So if you go to a tippy and you're going for fish and chips, you might also come back with a chop suey roll for some reason.
I find that so funny where it's like combination pizza / Chinese restaurant, and you're like, what? Okay.
/ Taco Bell.
Yeah.
So they went, like,
Yeah, but the
London-
best thing, the best thing when you go to a chip shop though is when you get the curry sauce with your chips.
That's what he
Where in the UK are
Yeah.
you from?
Down in Surrey.
Okay,
So-
up north
Yeah.
we do gravy on the chips.
Yes.
Ooh,
Yes.
that sounds good. Gravy
It's
on
very
chips.
good.
Yeah. And when they say
Sign
chips, they
me
mean fries.
up.
Oh,
Yeah.
Where I'm
Okay.
from in West Lancashire, we have these things in the chippy called savoury cakes, and it's basically
really good.
deep fried, battered mashed potato full of sage and onion.
Holy
It's the
shit.
best thing in the world.
Wow, that
It's
sounds
really
good.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
no,
I
I'm not
want that.
I'm not gonna shit on the food, and I frankly I make it for him when he misses home. But the pizza, there's something odd about it. Like the sauce is like straight from like a tomato paste can. You know
I
what
find
mean?
it too acidic.
That might
Yeah,
actually
like,
be
it's just
true.
Not right. It's not right.
I'm gonna raise
Might
the
not be
standards
seasoned
here
right.
a little bit, and I'm gonna tell you the time that I flew to Milan just to have a pizza because I was craving it. I'm a demon when it comes to getting cheap flights. I am the guy to come to. I found a flight from London to Milan, return for £15, which works out about $25.
That's amazing. I love
And
that.
as the resident celiac here, finding good gluten-free stuff is important to me. And Milan, Italy, is the best place for gluten-free stuff.
Really?
And this pizza was the only way I can describe the base was it was like it was kind of a mix between kind of like that chewiness of like a flatbread or like if you go to no, it wasn't actually, it was Air Italia, so it was their flagship, darling. Thank you very much. Standards. And so, but it was like a mix between like a flatbread or like, when you go and have a curry and you have like the naan bread, and it has that like chew to
Naan
it.
bread is
Yeah.
good. Naan
Well, like
bread's
the,
good.
the Italian pizza is like it's delicious. It's different than like the New York one for sure.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
like the Chicago one would be different. But yeah, it was something similar too when we were in England. We were somewhere doing some political thing with Anne Marie, remember?
Yeah.
And was in the north somewhere.
No, it was in London.
And anyway, we're in some random town, and I was starving, so I left the group to go get food. And I walked into a place, and it was like an Italian, like a guy with an accent, Italian, and he had the like brick oven pizza. And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Thank you, an Italian, a real Italian," because we have him here all over the place. But in England, it was like, "Oh, an Italian!"
I think the
Yeah,
trick
unicorn
is always-
fighting, having an Italian in the UK.
Yeah.
Get over here.
Yeah.
Get in the kitchen now and make me a pizza.
Yeah.
I think the trick to good pizza is the sauce, and I think you have to stew your tomatoes in the proper ratio, Roma to whatever you have at hand, right? And you want 4 or 5 Romas to one, like let's say beefsteak or whatnot, and you want to stew them properly for 12 hours, and then properly turn them into sauce, and then the next day is when you actually make the pizza after you've seasoned your sauce properly. But it always is about the sauce. So bread, you're 100% right, Martina. It is bread, sauce, mozz. Those are the 3 primary ingredients in pizza. Nick is 100% right. Everything else is garnish. It's the sprinkles on your ice cream. It's whatever it is. But a good pizza needs those 3 elements.
And I think you always have that as a baseline to work out whether the place is worth experimenting further. They can't do that properly.
And
Yeah.
even if you take out one of those ingredients, it doesn't make it bad. It's just it's not a pizza. Like you could take
But it
out.
should
let's
be
put it
good
this
enough to
way.
stand alone.
Wait a minute.
You can be- let's put it
you're-
this way.
You
Hold on.
just argued in favor of quesadillas as a pizza, bro.
No, I didn't.
Listen, pie. You can have some ricotta.
Listen, CC. What
All
I'm
right.
telling you is, in order to qualify as a pizza, whether good nor bad, bread, cheese, sauce, good nor bad. It's not about whether it's good or bad. It's to qualify as a pizza. Now, obviously, if you take out, let's just say you take out the pizza sauce and you put it in barbecue sauce. I love barbecue sauce. I still wouldn't call it pizza, but I still call it damn good food. I still call it damn good. It's just to me, it's not a pizza.
Not on
it's
a
still
pizza.
good.
By
It's
the
still
way, Nick is
good.
a resident pizza expert.
So when I lived in Tanzania, I was there for half a year, my last year of school, and they had, my homestay family had never had pizza before, and so I was like, I'm going to make you a pizza, even though I was 20, and I had never made a pizza myself. But I went to the
How hard can it
stores.
be?
Yeah, I was like, how hard can it be? And we had learned how to make. You mentioned naan. There's a large Indian population in Tanzania.
Mhm.
And so we had learned how to make naan and chapati there. And so anyway, I made a large chapati and I found a bunch of, veggies, but every store I went to, nobody knew what cheese was. And I was like, do you have any jabini? And they're like, kwa Kiswahili, which means in Swahili, what's the word? I'm like, jabini. Like that's the Swahili word. They didn't know, but like it wasn't, at least in that part of Tanzania where I was at, people didn't have cheese.
Yeah, they
And
don't put cheese in China
yeah,
either.
and I had to
Like-
go to like a fancy white person shop for tourists to find it. But
yeah,
then
they don't put cheese in China. Even like the Doritos, it'll be like instead of like the cheesy dust, it's like a peanut dust.
It's
Yeah,
it's
it
really
was-
weird. It's like here, it's like they have cheese. It's called phao mai, and so it's. But what's funny is they have on the topic of pizzas, they have what is affectionately known as like a Vietnamese pizza, and it's basically like a flat rice cake, or like the rice paper, and they will put like dried shrimps on there, hot sauce. Sort of cut up, processed kind of like little hot dog things. And it doesn't look great to look at, but they toast it on this like little fire pit. But the cheese they use is like, the Dairy Lee little triangles.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll use those and they'll smear it on and then they'll fold it over and it is the nicest thing that you
I
can
love
put.
it.
But yeah, like cheese here is on a lot of stuff. They put like the powdered stuff on things. They have cheese coffee. Egg
I can't
coffee is to die
imagine a
for.
world without cheese.
I know.
I
I'd
know.
rather die. It's a very European thing.
Well,
I don't want to.
I love cheese so much that I have learned how to make different kinds of cheese. That's how what a freak show I am.
Oh, you make?
What kind of
As
cheese
you
do you make?
should.
Well, primarily for consumption is just a simple farm cheese, which only requires whole milk. Very little else other than
Is that like farmer's cheese?
Exactly, very similar. Yeah, it's what you would normally find in a high end Mexican food restaurant because I like it very fresh and it only has to be around for a few days. It's very delicious.
I've done it one time.
I like my cheese at least 5 years old.
Well, gross. No, what you can do, you can actually do this. You can actually order the enzyme that you need, and you can store it in your freezer, and it doesn't take very much, and it goes a very long way. And I love it. It's like I said, it's like going to a fancy Mexican food place because you have this beautiful fresh farm cheese that tastes amazing.
Is it mild? Like a mild?
Very,
flavor?
very, yeah. It is a very mild queso.
Like soft.
And it melts like you can't believe. I mean, if you are looking for melty cheese, make it your own self.
I put it in like
cheese.
scrambled eggs or something.
A good melted cheese is saganaki. Go to a Greek restaurant and get saganaki, and you're gonna seriously your head's gonna explode the way it did on Dave Chappelle when he unmasked himself to the white supremos. It was just like, dude, seriously, saganaki.
I don't think I've heard of that
great.
cheese. Saganaki.
Wait,
Saganaki. It's a very popular Greek thing.
Yeah.
Saganaki is
Oh,
great. They
great.
set the cheese on fire. They do the upa thing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you need it. Like seriously, go fight, go in Fight Club and fight for some Saganaki and win that shit. It's great.
if you appreciate fermented beverages such as beer, and if you prefer to make that yourself, a lot of the places that make beer also sell the elements to make cheese. So just consider that.
Like alchemists.
Okay, Brahma's got to take off, guys. So we're going to say goodbye.
The elegant
and
smoker.
I'm going to wrap up. The elegant smoker's got to go.
Well, this is the kind of stuff that would be great. That's not super political, but it's like in a magazine or some cultural kind of stuff. We can talk about cheese and smoking and bourbon and all these things. It's fabulous.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you so much for having me, Carrie. It was nice to meet a whole bunch of new people tonight. Nice to meet all of you guys. Of course, I know the Dix
Lovely
Division,
to meet you.
Yeah, it's been great. Congratulations on a year. That's fantastic. And I hope we have you around for a long, long time. So
thank you, sir. And I'm going to talk to you soon.
Yeah, I think we're doing something like next week, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
cool.
Looking forward to it. So I hope everybody has a great night. Chad, it's been fun hanging out with you tonight, and everybody here. Great to see you. Have a great evening.
Nice to meet you.
Good night, sir.
Bye, big sexy.
Take care.
Thanks.
Take care, Mama. I'm gonna drink more for you.
Okay,
Why
I'm
am
going
I
to get
center
through
square?
these for
Like
real.
Paul Lynn. Oh my. Okay, sorry. Anyway,
You're
I
fine.
haven't hit the center square in a while. Right?
Pushup says, did that guy, $2? Thank you, Pushup says, did that guy just call JFK a libertarian? No, he said populist. Populist president. Teach Stars for $20. Thank you. Congratulations on the year, Carrie. I don't normally manage to catch you live. Glad I caught this tonight. I look forward to another year of laughing and crying with you while watching your faith grow. Thank you so much. And then some Pushup says, what's wrong with Reagan in the 80s?
Oh, there's a lot of things wrong with Reagan.
Big pharma protection.
Rather be alive in the 80s.
At least the economy was pretty decent. Everyone
Yeah,
knows.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that. But big pharma protection is
headed into his second term, the economy was growing like crazy. But I mean, we can talk about arms deals that were essentially in exchange happening under his watch. You could talk about the fact that he was funding both sides of the drug war without knowing about that. That was a great. There are many things that Reagan was guilty of, and I love.
He's also kind of a gun grabber too.
Yeah, well, he was. Yeah, initially, consider it was the first bill, one of the first bills in California, right? Comics that
the Mumford Act was a thing.
Yeah, it was first.
How effective was that war on drugs too?
Yeah, the war on drugs is awful.
We need to have a war on drug dealers and drug manufacturers. We don't need to. It's not the people that are taking them that are the problem. It's the fact that they get here in the first place.
That's true.
Couple more. GJJ, thank you for the $100, dude. Good
Look
to
at that
see
Texas
you again.
flag, baby.
The Texas flag flying.
I'm gonna need to do
And none of that funny currency either. The real
None
stuff.
of that funny Vietnam currency. And Pushups has a question for you, Kieran. What's your favorite Vietnam War book?
Oh gosh, I don't feel it up as I should be on that, so I will have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, I don't think I've read a book about the Vietnam War.
Were you guys involved?
It was never. No, I don't believe we were. I mean, definitely in our education, it was never something that was touched upon. So it's one of those.
No, it's primarily the French and the Americans.
Oh. Yeah, that was
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that was like our first oh shit, we probably shouldn't have been there kind of war.
Yeah.
But here's the weird thing: the history in Vietnam is everybody was there. I mean, there was a continuing rotation of military conflict with different countries. I'm like, you guys can figure that out. That was a bad idea. You're gonna suck at it.
Well, I mean,
this is
the
the
reason
thing.
why we got into it is because we were consulting for the French, and they basically pulled out, and we were left holding the bag.
And we're like, what just happened? Oh, let's do this thing with Laos and a bunch of other underhanded shit.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is it's very reminiscent of what's going on right now with Ukraine, because we have advisors.
I know this,
and that's the thing. It's carry on.
Oh no, I just went into freeze mode. I do that whenever somebody else starts
Oh,
talking.
I was going to go into. It's getting to lunchtime here, so I was going to go into food mode. So I was going to say the glories of colonization. Clipped that one. And but the thing is because the French were here, it's really fascinating. I find like Vietnam a really interesting case study to walk around and sort of see, where I am at the moment in Saigon. Obviously, Saigon was the French name for the city, And a lot of people affectionately still call it that, but technically speaking, it's called Ho Chi Minh City. But you see all of the French architecture around here for when the French were here. And it's said that in Vietnam, it's the best sort of French patisseries outside of France itself, because of
and baguettes, right?
I love
the
that.
baguettes. Too.
Yeah, the banh mi's here. That's like the baguettes, and they do the pate, and even the Vietnamese dish pho. You know, that itself, I forget what the French word is, but they technically brought that here as well.
You're selling.
And so there's a lot of it's so good.
That's what they're talking about.
There's so much, and it's like really like I'm looking here, at like outside my apartment, and you know the architecture is so reminiscent of kind of like the French villas and things like that, and so I just find it a really interesting contradiction, because obviously the north is the hub of like the Communist Party, but the south is kind of what Hong Kong used to be, and I'm going on a little tangent here, but when I talk about Vietnam, I don't think it's going to be communist for much longer, because the population here is a vast majority of it is under 40. I mean, for obvious reasons. And it's not that they are, party political. It's just they don't know any different, because it's a one-party rule. But if you see how they actually interact, like where I am is the financial hub. So in their actions, if you told them what the difference between communism and sort of like, capitalist systems are, they would be capitalists. They just don't have a word for it, technically speaking. So I think once the old guard kind of go out, it will be more of a free market hub. But yeah, back to the food thing. Yeah, it's really interesting sort of French influence here.
Do you live there, or are you just visiting?
No, I'm just visiting. I don't know why. I came here in 2018. Another funny story. I came to visit a friend and he completely ghosted me. Never say you're living somewhere, because I'll be like, are you busy next weekend? And then I'll buy a plane ticket. And then I'll arrive, and then you'll probably ghost me because you didn't expect to see me.
Wait, because he told you visit any time, and then you're like, I'm here.
Well, you offered. That's the Asperger's in me, I'm afraid. It's...
Oh my God.
But yeah, I just find it fascinating. It's like, especially as well when you compare it to the stuff in the West. A lot of the stuff in the West is ignorantly, I think, sometimes attached to like, communism and all of this stuff and socialism. But, being here, you realize actually it's a lot more nuanced than that. Yeah. And here it's still quite a conservative society. And they don't even, I've got a friend and we were talking about how things differ. And like, even the small things like the sex education program for schools, that in itself is still very conservative compared to the West. They can't comprehend what's going on in the West. But again, it's like critical theory, right? It's trying to find the tool that will fix the problem that doesn't exist, and it's race and gender ideology that is most applicable in the West.
And when the problem is fixed, quote unquote, it's usually by creating another problem to solve the problem. So they have another problem that they now are facing with. And so technically nothing's solved. And if they also solve another issue, they're always like, all right, well, here's how we'll fix this thing, but here's also how we're going to screw you as well. There's no pure solvents.
Well, actually, a lot of times the solution is usually lots and lots of death. But just, honestly. But no, if you're looking for something fun to read about Vietnam, Chuck Dixon has a new comic book coming out about Vietnam stories. So check that out. Best book is America in Vietnam. Oh, excellent. Ooh.
Yeah, Push-Ups recommends this book, American Vietnam, by Gunter.
I'll definitely take a note of that.
Oh, and
carry on.
No, please.
No, I was just going to say on the point that you were saying about fixing things. Like, the analogy I always give is, it's like going to a really sort of bad faith mechanic, right? You take a car in, the car being society, and the mechanic has got a toolbox. The toolbox itself is critical theory. And each tool in there is like gender, critical gender studies or critical race theory. But the car hasn't got anything wrong with it. The mechanic is just wants to swindle you out of money. And the mechanic says, we've got to find the problem with this. And it's for them to find the right tool that will fix the problem of that vehicle. and it's all within the toolbox of critical theory, but only one of them will really work, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the fact that critical race theory has done its kind of job, but it can only go so far. So the gender stuff, and that's the mechanic going, well, I can only fix one of these problems with this. Now I need to find another tool.
That's a pretty accurate way of summing it up.
Kieran is great at summing a lot of this stuff up.
It's actually just the caffeine hitting, so I'll take the compliment.
It's morning for you, dude. I'm winding down. It's like it's 11:30 here. Southern Belle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, did you guys read The Guardian on Agatha Christie, Ian Fleming books rewrite? I heard about it. I just saw the headline. I didn't read it yet. So they want to
Have they got
edit
sensitivity writers as well?
They want to
edit Agatha Christie.
They want to Roland Dahl it.
Why are you all still here?
I know.
Why did you show back up?
Because Carrie's like, I'm only going to go till 10 and all this stuff. So I'm like, oh, good. Then I'll be able to jump over to Shagsworth. He's doing his 1 year thing too. So I jumped over there.
Shagsworth has his year anniversary.
Comix text me and I'm like, oh yeah, these people, great people and all this. We're still going. What? Great. How you doing? I'm going to leave. Go to bed, Comix.
It's largely my fault and Nick's fault. So I'm going to.
Well, I can understand Nick, but culture. I thought you were better than that.
This is like the after party,
Oh, it's the after party stuff. Oh, okay.
It's like after the
people who are up
show's
at 4 a.m. having the most personal chats. Yeah, we're like,
you're the people my mother warned me about.
I'm the type who's the last one up at the party and the first one's still up in the morning.
I have heard of your legendary liver.
I used to be the last one at the party. No more, but that was me. I would for my size, you wouldn't know it, but when I was a drinker, man, I could.
I
really
believe it.
drink. Yeah,
I believe it.
Yeah, Nick is.
Put it down.
Nick can definitely put down some booze. He's not a large dude.
I can't drink. I'm a smoker though. I love weed.
Oh man,
some people do.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so real quick aside, Nick. I'm sorry, Carrie, but and I know you want to get the super chat, but Nick actually, when we had our content house in Orlando for the big meetup, the Boomer House we called it because we're all 1,000 years old. Anyway, Nick literally drank everybody like under the table. We didn't try to keep up with him. Dude just was killing it. We get done with the stream that we're doing in the house. Dude rolls over with a drink in his hand to the couch, sits Indian style, and passes out. Doesn't spill the drink. Just sitting there. I'm like,
Nick can be out drinking all night, and he will wake up fresh as a daisy. No hungover, not hungover at all. It's
in
hilarious,
Vegas, dude. He was nuts in Vegas too.
Some superheroes can fly. Some have X-ray vision. Some have the liver of the gods, and that would be Nick.
The funniest part is I only drink once or twice a week. That's the funniest part.
Yeah, for 3 days.
But then you drink the whole liquor store, dude. Holy cow, man.
Yeah, I used to do that in college. Not anymore.
I went for a drink here for Paddy's Day, and it was a very weird evening because, again, like I always say, I've got a divine liver. It's the Irish liver. And so I went for a drink and I thought, okay, so I had a double Jameson's, and the measures here are bigger than what's in the UK, because I think in the UK it's like 25 mil is a measure. Here they're about 50 mil. So I had a double Jameson's on the rocks. Then I went to another bar and I thought, okay, again, this is like the pizza conversation. If you've got a bar, get them to make a martini. If they can't make a good martini, then you leave.
Yeah.
And I'm very particular on my martini, so they better watch out. I sometimes have to write down on the back of a napkin my instructions, and I watch. I'm a watcher, and so I went there. I had the martini, and then the waiter came out in very broken English, and I was talking in very broken Vietnamese, and he was like, "Oh, can I make you another one?" And I thought it was just because I didn't have anybody there, and they were just trying to keep me as a customer. So I thought, am I going to be charged for it? I took the gamble. He brought a drink out. Very nice actually. It was it had egg white in it, which I quite like in a cocktail.
I do too.
I haven't had one. I haven't had an egg white cocktail since 2018, when I was in LA, and there was a club there, No Vacancy, and they used to do these cocktails called China Dolls. They were really nice, but then they stopped doing them, so I stopped going. And anyway, I went to the bathroom, went to order a bite to come home, and I got to the bar to sort of say goodbye, and there's this girl sat there and the bar staff, and they're playing with this this toy that's sort of like a plastic alligator, and you push the teeth down, and then like someone will get it to clamp down.
I had
and
that
you do the
toy
shots
in the 90s.
Yeah, right. So it's like Buckaroo, if you remember Buckaroo. And I don't know how this bar made any money, because I think I'd done about 11 shots. I then had another glass of whiskey. I think I worked out, I'd done the conversion for Mikey. I think I had about 3 American cups worth of spirits by the end of the evening. And then I got on the bike and I was up as bright and early, 6 a.m., and then went to the zoo in the morning.
Well, you were young, right?
Wow.
Well, yes, my liver is probably aged the equivalent of a 98-year-old's liver at this point, but all's well that ends well, right?
I like the meme that I just saw a meme of a girl, a young girl working out. She's in the exercise class, and it says, "Me at 25, the morning after staying up till 4 a.m. drinking," and she's working out. And then in the bottom frame, it says, "Me at 45 after staying up till 10 p.m. to switch the laundry out," and it's this woman passed it on the stage.
Accurate. That is 100% accurate.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, it doesn't get better because it's 50. I'm like going, oh crap.
Yeah.
I'm amazed at how.
I
I only just turned 30, but holy hell, I've been feeling it the last few years. I can't drink like I used to. My main gripe in America, though, is back home, IPA is a bog standard beer. It's the standard in the pub. And over here, IPA is hipster,
Some hipster
annoying.
shit.
Oh, it is hipster shit, dude.
So everyone thinks that he's trying to be all like, oh, the IPA.
I'm not trying to be that. I just want proper beer. I don't want American piss water.
It doesn't help that you have
I lived
that
here a
accent.
long time.
You're
You're not wrong.
And then he'll be wearing
That's how I
tweed.
describe American beer too. It's piss water.
You know what? And I'm
or I
perfectly
call it
happy.
mineral water.
I'm perfectly happy with it because when I play with the big boys, when we were together in Vegas or whatever, it's like, oh man, I'm wrecked.
See, I grew up in a state where beer was 2% alcohol by volume. And so the way that they made that is they either stop the brewing
beer?
process early
5%.
or they flush it with formaldehyde. Oklahoma, same thing, still 3.2 beer. You can buy it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because
What?
technically it's non-alcoholic.
Yeah, it's water.
But it tastes like crap.
Yeah.
So what did I and just about every other Oklahoman do? Hard liquor.
Right.
Yeah. I've been
Oh,
drinking.
you're going to do it
hard-
properly.
Exactly.
That's one thing that amazed me over here is how, because for some reason you can't buy liquor in the supermarkets, or at least in
New York.
It depends on the state.
Depends on the state.
So that means I went to a supermarket and I saw a margarita, and I'm quite fond of a margarita. I
He loves a
like
margarita.
gay fruity drinks too, you know. And so I went and I saw a margarita, and I'm like, oh my god,
In a
I
can.
must have it. And I go home like, what the hell is this?
Oh, you're one of them.
It was a wine margarita.
Yeah, wine cooler.
Oh, the wine coolers. Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
Those are awful.
Yeah.
Wow,
to
so
get
you
proper,
thought, I'm going to get a gay fruity drink, so I may as well go extra with it and get a gay fruity wine drink.
Yes.
In a can. In a can.
Most states,
Yeah.
to get proper hard liquor,
Did you do
you
the
need to go
pinky
to a
as
liquor
well?
store.
It was in a can, so it was a bit white trash.
Listen, I was always a beer drinker, but then we got married and stayed on like this yacht in the Mediterranean, and I decided I'm going to try margarita. Never had one, and then the whole
Loved
trip,
it.
all I did is I became Island Jack. And I
Island
just was
Jack.
out on the beach. every day
Island
with margaritas.
Jack.
Iron Jack.
And ever since, I'm a margarita guy.
And I mean, I like to cook and like make beverages and stuff. So like, I'll make them some margaritas or fancy drinks every once in a while.
It's like Island Jack is back, baby.
Yeah, and it's, like, it's fun.
One
The
of the
hat-
greatest things that the COOF did for Texas is we can actually get drive-through liquor again. That this was like a thing to like the 80s,
Oh.
and then it stopped because of the whole MAD thing.
Everything's
So
through.
yeah, so you can actually go to a restaurant or to-go restaurant or a drive-in liquor place.
Yeah.
and get alcohol again.
I was amazed when I moved to Texas that there was even, I guess this was before they brought back the drive-through liquor, but I was shocked there was drive-through wine and beer.
Oh yeah.
Like before I quit drinking, there's a place out there. I mean, you seriously on the way home from work, you drive through, you don't even have to get out of your truck. You drive through, the lady comes over and you just point to what you want in the fridge.
Yeah.
Like
He was
don't even
amazed-
have
He
to.
was amazed because we have drive-through pharmacies too.
The other day we went past. First off, I'm still amazed that you'll see like an accident and emergency. What do you call accident and emergency over here? Emergency care or whatever.
ER.
Oh yeah, urgent care.
Urgent care.
Yeah.
So there's an urgent care. And one, it's in a strip mall among shops, like which is strange to me because at home it's just a hospital.
They'll be like Applebee's, urgent care.
Right.
Like,
This urgent care. had a drive-
Usually you have to go to urgent care after the Applebee's, so there's method behind the madness.
Applebee's once
You're
and
not
never
wrong
again.
there.
But yes, there was a drive-through at the urgent care.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's that?
Yeah.
What's that? And why
With a
drive-through? You can't get out of your car.
you don't have drive-through banks?
No.
What?
No.
I lived in England
Unless-
and I forget.
In my state, we had this place called Liquor Barn. That was the name.
Well, we
No,
also
no, we
people
have-
don't
we-
realize this is about New York, but like yes, upstate a bit. Like we used to live near a place, and we would drive past it every day, and it was called Guns Inc.
Yeah.
So, and he was
I
just
don't
like,
I don't
"Guns
like
Inc."
any store that's called like a store, factory, or barn. So like comedy factory or the Cheesecake Factory. It's like, really? It's a factory of laughs. I just don't like that when it's named that. Do you know what I mean? Like the comedy
The shooting
store
range that I went to when
like
I was
the
growing
Laugh
up was called
Factory.
I'm with
Dongs.
you. Sorry.
So comedy barn.
I'm with
Barn.
you because I have issue with anywhere that puts the word quality in it.
Usually the lack thereof.
Or premium,
Yeah, 'cause I'm not
there's-
convinced.
luxury.
There's a
Oh
really.
man, well,
Those
guess we're not
bastards.
renaming that channel the Luxury Comics
well,
Division.
Oh my god, we
Tox might know of this. Tox. There's a place
men's
in this.
suit store and
I
it was like
think it's
luxury men's suits and it was
Skokie?
buy one get two free.
I think
Wait,
it's
there was
Skokie.
I'm so sorry, I didn't
called-
mean to.
No, that's right.
All right, fine.
You're all good.
It's just Nick. Keep talking.
Yeah.
It's called Just Good Food. And I'm like, that's
Yeah.
weird. So
Nick.
what
That's in
happens when the
Skokie.
food? And I'm like, that's a weird name because what happens if the food's great? Do they toss it out? Like, is it only allowed to be
Weird.
good?
Well,
I
every
get
day-
frightened with that name. Is it not
every day at
allowed to
work-
be great?
Every day at work, I go to a place called Just Salad, and it is not just salad in there, which annoys me.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're gonna hate my
Oh.
show. Every weekday, I do something called the 6-minute daily. It's at least 12 minutes long.
Oh
we
no!
all call it the 6-minute snooze fest.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh, and also, we were in a shop.
12-minute nap.
We were in a shopping mall in Albany once, and there was a place called like Luxury Men's Clothing or something, and it was buy one suit get two free.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
Wow.
luxury.
It was
Mhm.
that luxury.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
I
well,
used to
Very
work.
luxury.
I used to work in Yonkers, New York.
Yonkers. Nice.
Yes,
Yeah, I know.
and I lived in the Bronx, in the Irish area of the Bronx. So there was an Irish section, and they had like had the white line down the middle of the street, and the yellow line, and they just painted green. So they had the Irish flag on the road. It
Irish
was
always do that kind of stuff. And
yeah,
upstate
they
New
had
York, too, there's, like-
parades.
yeah.
Yeah, it
There's
was
like a
great.
town. There's a town in in the mid area of New York, and it's like super Irish town, and they have like the green light on the street light is like the top one or something, and I don't think it's normally like that, right? Is it like red, yellow, green?
Red, yellow, green, and they flip it to
I don't
green.
drive.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they kept having it on the top one, and every single time the I don't know, government or the town the government tried to fix it, they would shoot it out or something and make
Yep.
the green always on top. And it's like clovers are everywhere.
Sounds like the Irish.
Oh yeah.
They're obsessed with,
So it was
clovers
like
and shit.
it was church, pub, shopping, Irish shopping thing, pub, church. That's the way it was. But every day I would drive to work, and I would pass by this one strip mall that had a drunk driving school in the strip mall. Then it had next to it a liquor store, and then it had a weed dispensary,
Nice.
a pizza place, and
Nice.
a lawyer. All
That's
of it in one
really
place.
good. That's a really good strip mall.
Exactly. And it was like it was real convenient. You pull off of and right in, and I'd start here and end up at the lawyer's office. So there you go.
I love seeing businesses that are the contrast. It reminds me of the first time I ever saw Slayer. They're on this tour called the Unholy Alliance Tour, and right next door was a daycare. I was like, oh, that's so Slayer to do. Even though obviously it's not.
That is.
Which is actually funny because their singer actually is a super hard right winger, like. But it was just like if you look at that and just at face value, like, wow, there's a children's daycare center and there's Slayer right next door at the Aragon Brawl Room. The Brawl Room. Okay,
in the city I'm in right now, and the main street downtown, in a 5-mile area, there are 4 gun shops.
Oh my god!
Why?
He's like, why?
Are any of them called barns?
Because
though?
guns are awesome.
He's not a big gun fan.
Oh well, I'm sorry. Don't use one then.
In the UK, they're more into stabby knives.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. It's funny. I looked at a graphic today, and I'm like, okay, so where are homicides most prevalent? Not in the United States. It's everywhere else. I was like, oh shit.
Different kinks for different
per capita
Well,
homicide.
there's like this one meme. It's really funny. It's like the like drug bust or something like that in the US, and it shows like a bunch of guns that says drug bust in the UK. It's like a bunch of butter knives.
Wow. Okay, guys, I'm gonna wrap this up for real.
All right.
My husband already dropped off. It's way
Oh,
past
yeah,
my
he's
bedtime.
already asleep.
He's already in that fancy bed. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for the $5 super chat. He says American craft beer is anything but piss water. Bud Light isn't beer.
That's IPA, exactly.
I call that
Do you
mineral
guys-
water.
Do you guys like punish people with? You'll get this, Jack, but it's the dirty pint at the end of the night.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
gross.
Well, do you have that in the US?
I know that Carrie wants to get out of here. She's super tired. Wants to get in her bed.
Well, hang
I
on,
do.
just let him finish
Oh,
what-
sorry. I thought that was the
dirty
thing. The
pint
dirty
is
pint.
everyone, the
Yeah.
remains of
Yeah,
everyone's.
yeah.
Gross.
Oh, that.
Ooh.
No.
We don't have that in the US.
We
Thank
don't
God,
we
no.
don't mix the backwash. No.
There was an alcoholic I used to date when I myself was an alcoholic, but he was the kind that would
Do that. Drink that.
he would go around at a party if people left wine in their glasses. I would
No.
see him like
No.
throwing it. Yes,
God.
and it was like, stop it! What are you doing? Like,
That's
sorry.
terrible.
Anyway,
You're gonna make me vomit. Why
Well-
are we doing this?
okay,
Well, the
I'm
pub
sorry.
that I used to
You
go
have to
to
go, but
was
look at
actually
this.
even worse. It was even worse. It was a drip tray. It wasn't just everybody's pints. It was a drip tray
No.
underneath the thing.
Oh, gross! No.
Stop it.
That's
Okay.
so
man.
bad.
So,
Okay, I'm off. Congrats, Carrie.
Socrates
Nice to meet
McGoat.
everyone.
Can I Jack Buckby?
It's nice meeting you.
Socrates McGoat for $5. Last one says, "Happy anniversary, Carrie. Appreciate the work you do. You're helping keep me a blue state resident. Trans and ex-Democrat feel less alone. That is
Aw.
cool. Thank you for telling me
For
that."
some reason, I have this weird compulsion to yell, "Screw you, scrotum goats."
What is that from?
It's in pool.
Oh, I'm tired. I was trying to think of what comedy movie that's in.
Yeah, I thought it was too. It's not a comedy movie.
No.
That's a temporism.
Oh,
I
forgot.
do remember that now. Yes. Okay, guys. Thank you to my illustrious panel. There's a little bit of an there we go. Anthony, thanks for coming back to say goodnight. Mystery Chris,
Yes.
you have to go to work in the morning.
Yes. I started falling asleep when y'all started talking about beds.
Oh. 3 hours later.
I really appreciate it. And you guys who've hung out with us, and if you're watching this later, just thank you so much. Thanks for the great year of Deprogrammed. And I love getting to meet people and introduce people and just having the freedom to say what I want, mostly, not entirely on YouTube. Bye.
Bye, y'all.
I gotta get a cool outro.
Oh, I gotta go then! And I don't need any of this! I don't need this stuff! And I don't need you! I don't need anything! Except this!